Chapter 50-90. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. I've never heard of anyone being able to fuse with the power of the stars. That's just too incredible. Luo Yi only had a trace of the power of the stars because he was suppressed in the devil refining well for hundreds of millions of years. However, he was unable to truly fuse it with his own power. Zumor shook her head. Her eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. It seems like you're really strong. It's just that I can't tell with your current strength. If you can develop your power of the stars, you'll become a formidable person. The power of the stars is the energy source of the core of a star. Once a star loses its core, it'll become a dead star. Once all its energy is exhausted, there won't be any more resources left. This is going against the natural order of things. Although Sumor was shocked, she had seen a lot of things. She could imagine the powerhouses of the previous era. Furthermore, her strength was at the peak of the eternal world. At least her father was once an unparalleled powerhouse. I hope so. Finding the core of a star is very difficult. I might not even be able to find one in 100,000 astral realms. However, once I find the core of a star, my cultivation speed will increase by leaps and bounds. Xianxia wasn't worried about his secrets. The things that Sumor knew were far beyond what he could imagine. He would be showing off if he pretended to be ignorant in front of Sumor. It would be best if he told her everything he knew. Sumor was grateful to him and didn't have any ill intentions. Besides, if he could help her reconstruct her golden body and return her soul to her body, it would also be a good fortune. This is really incredible. Since you insist on doing this, go down to the devil refining well and take a look. I hope that you can protect yourself. I don't have a tenth of my original strength, so I can't help you at all. Suemor smiled. But you're an encyclopedia. I can ask you anything, at least for now. The devil refining well shouldn't be able to escape your grasp, right? Xianxia smiled. You're right, but if I were to enter the devil refining well, I'm afraid it would be even more difficult for you to move an inch. Many of the demonic beasts were personally sealed here by me in the past. I joined hands with my father to kill countless demonic beasts. Some of the unique demonic beasts in the world, and some of them were indestructible, were all sealed here. Sumor's words made Xianxia even more distressed. He hoped that these guys had already turned into ashes. Otherwise he would feel terrible. In any case, in the end it was definitely not as powerful as the evil dragon Luo Yi. Sumor was a machine that attracted hatred, and her worries weren't without reason. If he brought her down, he would undoubtedly attract all the hatred. As long as there was a living remnant soul of a demonic beast, it wouldn't let him go. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was beating like a drum. After all, Suemo Air had already warned him that this wasn't a safe place, especially in the demon refining well. There might be a lot of demonic beasts down there. However, since he was already here, he definitely couldn't give up. It was impossible for him to leave this place. If there were treasures, Xianxia would plunge in headfirst. No one could stop him. To Xianxia, the core of a star was like a mosquito that had seen blood. He definitely couldn't run away, not even in this lifetime. He had to kill it. Enter my Buddha prison palace first. When the time comes, I will place you under the golden cassia tree. I hope that will be of help to you. Then Xianxia sent Suemo to Buddha prison palace with a thought. Sumo's face was filled with shock. You really have a lot of treasures. Even I didn't have such a treasure back then. Sigh, there's an old saying that goes, comparisons are odious. Sumor smiled and sat under Cinnamomum cassia with a peace of mind. The Cinnamomum cassia is really good stuff. Sumor sat under Cinnamomum cassia. She was extremely carefree and clear, as though she was detached from the world. Although she was only left with a trace of remnant soul and consciousness, she might be able to rely on Cinnamomum cassia to nourish her soul and become a person with flesh and blood. At this moment, Xianxia's biggest thought was to quickly refine the body of the Bat King in his hands and reconstruct the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Only by reconstructing the Heavenly Dragon Sword would he have the determination to enter the well and fight. Moreover, with his current strength, he didn't have to worry about being unable to reconstruct the Heavenly Dragon Sword. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was almost connected to him, so Xianxia didn't want to let the Heavenly Dragon Sword shine again at all times. I'd better reconstruct you first. Xianxia gently caressed the Heavenly Dragon Sword that was full of scars. His eyes were shining brightly and filled with fighting spirit. Let's begin. No one can suppress your sharpness. Xianxia's mouth curved into a faint smile. This time he wanted to make the heavenly dragon sword into a real peerless heavenly weapon. Jiang Qin carefully took out the body of the flying Bat King and put it into the myriad chi cauldron. The myriad chi cauldron could be big or small. After integrating the body of the flying Bat King, Jiang Qin activated the 5 elements divine fire and began to refine the body of the flying Bat King. The body was as hard as a rock. It had already integrated the toughness and strength of the meteorite rock. Jiang Qin had no distractions in his mind as he focused on refining. However, he didn't expect that the body of the flying Bat King was really a headache. After 49 days he still hadn't refined it. Isn't it too hard? Jiang Qin was a little dumbfounded, but he was determined to refine it. He didn't believe that the body could resist the refining of the 5 elements divine fire and the myriad chi cauldron. Finally, after 3 months of training, the body of the flying Bat King finally began to melt. On the 7th month it completely melted into liquid. He didn't know whether it was a stone or a corpse. In short, this hardness was the first time that Jiang Qin had seen something like this in his life. He couldn't believe it at all. At this time he took out the broken heavenly dragon sword in his hand. This time it would be a new life for the heavenly dragon sword. This time I will make you an invincible existence in this world. Jiang Qin reforged it. He waved the storm hammer and began the road of forging. In a flash time flew. Another year had passed. However, Jiang Qin had already forgotten about the passage of time. He devoted himself to the forging of the heavenly dragon sword. Time was the most ruthless thing in this world. The heavenly dragon sword gradually took shape. The sword embryo had been forged by Jiang Qin again. It was just one step away. Chapter 5091. Jiang Qin held the Tempest Hammer in his hand and refined it day after day for a total of 81 days. The sword embryo was finally forged by Jiang Qin into the original form of the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with blazing light. Finally, it was reforged and burned for 3 days and 3 nights with the 5 elements divine fire. The myriad chi cauldron was constantly vibrating and the aura was getting thicker and thicker. Even Jiang Qin felt an unimaginably terrifying pressure. That was the terrifying energy that burst out from the myriad chi cauldron. It was like a soaring aura that was about to break out of the seal. It was unparalleled and as powerful as a tiger. Jiang Qin was extremely shocked. He was looking forward to the new heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword already had its own sword soul. Although the heavenly dragon sword was reforged, the sword soul was still the original sword soul. This time the grade of the heavenly dragon sword would definitely be improved again. Compared to the past, it was even better than before. This was Jiang Qin's experience and expectation for the new heavenly dragon sword. He spent so much time to forge a peerless sword. The heavenly dragon sword had been with him for countless years and had long been integrated into one. It was his family and his brother. It was the same as De Huang and Long Shisan. It was an indispensable part of Jiang Qin. Buzz, buzz. The aura in the myriad chi cauldron was getting stronger and stronger. Even the myriad chi cauldron could not suppress the violent aura. Heavenly dragon sword explode. My little universe. Jiang Qin's eyes were shining. In the next second he opened the myriad chi cauldron and a soaring aura shot out from the cauldron. It was like a peerless dragon in the sky. Its arrogant roar was deafening. Jiang Qin saw a golden dragon shadow fly out from the myriad chi cauldron. Between heaven and earth, it was overshadowed in front of it. The golden dragon shadow was constantly changing, dancing in the air and twisting its huge body. Finally it stopped in the void. At this moment, even Su Mo couldn't stay calm under Cinnamomum Kasha. She didn't expect that Jiang Qin, who wasn't even a cosmic cloud state, could create such a huge commotion and forge such a terrifying peerless weapon. The warrior soul is indeed worthy of being a 9th grade warrior. Su Mo Air said in astonishment. In the past his combat weapon was merely a 9th grade combat weapon. But in Jiang Qin's hands, this 9th grade combat weapon was absolutely a peerless weapon that could look down on all the experts. With such a battle weapon his strength would surely improve along with it. I truly have my own sword soul. I can speak. The immature and childish voice came out of the golden dragon's mouth. It seemed rather comical. Even Jiang Qin didn't expect this combat weapon to be so terrifying. It could speak the human language and the sword soul was always there. However, it wasn't so easy for it to turn into a physical living being. Only when it reached the 9th grade warrior could it possess its own combat weapon soul. which was the current Sky Dragon Sword soul. You're the sword soul of the Sky Dragon Sword, right? Jiang Qin said with a smile. The huge golden dragon head nodded silently. Jiang Chen's mouth curved up into a bright smile. His efforts didn't go to waste after all. I've followed Master for countless years and was ignorant. Today I can finally become one with Master, the Sky Dragon Sword soul said in a low voice. The Heavenly Dragon Sword soul said in a low voice. Its timid look made Jiang Qin laugh. From now on you're a part of my body, Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's battle intent was like a rainbow. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. The golden dragon roared and instantly rushed towards Jiang Qin. It circled around Jiang Chen's body 9 times. Finally, the golden dragon turned into a golden long sword and fell into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Qin was extremely excited. He held the Sky Dragon Sword tightly. At this moment, the Sky Dragon Sword seemed to have grown out of his body. It became his hand, his sword, and was one with him. The golden long sword was dazzling and extremely bright. It has actually become one with you. Even if someone else had this sword, they wouldn't be able to use it. Your mark is on his forehead. This sword is not simple. Sumoer said in a serious tone. Moreover, he hasn't used it yet. What do you mean? Jiang Qin said in surprise. This is it. This isn't an ordinary 9th grade combat weapon, it's a 9th grade combat weapon that can be upgraded. Its current grade will determine whether it can become a peak-level combat weapon in the future. Because the current Heavenly Dragon Sword, after being smelted by you, is like a piece of unpolished jade. It has lost its initial sharpness and is now contained within. When you have the ability to unsheath its sharpness, you will know that the Heavenly Dragon Sword will reach another level. However, after it's unsheathed, it'll be too dazzling. If you hold it in your hand, it'll attract countless powerful beings to hunt you down. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a sin. You can't control it at all, so it's better not to be reluctant. In the future it will become your fortune. Sumoer said solemnly. Thank you for telling me. Jiang Qin nodded his head. His heart was filled with endless fighting spirit. He held the Sky Dragon Sword tightly. His current battle strength had reached the peak. When he waved the sword, it was natural, and its compatibility with him was even more indescribable. There was me in you and you in me. The current him had not used it yet. Once it was unsheathed, the light would shine on the earth. Even Sumoer said that he would become the light of the great path in the eternal world. The sharpness gradually rose, the heavenly dragon equaling the heavens. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with thoughts. This time he had more confidence in entering the devil refining well. Looking at the mouth of the well, which was enshrouded in a terrifying mist and carried an extremely strange sealing force, Jiang Qin took a deep breath and leaped into the devil refining well. This place was sealed by the 9 dragons demon sealing formation, but it was still very easy for Jiang Qin to enter. The formation was set up by him, so wasn't it a piece of cake? After entering the devil refining well, Jiang Chen's mind moved slightly. This place was almost like a world of its own. It descended from the sky, and the bottom of the well extended in all directions. It was very vast. There were no signs of human habitation in this place, and there were no plants, rocks, or pools. There was only a desert, a dark gray world, and it was filled with dense energy. It gave Jiang Qin a very uncomfortable feeling, as if his body was going to be devoured by this energy any second. Damn it, it's really strange. Jiang Qin frowned and was very careful. Because the core of the star was under the devil refining well, he had to come here. Even if he had to face some powerful demonic beasts, they should have died by now. Chapter 5092. Jiang Qin walked for dozens of kilometers. The underground seemed to be vast and boundless, as though it was a self-contained space with no end in sight. Along the way, Jiang Qin saw many gigantic skeletons. Some of them looked like humans while some were gigantic and strong. Even a single rib was bigger than his body. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that countless ancient demonic beasts had been sealed in the devil refining well. These demonic beasts had lived for countless years, yet their skeletons were still preserved. It was enough to show how terrifying these demonic beasts were. Even after hundreds of millions of years, their skeletons remained intact. This was not something ordinary demonic beasts could do. The chilly wind was blowing in the surroundings, making Jiang Qin feel uneasy. However, he didn't notice anything strange along the way. He just felt like he was in the middle of a crowded desert and countless eyes were staring at him strangely. Jiang Chen's heart was pounding. He didn't know if he was worrying too much or if this place was really strange. Tens of millions of years had passed. The demonic beasts that were sealed here should have died long ago. It was impossible for them to still be alive. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, Jiang Chen had been searching here for a long time, but he still couldn't find the star's core. Miss Su, is there really a star's core here? I've been searching for so long but I still can't find it. It's like a desert. There's no harvest at all. Jiang Chen frowned and couldn't help but ask Su Moer. I don't know either. Logically speaking, the star's core should be here. This place is different from hundreds of millions of years ago. The Devil Refining Well was originally a space that connected to the underground. However, I don't know where the star's core is hidden. Su Moer's words disappointed Jiang Chen. When would he end his aimless search? Jiang Chen couldn't help but think that it would be great if De Huang was here. Ah, little Chenzi, did you miss Lord Dog? This was a good sleep. Oh, perhaps it was because their minds were connected, but at that moment, De Huang's voice sounded in the Buddha prison palace. F***ck. De Huang, you're finally F***king awake. Jiang Chen wished he could thank his 8 generations of ancestors. De Huang had woken up at the right time. This was a timely help. Was this still the De Huang who only knew how to cause trouble? De Huang could finally be put to good use. De Huang appeared beside Jiang Chen with a shake of his body. His golden fur was shining brightly, and a tyrannical aura could be felt from him. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His expression was extremely solemn. It seemed like De Huang's current strength was already above his own. Awakening from a dream, a python swallowing a dragon. Seems like your strength is above mine. Jiang Chen laughed and punched De Huang's head. De Huang did not hold back and pounced on Jiang Chen. Now I'm already an 8th firmament star level. This feels great. Lord Dog can crush you by 2 firmament star levels. Tremble under my crotch, young man. De Huang shook his head and said excitedly. Dream on. If you act tough again I'll smash your head. Jiang Chen scolded jokingly. Come on. It's so fun. De Huang chuckled. I'll stand here and let you chop me. Come on, little Chenzi. Let's see how hard your Lord Dog's head is now. De Huang straightened his neck and said calmly. This is what you said. Jiang Chen rubbed his palms together. Since you dare to challenge me, I'll let you taste the power of the new heavenly dragon sword. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on. I'll make sure you're convinced. De Huang said in disdain. My current strength is no longer the same as before. I've been suppressed by you so much. This time I have to regain my face. All right. Get ready. I'll chop you today. Let's see if you can hold on. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He held the heavenly dragon sword tightly. He was eager to try. He was confident in De Huang. Hence he wanted to see if De Huang's head was tougher or the heavenly dragon sword. The clash between the spear and the shield. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Did you not eat your fill? Little Chen, no matter how I look at you now, you look like a wax spearhead that looks like it's made of silver. Fuck up. Big Yellow said with a beaming smile. Mother***ker. Let's see how I'll deal with you. Get ready. I'm going to chop you. Jiang Chen snorted. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and rose up. Then he chopped down horizontally on De Huang's head. Bang. There was a loud sound. Jiang Chen's hands were sore from the impact. It was as if he had chopped an indestructible gem. Dang dang dang. De Huang retreated more than 10 steps. He was in a daze. Damn it. Little Chenzi, you're serious. You're too cruel. That sword almost killed me. De Huang covered his head with his paws and said in pain. My scalp is numb. When did your heavenly dragon sword become so terrifying? It shouldn't be like this. De Huang was very depressed. He wanted to show off in front of Jiang Chen. Now it seemed that he failed again. You're lucky. I just reforged the heavenly dragon sword. You're the first one who insisted on having a taste of the power of the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen shrugged. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? My head was almost chopped off. No wonder, no wonder. I was tricked by you again. De Huang said discontentedly. I only used 50% of my strength. If I wasn't afraid that you couldn't take it, you would be a dead dog now. Jiang Chen patted De Huang's head and said. Nonsense. It's so hard to admit that I'm powerful. I can even resist the new heavenly dragon sword. You definitely can't beat me. You don't need to explain. De Huang said bluntly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He was very happy. De Huang was still the De Huang. De Huang would rather die than admit that he couldn't. By the way, what is this place? Why does it look so gloomy? I don't think it's a good place. De Huang looked around and said while sniffling. In his eyes, this place was definitely not a good place. You guessed it right. This should be the depths of the Earth's core. It's an underground sinkhole. This is a space under the sinkhole. I don't know if it's real or self-contained. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Little Chen, aren't you a piece of trash? This master dog has only left you for a short period of time. Why are you running around everywhere? I don't think this is a place for a good person. With my accurate sense of smell, if you don't leave now, you won't have a good ending. De Huang said in a low voice. Obviously, he had smelled a hint of danger. However, Jiang Chen didn't feel it. Are you sure? Jiang Chen asked. Of course. Are you leaving or not? If you're not, I'm leaving. I feel like I'm being watched. De Huang seemed to be more and more uneasy. Jiang Chen knew that he didn't seem to be lying. That's right. I have the same feeling. Chapter 5093. Damn it. Master Dog has just woken up. Even if it's the King of Heaven, I'm not afraid. Big Yellow cursed, but it was undeniable that his eyes were darting around, as if he was also vigilant of the movements around him. This is a sinkhole in Tianqian's star. Originally, I planned to find materials to recast the heavenly dragon sword. However, I fell into this sinkhole and can't get out. However, I discovered the existence of the star's core. I don't plan to leave. I must find the star's core. Jiang Chen said firmly. In that case, now that I've woken up, I can be of great help to you. I'm really a young man who sends charcoal in snowy weather. Ah. De Huang shook his head and said. Although there were dangers everywhere, as long as he was with little Chenzi, there was nothing to be afraid of. That's why I say you're my lucky general. This time the important task of finding the star's core is on you. Huh. Jiang Chen laughed. Damn it. I've just woken up and you want me to work for you? If it were someone else, Master Dog would have killed him in one bite. De Huang said proudly. However, he did not refuse Jiang Chen. He immediately began to search around. His nose twitched constantly. He was the best at finding treasures of heaven and earth. It was hard to give up a natural beauty. There was no other way. Sigh, it's because I'm an able man. De Huang kept swaying his body from side to side. Jiang Chen followed him closely. The two of them kept shuttling through the desolate desert. With De Huang's help, Jiang Chen was very confident. After walking for about 2 hours, De Huang's eyes lit up. Over there. Let's go. Are you sure? I've walked over there before. Jiang Chen was stunned. It was the place he had walked before. He did not find anything. Believe in Lord Dog. Let's go. I guarantee that you'll be so happy that you'll be flying. De Huang said confidently. He led the charge and walked past the place Jiang Chen had walked before. De Huang slowly came to a stop in an uneven hilly desert area. It's here. De Huang stood on the hill and pointed to a shallow sand pit below. Jiang Chen frowned. This was just an ordinary sand pit. What was different about it? There were thousands of such sand pits around, but Jiang Chen didn't care about them at all. Watch. De Huang said in a low voice. He picked up a big stone and threw it into the sand pit. At this time, the surrounding sand began to sink into the sand pit. Gradually, the sand pit became bigger and deeper. Jiang Chen and De Huang kept retreating. The sand pit had expanded from 5 to 6 meters square to more than 1,000 meters square. A huge black hole appeared in front of them. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Fortunately, De Huang was here. Otherwise, how could he find such a place? He wouldn't be able to find it even if he spent his whole life. Sure enough, the sand pit became bigger and bigger. As time passed, a huge black hole appeared in front of them. Finally, a weak power of the stars made Jiang Chen excited. This was it. Jiang Chen was very sure that this was the place where the star's core was hidden. However, the sand here blocked the star's core. There was no energy emitted at all. Hence, Jiang Chen walked past it without knowing. De Huang, your nose is 2F** king awesome. Jiang Chen said sincerely. He had to admit that De Huang was born with a nose. That's for sure. De Huang shook his head and wagged his tail. He was very happy. However, at this time, just as Jiang Chen's heart was filled with joy, a towering aura was emitted from the black hole. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several black shadows that emitted a bluish-black light appeared above Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen took a closer look and saw that they were the shadows of several demonic beasts. They were illusory and had black mist. Their blood-red eyes were emitting shocking anger. These soul shadows completely surrounded Jiang Chen and De Huang. That towering demonic aura made Jiang Chen very uncomfortable. These demonic beasts were probably the almighties that had been suppressed under the devil refining well by Sumor's father. Even after so many years, their soul power was still very terrifying and powerful. Jiang Chen felt as though there were 5 tons of weights on his head, making it hard for him to breathe. These guys were definitely not simple. Furthermore, Jiang Chen could tell from their eyes that they didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards him and De Huang. There was only a strong murderous intent, as though there was only slaughter in their eyes. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if these soul shadows had lost their consciousness. Even if they did, they only knew how to attack without the slightest hesitation. The strength of these soul shadows was around the 8th level of the star level. They were definitely not easy to deal with. F***ck. What kind of place is this? Little Chenzi, you've put me in so much trouble. You didn't say that there were so many monsters here. De Huang took in a cold breath. These soul shadows were staring at them as though they wanted their blood. This was not a good sign. These guys were not easy to deal with. Moreover, the feeling of being stared at by them was very uncomfortable. Big Yellow could tell that these fellas weren't ordinary. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of them. What should we do? De Huang looked at Jiang Chen. Run. Run your ass. I've spent so much effort to find the core of the star. I definitely can't run. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since you woke up this time, why have you become more and more cowardly? This isn't like you. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang and said disdainfully. Because I dreamed of something that happened in the past. I dreamed of her. De Huang murmured. What do you mean? Jiang Chen was stunned. People like you won't understand my single-mindedness towards love. De Huang twitched his mouth and said. I'm a philanthropist more than you. Jiang Chen said. However, this time, De Huang's gaze was indeed different. In his eyes, Jiang Chen saw a trace of concern, a trace of longing, and a trace of yearning for the future. It was like a virgin in love. De Huang had really changed. Jiang Chen knew that his state of mind had undergone an earth-shattering change. This slumber might be the sublimation of his life. Although strength was important, his heart seemed to have become softer. Chapter 5094. Be careful, De Huang. Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and rose against the wind, furiously slashing the sky. The 5 soul shadows all charged forward. The terrifying black devil chi filled the sky. Jiang Chen and De Huang were facing a formidable enemy. They stood back to back ready to fight. Damn it, Master Dog is not in a good mood today. This time I must kill them all. De Huang was furious. His face was gloomy and a strong aura surged. De Huang's personality had changed a lot. Jiang Chen had always been concerned about this. Although he did not know what De Huang had experienced, he had to stand by De Huang's side no matter what. A brother for life. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and fought 1 against 3. Although they were 8 heavenly layer star soul shadows, Jiang Chen's strength was not weak. Although he was only a 6 heavenly layer star soul shadow with the new heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Chen had the confidence to fight to the end. The heavenly dragon sword was big and powerful. The limitless sword was invincible. Even when the 3 soul shadows were fighting, Jiang Chen did not gain any advantage. Jiang Chen became braver as he fought. He felt that the new heavenly dragon sword's power was completely different from before. He did not fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting against the 3 soul shadows. The soul shadows were like mountains. They were more than 10 meters tall. A fierce tiger with a sharp horn, a huge male lion, and a sharp-beaked bird surrounded Jiang Chen in the middle of the battle. A sharp whistling sound was approaching. Although Jiang Chen's sword had not been sharpened yet, it was still as powerful as a mountain. The 3 soul shadows did not dare to fight head-on. They could only keep looking for opportunities. However, their strength was also very terrifying. Even if their bodies had long been suppressed and destroyed, as long as there was a soul shadow, they could still fight in the sky. Jiang Chen was even more astonished. It was difficult to imagine. Just how strong were they back then? However, no matter how strong they were, They were already like arrows at the end of their flight right now. Their physical bodies had been destroyed and their strength had been squeezed dry. Right now, all of them were merely struggling at death's door. Perhaps after 1,000 years or 10,000 years, their strength would continue to decline, and they might even be reduced to ashes. But now it was giving Jiang Chen quite a headache. The three soul shadows had completely entangled him. Both sides were evenly matched and neither side could crush the other. This made Jiang Chen very depressed. However, there was no way Jiang Chen would admit defeat so easily. Furthermore, these fellows had long lost their glory from back then. If he couldn't even deal with these mere soul shadows, how could he even talk about roaming the eternal world in the future? On the other side, De Huang was not showing any signs of weakness either. Facing against two soul shadows whose strength was on par with him, he was actually vaguely gaining the upper hand. De Huang's fighting spirit was soaring and he was invincible. This left Jiang Chen extremely shocked. After this fella had awakened, he had indeed obtained a lot of benefits. Not only did his strength improve by leaps and bounds, he had even surpassed Jiang Chen right now. Little Chenzi, you've got to work harder. I'm about to get rid of them. De Huang laughed out loud. His terrifying dog head was rampaging about. This was the sharpest treasure in his hands and there was nothing it couldn't cut through. Bang bang bang. De Huang's dog head smashed into the soul shadows, causing them to feel dizzy. They were in extreme pain and they kept retreating. Their situation was very worrying. Don't worry, I won't be left behind by you, Jiang Chen said confidently. Sword 29. Sword 30. Sword 31. Sword shadows fell from the sky and it was extremely terrifying. The sword chi was terrifying and it was invincible. The powerful sword blade was like a sudden clap of thunder and it was about to attack. The three soul shadows were continuously forced back by Jiang Chen's attack. They were extremely furious, and they bared their fangs as they desperately rushed towards the sky. Both sides were evenly matched and De Huang was getting more and more excited. The heavenly dragon sword in Little Chenzi's hand was extremely sharp, and with his dragon transformation, there should be no need to worry. Although his words were unforgiving, De Huang was still very worried that he could not deal with the 3-star level 8 soul shadows. Between brothers, it goes without saying. De Huang roared like thunder and he tore the soul shadows with his bare hands. It was extremely intense. The two brothers who were invincible once again fought side by side, and there were no flaws at all. The limitless sword with ease. The sword chi was frightening and there was nothing it couldn't fight. Jiang Chen's sword intent was getting stronger. Whether it was the limitless sword or the heavenly dragon sword, they complemented each other. The stronger the sword, the more terrifying the sword art. The more terrifying the sword art, the more power the sword could unleash. The heavenly dragon sword was now a level 9 combat weapon. Once such a divine weapon was unleashed, it would be unimaginable. Right now, Jiang Chen could not unleash the full power of the heavenly dragon sword. When he broke through the star state and reached the cosmic cloud state, he would probably be able to unleash the domineering power of the heavenly dragon sword. Little Chenzi, hold on tight. I'm going to tear these two soul shadows apart with my bare hands. De Huang roared, and as he roared, his sharp claws tore through the sky. The sky changed colors, and in the dim monster refinement well, sand was blown everywhere. Arg! A miserable shriek was heard as Big Yellow tore the soul shadow apart. The scorpion-shaped soul shadow was directly cut into 8 pieces by Big Yellow, and it was completely turned into ashes. Jiang Chen saw that De Huang was really angry. Such a terrifying soul shadow, which was on par with him, was killed by him. This kid was getting better and better. Jiang Chen thought to himself, I can't show any weakness either. Big Huang had already torn one. If he were to fall behind later, this damn dog would definitely grab onto it and not let go. 9 Tribulation imprisoning heavenly finger. 1 sun finger. Double dragon finger. 3-fold finger. Jiang Chen kept accumulating strength. The 9 Tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger fell from the sky and pointed at the 3 soul shadows. At this time the 3 soul shadows retreated. They were shaken by Jiang Chen. At this critical moment, Jiang Chen would not stop. He took advantage of the situation and continued to attack. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand bloomed again. The sword light was like a dragon and the golden dragon roared in the sky. The sword soul attacked and merged with the sword chi. It passed through the 3 soul shadows in an instant. In the next second the soul shadow disappeared from the world. De Huang also tore the second soul shadow at this time. The two brothers looked at each other and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. No one was willing to give in to the other. If you were not holding the new heavenly dragon sword, you would definitely be behind Master Dog. De Huang said while wagging his tail. If you were not dealing with two soul shadows, you would have lost long ago. Jiang Qin said with a smile. If there are another 8 or 10 of them, I will definitely not lose to you. With Master Dog's current strength, even if there are 100 of them, I am not afraid. Big Yellow said in a serious manner. It was very domineering. Rumble, a deafening sound came from below the black hole. Jiang Qin frowned. At this time, black soul shadows flew up to the sky one after another. 10, 20, 30, 100. Jiang Qin could not help but feel numb. There were so many soul shadows and there were more and more of them. De Huang's crow mouth was really blessed. Jiang Qin looked at him angrily. De Huang also looked innocent. It's not my fault. De Huang curled his lips. Chapter 5095. Don't blame you? Alright, we can only blame ourselves for being too flashy. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. The two of them felt their scalp going numb. There were hundreds of souls. All of them were the peerless demons that were suppressed in the past. There were even 2 ninth heavenly layer star realm souls. Who could withstand this? De Huang's nose was indeed sharp, but he did not sense the danger here. With so many souls coming out from the dark underground, Jiang Qin did not dare to look at them. It's not just a few that came back. Why don't you take them all? Jiang Qin said with a smile. Damn you. Little Qinzi, you've learned bad things. No matter how fierce I am, I can't beat them. Tell me, what should we do? If you think we're going to die, I'll accompany you to the grave. At most I'll die. De Huang gritted his teeth. Fang Jing was going to die anyway. What was there to be afraid of? Fight with your back to the river. Anyway, with little Qinzi here, what was there to be afraid of? So many souls, none of them are easy to deal with. This time I'm afraid we'll really have to risk our lives. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. There's actually someone who could come here. It's really surprising. A white-haired, long-faced old man floated in the air, looking at Jiang Qin and De Huang. Then let's see who gets their bodies. The other pot-bellied old man chuckled. The two of them were at the 9th firmament of the star realm and were the leaders of this group of soul shadows. This human's body is naturally mine. The long-faced old man said with a smile. Shi Yunfen, can you not be so annoying? Are you even worthy? The big-bellied old man said in disdain. Your body is just right for the dog beside you. It's already your good fortune to have a dog's body. Lu Ming, don't be unappreciative. Humph. Shi Yunfan snorted coldly. Who can say for sure? After being suppressed here for so many years, I'm already used to it. Now that these two fellows have fallen down, I'm filled with nostalgia. If I could really leave this place, wouldn't I be able to dominate the world again? Ha! Lu Ming laughed and said. His eyes were filled with the color of battle. After so many years, you're still the same. Do you think you can beat me? This time the man and the dog are our last hope. Shi Yunfan narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Qin and De Huang. Their edges and corners had been erased by the passage of time. Back then, when they were suppressed here, which one of them was not a peerless expert like the chief? However, all of them had committed many evils and were no match for Chiemo. That was why they were sealed here. Billions of years had passed and their physical bodies had long been destroyed. The souls that were able to survive were all the strongest experts in the past. Shi Yunfan and Lu Ming were the best proof. When they looked at Jiang Qin and Big Yellow, their eyes were blazing because they were getting impatient from waiting. Initially, they thought that they were going to be suppressed to death in this place for the rest of their lives, but they had never thought that they would encounter such an opportunity when they were about to die. This was simply a gift from heaven to them. It was simply the greatest luck in their lives. The demon refining well was a cage. They did not know how many years had passed here, nor did they know that the outside world had long changed. Their only belief was to possess the bodies of Jiang Qin and De Huang, break through the demon refining well and see the outside world. Even if it was just to take a breath of the outside air, it would be good. After all, they really could not stay in the demon refining well any longer. After their physical bodies were obliterated, their souls were also under extreme pressure at this time. That was unbearable for anyone. Countless demons committed suicide, countless demons were sealed by time and turned into ashes. They were the last gods. Those who could survive and still have a trace of their souls were not simple people. Jiang Qin felt the strong pressure from these people. They did not take Jiang Qin and De Huang seriously at all, because in their eyes Jiang Qin and his dog were existences like ants. With their strength back then, killing them would be as simple as crushing ants. Jiang Qin knew that the two of them were in a very difficult situation now. Even if they tried their best, they might not be able to kill these souls. On the contrary, they were likely to be completely obliterated by these souls, and their bodies would also be possessed. That would be the worst outcome. It's actually the two of them. Oh no. Su More's voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Even she was secretive about their existence, so it seemed that the origins of these two guys were not simple. You know the two of them? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. The two of them were captured alive by me and my father's sacred warriors after a fierce battle for 10 days and 10 nights. In that battle, dozens of people from the Holy Samurai Corps died. In the end, we suffered heavy casualties. It was also because of that battle that I was conferred the title of God. But killing those two was too difficult. I also consumed too much energy. If it weren't for the Holy Samurai Corps losing so many people, I might not have been able to capture those two alive. I didn't expect them to still exist after so many years. Although this demon refining well sealed countless demons and evil spirits, they were still able to persist until now, which is enough to show how terrifying they are. With your strength, you might not be a match for them at all. Moreover, there are so many remnant souls and they are not easy to deal with. Many of them are already in cahoots with Zhi Yunfan and Lu Ming. There is no way to break through those star level 8 soul shadows. Summer was a little worried about Jiang Chen's safety. After all, the opponents were really too strong. There was a saying that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The current Jiang Chen was not even 100,000th of them. Even with his strength sealed, he still completely surpassed Jiang Chen. If they were still alive, I might be afraid of them, but now that they are dead, there is nothing for me to be afraid of. As for the remaining souls, I will let them know how powerful I, Jiang Chen, am. In my dictionary there is no such thing as failure. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Failure, he definitely could not fail. He had to fight a beautiful battle with De Huang. This was not a battle to save himself, but a battle to turn things around. If he could defeat these guys, then there should be no obstacles when he went to search for the Star Core. This was what Jiang Chen was most concerned about. Lowly kid, kneel in front of me and accept your death. Perhaps you can still get a trace of forgiveness. I will use your body to conquer the world and let everyone remember my name, Zhi Yunfan. Chapter 5096. Facing Zhi Yunfan's intense pressure, Jiang Chen was already prepared to fight to the death. Su Mo knew that these two weren't to be trifled with. Now he definitely couldn't win easily, and there were so many star level 7 and 8 soul shadows eyeing him covetously. Jiang Chen knew that if he didn't succeed in this battle, he would die for a righteous cause. Just fight, little Chenzi, when have we brothers ever been afraid? Ah, go to hell with them. De Huang was fearless. Alone he was even more relaxed. Then let's fight. Even if I die, I will turn you into ashes. Jiang Chen held his sword and soared into the sky. Terrifying sword shadows shot out in all directions. The star level 7 and 8 soul shadows didn't dare to take it head-on. Facing Jiang Chen's heavy sword aura, they were still very imposing. Mantis trying to stop a chariot. If you want to die, I will send you on your way. However, no one can take your body away from me. Zhi Yunfan said indifferently, his eyes extremely cold. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Zhi Yunfan, I won't admit defeat so easily. Dear Cry laughed. Cut the crap. Your opponent is me. De Huang came up and went straight for Dear Cry. A star level 9 soul shadow wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, there were so many soul shadows accompanying him. However, De Huang had always been fearless. Moreover, he was already a star level 8. If it wasn't because there were so many soul shadows, Dear Cry wouldn't even be a threat to him. Fine. Then I will send you to heaven first. You damn dog, you deserve to die. Dear Cry's eyes were like knives. With a roar, he pressed down and went straight for De Huang. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and fought against Zhi Yunfan. Both of them exchanged blows continuously. Facing Zhi Yunfan's powerful pressure, Jiang Chen was forced to retreat. After all, his opponent was too strong. Jiang Chen was clear that Zhi Yunfan's strength wasn't to be trifled with. Even though his strength had regressed to the star level 9, his experience and vision were still there. He had regressed while Jiang Chen had advanced. There was still a gap of 3 levels. This wasn't an ordinary match. Jiang Qin used all his means, but Zhi Yunfan still had the upper hand. Zhi Yunfan brandished a long spear in his hand as he fought Jiang Qin with great vigor. He was as steady as a mountain. Sky's sacred spear. A spear pierced through the heavens, and the cloud-breaker sail smashed down continuously. The terrifying force caused Jiang Qin to be pushed back again and again. The long spear swept horizontally, sweeping everything in its path. Jiang Qin couldn't resist at all, but the heavenly dragon sword gave him the last bit of pressure. Jiang Qin's fighting spirit sword. Dragon transformation changed again, and the limitless sword slashed down, once again charging at Zhi Yunfan. Child's play, get lost. Zhi Yunfan sneered. His spear pierced through the skies, clashing with the heavenly dragon sword without retreating. The terrifying force pushed back several soul shadows. Jiang Qin retreated, his expression extremely solemn. If this continued, he definitely wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Both sides fought for a long time. Jiang Qin was exhausted from the start. Zhi Yunfan's strength was far beyond his imagination. Even though it wasn't much to deal with a star level 8 soul shadow, but a star level 9 soul shadow. The difference of 1 level was enough to give Jiang Qin a headache. For Zhi Yunfan to be the leader of all the soul shadows, it was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Jiang Qin knew this better than anyone else. As both sides fought, Jiang Qin kept trying to survive. Facing a star level 9 soul shadow, Jiang Qin was under a lot of pressure. No one knew how powerful these soul shadows were. Jiang Qin had been fighting with Zhi Yunfan for a long time. Only he knew this guy's strength the best. This was a peerless expert in the past. Even if his strength wasn't as good as before, his experience and methods were evident. However, it wasn't easy for Jiang Qin to withstand Zhi Yunfan's attacks. Most importantly, Jiang Qin kept learning from Zhi Yunfan's battles and perfected himself. An expert like Zhi Yunfan wasn't someone ordinary people could deal with. On the other side, De Huang and Lu Ming were fighting back and forth. De Huang's strength wasn't bad to begin with. Plus, he had just broken through and was in high spirits. This battle was also filled with excitement and joy for him. De Huang was an 8th level star level and didn't fear Lu Ming's pressure at all. The two of them clashed tit for tat, making Jiang Qin's blood boil. However, at this time, Zhi Yunfan had already lost his initial patience and didn't want to continue fighting with Jiang Qin. I no longer have the mood to play with you. Zhi Yunfan's expression was as cold as frost as he said indifferently. Wherever the spear pointed, hundreds of soul shadows were ready to charge at this moment. Kill! Following Zhi Yunfan's shout, the hundreds of soul shadows behind him instantly blotted out the sky and covered the earth, completely enveloping Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows tightly as he charged into the enemy's formation. Although the Sky Dragon Sword was very strong, there were too many of them. So many that it made Jiang Qin's scalp go numb. If this continued, he would definitely die without a burial place. These guys aren't as simple as you think. Retreat quickly and leave this place. There might be a chance of survival. Su Moer's voice appeared in Jiang Qin's ears. However, Jiang Qin turned a deaf ear at this time. I have to get what I want, Jiang Qin said firmly. No one could stop him. You lunatic, if you continue to be so stubborn, even your friend will die here. This is not a child's play. Su Moer obviously felt that Jiang Qin was crazy and she couldn't help Jiang Qin now. In this dark devil refining well, the only person who could save Jiang Qin was himself. Divine will technique, it's up to you. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. Now the only thing he could rely on was the divine will technique. If the divine will technique could help him overcome this difficulty, he might be able to completely kill these soul shadows. Now Jiang Qin's natal soul had reached a bottleneck. This time he used the divine will technique to break through to a higher realm. Hence Jiang Qin wanted to take a risk. Otherwise, it would be unimaginably difficult for him to break through the shackles. Divine will as a guide, one thought to heaven. Jiang Qin took a deep breath, and the power of the natal soul burst out in an instant. The terrifying soul psyche spread to the entire area, and all the soul shadows became furious at this moment. No, this is impossible. Impossible. I don't want to die. Terrifying and mournful voices echoed in the sky. Jiang Qin didn't look sideways. He activated the divine will technique and released all the power of the natal soul in his body. He was determined to kill all the soul shadows. Chapter 5097. No one can seal me, not even the heavens. Xianxia roared with all his might. His roar pierced through the sky, causing the entire underground to tremble. Rumble. Xianxia furrowed his brows and activated the divine will technique. He did not retreat at all. This was his only chance. The divine will technique was a fatal blow to the soul shadows. However, Xianxia's natal soul was too weak. Otherwise, these people would be like chickens and dogs in front of him. The Cloudbreaker sail continued to struggle and rush upwards. The divine sense art blotted out the sky and the earth as it pressed downwards. Even Deer Cry was struggling. Even if Xianxia did not hesitate to sacrifice himself and his natal soul, he still wanted to seal all of them here. Damn it, little Xianxia. Big Yellow's countenance turned gloomy. He knew that little Xian was going to risk his life this time. His countenance was extremely unsightly as he struggled unceasingly. There was a limit to the power of his natal astral soul. At this moment, it was impossible for him to kill little Xian with his own strength. Not only that, he might even suffer a backlash. Then I'll see how long you can struggle for. This time I must seal you. A centipede dies but never falls down. Today shall be the day of your death. Xianxia gritted his teeth and once again activated the divine will technique. Even if he had to squeeze out every last bit of his natal soul, he had to seal all of them. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the core of a star? There was no way out now. Xianxia had to hold on until the very last moment. Layers of soul power continued to crush down. No one knew who would have the last laugh. However, the soul shadows were already struggling at death's door. They were destroyed by Xianxia. The deterrence and oppression of the divine will technique were still very powerful. You lunatic, this is a gamble of life and death. You are very likely to fall into a desperate situation. Your soul power is simply not enough to support it. If not for the Emperor-grade God technique, you would have been turned into ashes and died from the backlash. Sumoer was extremely depressed. Is this fella seeking his own death? However, he had quite a lot of treasures on him. The power of the spirit sense chant shocked her. Even some cosmic cloud states might not have as many treasures as Xianxia. This kid was truly a fortune of the heavens. I don't have a choice. Xianxia knew that if this was the case, she would have to place all her hopes on this. Once her astral soul was destroyed, the one who would fall today would be her, not Xianxia and the others. Fight it out. Master Dog will make you bastards fight to the death. Little Xianxia, let me help you. De Huang gritted his teeth and slapped Xianxia's back. He had just condensed his astral soul, but he didn't have the time to tell Xianxia about it. This was one of De Huang's trump cards, but now the two of them were going to fight with their lives on the line. Xianxia's astral soul was definitely stronger than his, but he was alone. It would be difficult for him to face so many soul shadows. Now he had to go through thick and thin with little Xianxia. Only he could help him. Madman, yet another mad dog. The astral souls of the two of you are completely different. If you meet each other recklessly, you would only end up with the opposite of what you want. This is no different from courting death. Sumoer didn't expect this man and dog to be so brainless. This wasn't 1 + 1 = 2. It was even smaller than 1 + 1 = 2. Their astral souls would definitely cancel each other out. Once the astral souls of two different people fused together, there would be a strong repulsion and eventually both of them would be injured. However, they didn't understand. They only wanted to force the soul shadows to retreat. Not all soul shadows could be treated equally. Their actions would only make things worse. Xianxia didn't expect that De Huang had also broken through his astral soul. However, this wasn't the best time for them to join forces. However, since De Huang had already arrived, their astral souls began to fuse together, gradually joining forces to fight against the soul shadows. Xianxia and De Huang's astral souls didn't have the slightest resistance. This was because they had an incomparable trust in each other. There was no need for any words. Their astral souls actually fused together perfectly. This was simply a miracle. Sumoer was completely dumbfounded. Even if they were blood-related brothers or father and son, they might not be able to have such a scene of harmony and harmony. Humans were all selfish by nature. If there was even the slightest bit of selfishness, it would be impossible for two different astral souls to fuse together. However, the two of them did it. Xianxia and Big Yellow were filled with disbelief, but the result was the most important. They had succeeded. There was no longer any sense of pressure on them. Both of their astral souls had fused together to fight against the enemy together. How much trust did they have in each other to be able to achieve such a perfect and flawless result? Divine Will Art Seal. Jiang Qin didn't have any distractions. The moment De Huang's astral soul fused with his astral soul, he knew that his chance had come. Su Mo stared blankly at this scene. Jiang Qin began to frantically devour, plunder and seal. Zhi Yunfan and the rest also began to flee in all directions. However, Jiang Qin's astral soul had already enveloped them. The divine will art was created by a heavenly emperor. It was incomparably terrifying and wasn't something they could contend against. The destructive soul power penetrated through the heavens and earth. It was like a huge net that covered the heavens and earth. No, this is impossible. This is impossible. Dear Cry's voice reverberated in Jiang Qin's ears. De Huang also followed closely behind. He followed beside Jiang Qin. There was no joy or sorrow in his eyes. There were no distractions in his heart. The astral souls all poured out and poured into Jiang Qin's body. They fused perfectly with him and turned into endless soul power that suppressed the heavens. How is this possible? Shi Yunfan's eyes were filled with bewilderment. He had already stayed in the demon refining well for hundreds of millions of years. Originally, he thought that he could rely on the evil dragon Luo Yi to leave the demon refining well and rush out of the Great Thousand Domains. However, the result was unbelievable. Not only had the evil dragon Luo Yi been suppressed once again, even they had been besieged by Jiang Qin, an unknown brat. He'd even obliterated their souls that were already struggling at death's door. Nothing is impossible. Go to hell. You should have died a long time ago. You're old and not dead. What do you want? Chapter 5098. Su Mo was stunned on the spot. It turned out that Jiang Qin's strength wasn't enough to wipe out these soul shadows. Even with the spiritual force art as his trump card, it was still a drop in the bucket. After all, Zhi Yunfan and the rest were too strong. Jiang Qin couldn't achieve his goal no matter how hard he tried. Lu Ming and Zhi Yunfan were like an insurmountable mountain in front of Jiang Qin. However, at the last moment, Jiang Qin and De Huang's dual sword amalgamation and the fusion of two natal star souls had really shocked her. It was like a miracle. It was supposed to be a dead end, but he managed to revive it. Su Mo had never expected such an outcome at the last moment. There was always someone better than you out there. That was the best explanation. What kind of tacit understanding did the two of them have? What kind of trust did they have to accomplish such a feat? It was supposed to be suicide, but it changed the final outcome. Su Mo couldn't believe it, but the truth was right in front of her. Under the spiritual force art, all the soul shadows of the demonic beast had been completely wiped out. There wasn't a single trace left. The entire demon refining well was getting quieter and quieter. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. You're really something, Jiang Qin. Su Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Phew, it's finally over. Damn it, I was scared to death. I thought I was really going to be glorious this time. De Huang said while panting. Little Qinzi, hurry up and thank me. If it wasn't for me, you'd be finished. De Huang was still very complacent and didn't look like he had just survived a disaster. T. Without me, you'd still be dead here. You're taking advantage of me this time. Jiang Qin said. CKU. Don't you have any shame? Little Qinzi, this is all my credit. De Huang said unhappily. Forget it, forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Jiang Qin said in disdain. What do you mean by, forget? Make yourself clear. De Huang said relentlessly. However, Jiang Qin's gaze had already landed on the pitch-black cave entrance. Those soul shadows had all come out from there. Su Mo was also filled with emotions. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. It was really hard to imagine how the two of them were able to achieve such harmony in their soul realms. These remnant souls are extremely beneficial to you. Your innate astral soul should be able to take this opportunity to rise to the next level. Su Mo said. I know, I'll activate my innate astral souls now. These soul shadows have already been sealed by me. If they can lend me a helping hand, that would be even better. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes slightly. The surrounding void was filled with those ownerless and unconscious remnant souls. This was a really big piece of meat. How could he let it go? The divine will art was one of the most powerful techniques of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even Su Mo had a whole new level of respect for it. However, it required a strong innate astral soul as a foundation. Right now, Jiang Chen's innate astral soul was too weak. This time it was a good fortune for him. Jiang Chen sat down carefully and activated the divine will art. However, this time Jiang Chen didn't attack. Instead, he wanted to absorb all these ownerless remnant souls for his own use. To Jiang Chen, these ownerless remnant souls were real treasures. Once he devoured them completely and absorbed them for his own use, Jiang Chen's innate astral soul would definitely rise. Time flew. Jiang Chen didn't know how much time had passed. When he woke up again, his vision became extremely clear. It was as though everything within a 10-mile radius was under his control. His innate astral soul continued to strengthen. His heart was filled with confidence. A grade 4 astral soul. Truly amazing. Among the nebula states, there aren't many who have such a powerful astral soul. You are really the son of fortune. Su Moer was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. This guy was too lucky. He devoured those ownerless remnant souls and completed the evolution of his innate astral soul. Those who wanted to kill him were all defeated by him in the end. A 6th-level star state kid actually had such a great fortune. He had no choice but to be convinced. A grade 4 astral soul? Jiang Chen murmured. To the current him it was already rather terrifying. This time if he used the divine will art again he definitely wouldn't be in such a pathetic state like before. Little Chenzi, I feel that you are becoming more and more terrifying. What the hell did you eat? Why are you so monstrous? I initially thought that my innate astral soul would be able to fight against you, but now it's trembling. The suppression of your innate astral soul has completely crushed me. De Huang said unhappily. However, he would definitely be happier if Jiang Chen became stronger. It's good that you admit it. I thought you still wouldn't admit that I'm stronger than you. Jiang Chen shrugged. Master Dog will never admit it. If I don't use my innate astral soul, Master Dog can easily crush you. Then why don't you just let me stand there and let you beat me up? Jiang Chen jokingly scolded. I think that's fine. De Huang spoke calmly. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with him. It's time to go down and take a look. This time around I must definitely obtain the core of the star. Jiang Chen had no distractions in his heart as he spoke with a solemn expression. He glanced at De Huang and the two of them no longer bickered. They nodded their heads and headed down the black hole. Jiang Chen activated the 5-elemental divine fire, illuminating the black hole. After descending for tens of thousands of li, Jiang Chen finally arrived at the depths of the Earth's core. The surrounding rocks and cliffs were filled with lava, churning unceasingly. He could confirm that this place was definitely the depths of the Earth's core. Jiang Chen and De Huang stood there. Their surroundings were filled with corpses, and these corpses were all sparkling. From the looks of it, they should all be extremely terrifying existences. What sort of place was this exactly? The lava in the surroundings was pulsating unceasingly, gurgling as it flowed down from the top to the bottom. The terrifying temperature had already risen to over 1,000 degrees. At this moment, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation, De Huang would have already been roasted alive. This place is too strange. In the depths of the Earth's core there's lava everywhere. Even my nose isn't sensitive. Where are we going to find the core of the star? De Huang frowned. He was perspiring profusely from the heat. Luckily, with Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation he wasn't roasted alive. We can only search slowly. From the looks of it, this place has existed for countless years. However, with so much lava we still have to be careful. Although the lava in the depths of the Earth's core isn't as terrifying as my 5-elemental divine fire, it's a tangible fire. It's even more monstrous. If we're not careful we might be entangled by it. When that happens it'll be troublesome, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Tangible fire, as the name implied, the lava here existed in a liquid form. When the lava flowed past it made their hearts extremely hot. The temperature of the fire was secondary, it could make people feel uneasy. Being wrapped in the lava made Jiang Chen feel very uncomfortable. He could resist it for a while but not forever. Chapter 5099. Surrounded by lava, Jiang Chen's heart was heavy as he carefully searched for the star's core. After overcoming so many difficulties he finally arrived here. However, the star's core was nowhere to be found. Jiang Chen was definitely not satisfied. De Huang, I still have to rely on you. Jiang Chen smiled. Hee hee, I knew it. Big Yellow chuckled. Let Lord Dog give you a good sniff later. Big Yellow swaggered in front of Zhou Xian, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, this place was filled with magma. If he was careless, he might be caught by the fire. Even a Star Realm expert would have to pay for it. Big Yellow and Zhou Xian walked for a long time and finally found the end of the magma flow. At the end of the magma flow was a sea of fire. All the magma was flowing towards this place from all directions. Just looking at it made one's scalp go numb. The temperature here was estimated to have reached thousands of degrees. Zhou Xian could rely on the 5-elemental trigram fire formation to stabilize the situation, but he believed that he could not hold on for a day. The terrifying heat waves were like raging waves beating against the shore. Between the waves, flames rose into the sky, and the void was filled with gray smoke. When the surroundings fell from time to time, they were instantly turned into ashes. Oh my god, the temperature here should be at least 4,000 to 5,000 degrees. I can't take it anymore, little Xianxia. I'm dying from the heat. I'll go to your Buddha prison palace for a while. I can only bring you here. I feel that the star's core you're looking for should be under this sea of lava. De Huang stuck out his tongue. After saying that, he went into Zhou Qian's Buddha prison palace. Zhou Qian was exasperated. Seemed like even De Huang couldn't hold on any longer. The temperature underground was simply way too high. This was definitely the depths of the Earth's core. However, even if he were to dive down into the magma, he wouldn't know where the core of the star was. Zhou Qian gazed into the distance. Magma was pouring down from all directions. The rocks around him had been turned into ashes, but the ground beneath his feet remained the same even though the magma was flowing down. Nothing had happened to the place he was standing on. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up and he slapped his forehead. Where was the star's core? It was right under his feet. I've really worn out iron shoes in fruitless search. Zhou Qian murmured. The entire area beneath his feet was the core of a star. He could not help but smile bitterly. Seemed like he was too stubborn in the end. Zhou Qian activated the astral pole and sure enough, the power of the stars around him began to rise rapidly from his feet. It's here, ha! Zhou Qian exclaimed in surprise. However, after he probed the surroundings with his soul, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This time there wasn't as much star's core as he had imagined. In other words, the star's core of Tianqian's star was already very small. After hundreds of millions of years, more than half of the star's core had been used up, and now there was only a very, very small star's core left. Although Zhou Qian was a little unwilling, it was still an unexpected gain. This time he came to the sinkhole to look for materials to reconstruct the Sky Dragon sword. He didn't expect to find a blessing in disguise and actually found this place. This was already a great fortune. Zhou Qian knew that he had to be content. A contented person would always be happy. It's time to show my real skills. I wonder what realm I can break through this time. Zhou Qian didn't dare to have the same kind of expectation as before. After all, this time the star's core was very limited. As long as he could make a breakthrough, it would be the greatest comfort. Zhou Qian sat cross-legged on the boulder and began to activate the astral pole. Strands of the power of the stars constantly flowed into his body. Zhou Qian's heart was incomparably carefree. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. A terrifying power surged into his heart, and the power of the stars in his body kept increasing. He was like a big furnace, crazily absorbing the power of the stars in the star's core. Gradually, the power of the stars in Zhou Qian's body kept increasing, and so did his cultivation. Although the star's core here was limited and the power of the stars was also limited, Zhou Qian wasn't arrogant or rash. He absorbed as much as he could. This was an unexpected surprise. What else could he be dissatisfied with? The energy of the stars continued to strengthen Zhou Qian's physique. His dragon transformation had been tempered and forged by the stars. That was the most terrifying part of it. In this world, the toughest thing was nothing more than the vast stars. With the power of the stars, one could imagine the toughness of Zhou Qian's body. Breakthrough for me. Zhou Qian roared in his heart as he continuously cultivated. The power of the stars was perfectly fused. In the end, Zhou Qian's strength stopped at the peak of the 8th firmament star realm. It directly increased by 2 firmament star realms. The gap between the 8th and 9th firmament star realms was getting bigger and bigger. To be able to stabilize his strength at the peak of the 8th firmament star realm, Zhou Qian was already very happy. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen was satisfied. He slowly got up. He could feel that his body seemed to be glistening with starlight. The stronger the power of the stars, the smoother his future path would be. I didn't expect someone to be able to completely master the power of the stars. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, you really make me more and more curious. The power of the stars is the mighty power of heaven and earth. You are the first person in history to be able to borrow the power of the stars to achieve your own cultivation. Su Moer was very shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, especially when he cultivated the astral pole. I'm not the first. The true powerhouse was Senior Long Futu back then who created the astral pole. Jiang Chen said solemnly. His respect and admiration for Long Futu were evident in his words. Back then, even my father, who was once the paragon of the universe, seemed to have thought about whether the vast power of the universe like the power of the stars could be used for his own use. However, he failed because the power of the stars can't be stored in the body. It's a kind of power released by the stars of heaven and earth, so it can't be used by humans. This Long Futu is really a genius. It's hard to imagine. Su Moer's words were also filled with admiration for Long Futu. If you can become the real paragon of the universe one day, perhaps it will be an unimaginable miracle. I hope so. Jiang Chen smiled. It was time for him to leave this place. Luo Ying must be very anxious now, right? Jiang Chen quickly left the bottom of the crater. When he appeared around the crater, he didn't see Luo Ying. At that moment, Jiang Chen had a bad feeling. Where did Luo Ying go? Where did the Black King go? Just as Jiang Chen was in a daze, a black shadow flew out from the ground. It was actually the Black King. The Black King? What's going on? Where's Luo Ying? Jiang Chen asked. Miss Luo Ying, she has already left. She waited here for 100 years but she didn't see you. In the end she left quietly. Chapter 5100. 100 years, Jiang Chen murmured. His face was filled with bitterness. He didn't expect that 100 years had passed since he left. Things had changed with the passage of time. It was truly unbelievable. Time was something that no one could retain. Jiang Chen knew this better than anyone else. 100 years had passed. Even Luo Ying had left him. He didn't know where she was. She thought that he was already dead. Little did she know that the two of them were separated forever. Ever since Master entered the heaven pit, our soul connection was severed. That's why I and the rest of the demonic beast army collapsed. After 100 years of feigning death, Miss Luo Ying thought that Master was really dead. The Black King said with a solemn expression. Forget it, forget it. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He felt very bitter in his heart. He had let Luo Ying down. However, he didn't know where she was. Following that, the silhouettes of the beasts soared into the sky. Thousands of beasts returned to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen was filled with emotions. Coincidentally, he had lost all contact with the Black King. This caused Luo Ying to misunderstand. Now that his strength had increased to the 8th heaven of the star level, he had lost Luo Ying. As she might be with Chen Lu. Jiang Chen comforted himself. He still had a trace of hope. Sigh, I didn't expect so many years to pass in a blink of an eye. It's really worrying. Little Chenzi, it seems that I've been asleep for many years. De Huang murmured. Some things once missed will never be missed again. It was rare for De Huang to be worried. Jiang Chen knew that only he could understand that look. Since when did De Huang become so sentimental? What did you remember during your sleep? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang and asked. De Huang was slightly surprised and looked at Jiang Chen. As expected of his best brother, Jiang Chen had actually seen through his memories. Your gaze is different from before. You might be able to deceive others, but you can't deceive me. This time you've been asleep for a longer period of time than ever before. After you woke up, you were clearly in great pain. Although you're trying to hide it, I know that you're not feeling well in your heart, said Jiang Chen. He looked at De Huang with a burning gaze. He hoped that De Huang could speak his mind. Otherwise, it would be very painful to keep his words in his heart. De Huang was also a person with a story. De Huang sighed and shook his head. Back in those days, Lord Dog was also a distinguished and carefree hero. It's a pity that fate plays tricks on me. Actually, it's just my sad past. There's no need to mention it. Ai, little Chinzi, I know you care about me, but there are some things that should be buried in the depths of your memories. It's useless to talk about them. It's just a sad past of mine. Hurry up and find Miss Luo Ying. Otherwise, I'll see your eyes light up. Damn you. You're still mocking me? Fine, since you're unwilling, then forget it. Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile. Since De Huang wasn't willing to say it, he wouldn't force him. After all, he didn't want to say it in his heart. After packing up the demonic beast army, Jiang Qin and De Huang rushed to the Qin clan. Their hearts were filled with hope. They hoped that Luo Ying would be there. Mount Dongqin was now a sea of fire. Looking from afar, the mountains and rivers were connected. The largest mountain in the western border, Mount Dongqin, was engulfed in a huge fire that stretched for hundreds of miles. Countless people were burned to death. Their screams were deafening and resounded through the sky. "Save me! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Li Kuafu, you bastards, you'll die a horrible death! Is our Mount Dongqin really going to be finished just like that? Our Mount Dongqin will never yield. We won't lower our heads. Kill them!" Countless people from Mount East Qin started to desperately kill their way into the enemy lines. Mount East Qin had turned into a sea of flames, and there were broken walls and corpses everywhere. The entire place was filled with a nauseating rotting smell. One expert after another fell to the ground. Groups of people were burned to ashes. Countless experts descended from the sky and swept their swords across the sky. Blood splattered everywhere and the sky changed color. "Take the Qin clan and leave quickly. Leave from the back of the mountain. Don't wait any longer." Qin Batian gripped his spear tightly. His entire body was covered in blood, some of it his own and some of it his enemies. The flames of war continued to spread. Most of the palaces in the belly of the mountain had been destroyed. The Qin clan was in a precarious situation. "I'm not leaving, Dad. Even if I die, I'll die with the Qin clan," Qin Lu said through gritted teeth. Slap. Qin Batian slapped Qin Lu's face. This was the first time he had slapped his daughter in so many years. However, Qin Batian was in more pain than anyone else. "Idiot. If you don't leave now, our Qin clan will be finished. There's no need to worry about firewood as long as there's life. Those bastards are trying to eradicate our Qin clan. We can't let them succeed." Qin Batian roared furiously. The anger and bitterness in his heart were evident in his words. However, there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could do now was to preserve the Qin clan's roots. As long as the Qin clan was still alive, they would definitely make a comeback. "Dad. Say no more. If you don't leave, I'll kill myself in front of you right now." Qin Batian's determination made Qin Lu speechless. She knew that her father would definitely be able to do it, because he had already prepared himself to fight to the death with the other two major powers. Basically, the Qin clan's chances of victory were extremely slim. Otherwise, her father wouldn't have allowed her to bring the Qin clan away. He was already prepared to die. The Qin clan's decisive battle was for this moment. They had already disregarded life and death. Qin Lu wasn't an exception, but her father had pushed her out. The Qin clan's battlefield had already reached a point where it wouldn't rest until one side was dead. Experts were falling one after another, and the Qin clan's members were lying in pools of blood. Those were their seniors, their playmates, and the best disciples of the Qin clan. However, in the face of this inhumane battle, the Qin clan had become insignificant. "Hurry up and leave." Qin Batian's roar was like thunder as he pushed Qin Lu halfway up the mountain. Hundreds of people had already brought the Qin clan's members halfway up the mountain, ready to escape from this dangerous battlefield. "Ha! Old Qin, your Qin clan's doomsday has arrived. From today onwards, Dongqin Mountain will be the Xingyuan dynasty's territory. All of you must die. Ha!" An old man in a golden battle robe was brimming with energy and murderous intent. He held a 7-foot-long silver spear in his hand and swept it across the sky with an imposing manner. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, a 100-meter-tall giant slowly raised his head and slammed his palm down, turning a 1,000-meter-tall mountain into dust. Chapter 5101. Qin Lu's expression was extremely unsightly as she watched her clansmen and relatives being annihilated one by the mountain and the sea of flames. However, she couldn't reject her father's order. Otherwise, the entire Qin clan would be completely annihilated. Not a single trace of life would be left. They were the seeds of the Qin clan, the last hope of the Qin clan. Thus, at the last moment, Qin Batian had already made the necessary preparations. He was going to risk his life to escort them out of here. The jade stone and the flesh and blood all turned to dust. The sky became darker and darker and gray smoke filled the sky. As for the mountain-like figure, he slowly stood up, causing everyone to feel intimidated just by looking at him. The leader of the Quafu race, Li Quafu. The members of the Quafu race were all shocking giants. Even though they were born a few hundred meters tall, they were still one of the three major factions of Mount Dongchen. Grandpa is still in solitary cultivation. Not long ago he suffered internal injuries trying to break through to the half-step cosmic cloud state. I'm afraid. Qin Lu gritted her teeth. She didn't want to leave. Xingyuan dynasty. You're the leader of the Xingtian prefecture. How dare you ambush the Qin family? You're too despicable. Qin Batian roared and pointed at Xingyuan dynasty. You don't have the right to talk to me. Tell your father to come out. It seems the Qin family has no one left. Why do I need a piece of trash like you to talk to me? But if we're talking about despicable, it should be your Qin family. If your ancestor didn't collude with outsiders, would Mount Dongchen be occupied by you? This is called reincarnation. Ah. Xingyuan dynasty laughed. Qin Batian wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. Although Qin Batian had broken through to the 9th level of the star state, he was still a far cry from them who were at the peak of the 9th level of the star state. The two didn't seem much different, but they both accumulated their power for millions of years. In order to reach the peak of the star state, Qin Batian would need to cultivate for another 5 to 10,000 years. Xingtian Prefecture Quafu race. These two great powers were the strongest opponents of Mount Dongchen. Originally it was a tripartite confrontation. But now these two great powers actually dared to show off their strength to the Qin clan. Right now Qin Batian was feeling a little disheartened. Since the two families dared to attack now, they must have planned this. If someone didn't betray the Qin family, they wouldn't know that their father failed to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state and suffered a backlash. That's why they chose this time to attack. Their goal was to kill their father in one strike. Without an absolute being like a peak star state, the Qin family would be in deep trouble if they had to face the alliance of the two major forces. To the Quafu clan and the Xingtian clan, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, they might never get it again. Qin Batian, if you don't want to die now, ask your father to come out. I want to see exactly how strong Qin Feng has become after not seeing him for so many years. Even with an army pressing down on him, he is still able to shut himself in. Ah, could it be that he has already died in his old nest? Li Quafu's voice was like a great bell that shook the heavens and earth. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the Qin clan covered their ears and felt their scalps go numb. The Quafu race has always called themselves the descendants of the god race. I didn't expect them to do such things. How despicable. Qin Batian clenched his fists. His face was extremely gloomy. Are you still stalling for time? It's pointless. From now on, Mount Dongchen will be split into two. It belongs to the Quafu race and the Xingtian prefecture. Li Quafu said nonchalantly. Following that, to everyone's surprise, Li Quafu actually made a move against Qin Batian. His heavy fists danced in the air with enough power to destroy the heavens and earth. That aura was completely locked onto Qin Batian. Even if Qin Batian wanted to escape, there was no way for him to escape. Rumble. A heavy fist blasted out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. This fist caused Qin Batian's eyes to widen, as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. Die. Qin Batian used everything he had. He raised his palms above his head in an attempt to block the punch, but Li Quafu was just too strong. Qin Batian couldn't take it on at all. Bang! Qin Batian barely managed to block the punch. He was forced back 800 meters. His head was bleeding from the impact and his life force had been destroyed. He was almost dead. Too powerful. They were both at the 9th level of the star level, but Qin Batian's peak combat power was far inferior. Qin Batian knew that it wasn't easy for him to block the punch. Old Qin, I'll send your son to the afterlife now. Xing Yuanchao laughed out loud. The wind from his palm was like thunder, whistling through the entire Dongchen mountain with boundless strength. Qin Batian was already prepared to fight to the death. He couldn't take a second attack at all. Don't you dare hurt my son. A furious roar rose from Mount Dongchen and spread across the sky. A blue streak of light flew into the sky and met Xing Yuanchao's palm directly. Both of them retreated. Xing Yuanchao's eyes were dark as he stared at the blue-robed figure in front of him. It was the head of the Qin family, Qin Feng. Father. Qin Batian said worriedly. His father's strength had fallen quite a bit, far from what it used to be. Otherwise he wouldn't have let them run wild in the Qin family. It's fine. Qin Feng's expression was grim. His gaze was sharp as he stared at Xing Yuanchao and Li Kuofu in the distance. These two were trying to take drastic measures to uproot the Qin family. Old Qin, you're finally out. Ah, I thought you'd be a coward for the rest of your life. Your Qin family is about to be destroyed. I thought you'd run away. Xing Yuanchao apologized. Xing Yuanchao, Li Kuofu, are you two going to fight me to the death? Qin Feng said coldly. Don't try to be mysterious. Don't you know your strength now? Otherwise, do you think we would use all the power of our families to attack your Qin family? Since we're here, we're prepared to fight to the death. Do you think you're worthy? At least you're not worthy now. Xing Yuanchao laughed. Qin Feng took in a deep breath. His expression was solemn and meticulous. It seemed like their Qin family was truly going to face a true calamity at this moment. He failed to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state this time. It was destined that this calamity would be unstoppable. There must have been spies in the Qin family. Otherwise, the two major forces wouldn't be afraid of going all out just to annihilate the Qin family. Chapter 5102. Qin Feng could leave. With his power, even if he ran, no one would be able to catch up to him. Unfortunately, all of his descendants were here. If he left, not only would Mount East Qin be destroyed, but all of his descendants would die. In that case, even if he left this place, what would be the point of sealing it? 100,000 years was something he could afford to wait, but his 10,000 years of painstaking effort as well as his children and grandchildren could not be exchanged for 100,000 years. Therefore, even if Qin Feng died, he would protect his land with his life. This was his belief. This was his life goal. At least, it's more than enough to deal with you. Qin Feng sneered. Even though he knew he couldn't win, he wasn't going to give up. He was going to drag someone down with him. He didn't break through to the half-step cosmic cloud state in one go, but he didn't completely fail. He could still fight. The cosmic cloud state was too difficult. He had been stuck at the peak of the star state for more than 60,000 years, but he still couldn't break through. This made Qin Feng extremely depressed. This time he wanted to break through to a higher state, but he failed. This caused the entire Qin family to suffer. To Qin Feng, this breakthrough was a failure. It might be a crushing defeat. Don't be too confident. With your current power, it's still uncertain who will die. Qin Feng, I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. It's said that the Qin family's Qin fist is very powerful. Don't hold back this time. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I can kill you with one punch. Xing Yuanchao sneered. His battle intent surged. He pointed his spear at Qin Feng. Fight. 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 Qin Feng didn't back down. He charged at Xing Yuanchao despite knowing he couldn't win. He had to be responsible for the entire Qin family. Even if he died, he would drag Xing Yuanchao down with him. Two silhouettes shot up into the sky. Between the 9 heavens, the sky changed color. The two silhouettes overlapped with each other, causing a brilliant light to shine. The battle between Qin Feng and the Xing Yuan dynasty attracted everyone's attention. The fight between the two peak experts caused countless people to feel intimidated. Li Kuofu was like a mountain as he stood there with his hands behind his back. To deal with Qin Feng, one flourishing essence dynasty was more than enough. He only needed to provide support from the side. Qin Feng was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He didn't succeed in breaking through to the half-step cosmic cloud state. His power had already plummeted. He was just putting up a strong front. Xing Yuanchao and Qin Feng attacked again and again, their auras shaking the world. Light and shadow dashed into the sky as Genesis Qi crisscrossed the area. Flames burned endlessly in the mountains, turning the entire East Qin mountain into a battlefield filled with the flames of war. It seems your power is only this much? Qin Feng, you really disappoint me too much. Sigh. Xing Yuanchao pretended to sigh and continued to attack Qin Feng. His aura surged into the galaxy and his strength could shake the heavens. Under the heavy pressure of the flourishing Essence dynasty, Qin Feng gradually retreated. The situation was getting worse and worse. The members of the Qin clan had also lost their will to fight. If Qin Feng was 100 times stronger, their Qin clan would be completely annihilated. From today onward, Mount Dongqin would no longer exist. Father. Qin Batian clenched his fists tightly. He had already tried his best, but he didn't expect that he would still be powerless in the end. He had just broken through to the 9th level of the star level. It was impossible for him to fight the Xing Yuan dynasty. Now that his strength was greatly reduced and his injuries were severe, he couldn't help his father at all. At this time, under the suppression of the Xingyuan dynasty, his father was retreating step by step. It would not be long before he was completely defeated. At that time, the Qin family would truly be heading towards destruction. However, Qin Batian wasn't afraid. For the sake of the Qin clan, he would die without regrets. Get lost. Qin Feng punched out, landing a punch on Xing Yuanchao's silver spear. Xing Yuanchao did not hold back at all. He punched out again and again. His long spear swept out horizontally, tearing through the sky. Qin Feng could not deal with it at all. He wanted to force the Xingyuan dynasty to retreat and buy enough time for the Qin clan. However, the result was not as simple as he had imagined. After failing to break through to the half-step cosmic cloud state, he only had 50% of his power left. Qin Feng knew he would most likely die fighting the Xingyuan dynasty, but he still wanted to fight. Retreating wasn't the way to go. It seems this guy has less than 10% of his power left. Brother Yuanchao, let's end this quickly. Mount Dongqin will definitely become hell, Li Kuafu said calmly. Li Kuafu said indifferently. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He was calm and composed. There was no need for him to do anything. The Xingyuan dynasty was enough to defeat Qin Feng. There was no suspense in this battle. In his opinion, this was an unnecessary waste of time. The Xingyuan dynasty wanted to put more pressure on Qin Feng. Everyone retreat from Mount Dongqin. Batian, take your people and leave. Leave as many as you can. I will stop them. Qin Feng knew he had to do this. He had to use his own body to stop the attacks from the Xingtian manor and the Kuafu family. Only then could he preserve the Qin family's roots. Qin Batian gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. However, he had no choice and he had no choice. You want to leave? You'll have to ask me if I agree. Li Kuafu said with a faint smile. He had been supporting them from the side in order to keep all the members of the Qin family here. They would be destroyed along with Mount Dongqin. That was their ultimate goal. They had to eliminate the roots. Otherwise, more and more members of the Qin family would come for them in the future. As the saying went, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering. It was a headache to have someone watching them from behind. Kill. Li Kuafu let out a roar as a 10-zhang tall giant appeared behind him and charged into the Dongqin mountain. The Kuafu tribe was made up of giants. Even an adult would be 10 zhang tall, which was even more majestic than some of the beasts with huge physiques. The Kuafu family was born with great strength, so it was not a problem for them to fight against 100 people alone. Hundreds of Kuafu family warriors rushed in. It was a one-sided massacre. Countless Qin family warriors fell to the ground. The scene was a mess. More and more people fell down, died on the mountain. To Qin Feng, they no longer had any path of retreat. Do you really want my Qin family to die? Qin Feng gritted his teeth and roared. He was extremely unwilling to accept this, but Xing Yuanchao's spear struck his shoulder again and sent him flying. The Qin family is only Esu. Qin Feng, you've really disappointed me. It's time for you to die. Xing Yuanchao roared furiously. His silver spear shot toward Qin Feng like a dragon with an unstoppable murderous intent. Piss off. A cold roar echoed in the surroundings. The entire mountain seemed to be able to hear it. A sword descended from the sky and blocked Xing Yuanchao's spear. Xing Yuanchao was knocked back. The terrifying sword chi made him feel a great pressure. His scalp turned numb. Chapter 5103. The One Who Wants Your Life. A cold voice rang out above Dongqin Mountain. At this moment, Xing Yuanchao's eyes were extremely cold. He slowly narrowed his eyes as he stared at the sword. A white-robed figure descended silently. It's him. Qin Baishan's eyes lit up. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Qin. The power of the sword had made him admit defeat. Since when had Jiang Qin become so powerful? 100 years ago he was only a 6th-layer star realm cultivator. Qin Batian knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to block this sword. However, didn't his daughter say that he had died in the sinkhole? Jiang Qin. Was it really Jiang Qin? Qin Lu's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Qin Lu thought that Jiang Qin had died a long time ago. Her heart was filled with grief. She had been guarding the heavenly crater for many years without any results. Now, when his figure appeared in front of her again, her heart was filled with excitement. Jiang Qin was still as domineering as ever. He was like a sword while the sword was like a dragon. His aura seemed to be able to devour the sky. His white robes were elegant and heroic. Qin finally couldn't hold back her tears anymore. He had always been thinking about Jiang Chen. Even though 100 years had passed, Jiang Chen's figure still lingered in her heart. Jiang Chen's death was a huge blow to her. Even after so many years, she still hadn't walked out of the shadow. However, she didn't let down her hopes. Jiang Chen was really still alive. He walked out of the sinkhole. His figure was still as imposing and convincing as ever. It was as if with him around it wouldn't matter even if the sky collapsed. Qin had long regarded Jiang Chen as the man of her dreams. At that moment she cried tears of joy. However, Jiang Chen's appearance seemed to be inadequate in the face of the two great forces. Both the Quafu clan and the Xingtian clan were not easy to deal with. Even though Jiang Chen had become more and more powerful, it seemed impossible for him to turn the situation around in the face of the two great forces. The current him would only be dragged down by the Qin family. Brother Jiang Chen. Qin called out to Jiang Chen. At this moment, Qin Ba realized that Qin had never left his side. I'm late. Jiang Chen's faint smile was filled with healing, making Qin feel as if she was bathing in the spring breeze. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Brother Jiang Chen. Thank you. Qin cried. In her heart, Jiang Chen was already a dead person. Now that he had reappeared, the excitement she felt was self-evident. By the way, where's Luoying? Jiang Chen asked nervously. Miss Luoying, she left 3 years ago. Qin gaze was complicated. 3 years ago, Jiang Chen murmured. It seemed that he had really brushed shoulders with Luoying. Kid, it seems like you're really not afraid of death. An 8th-level star state dares to meddle in other people's business? A hero saving a damsel in distress? Aren't you afraid of getting yourself killed? Ah. Xing Yuanchao sneered and looked at Jian Chen. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. This sword isn't bad. I like it. Li Kuofu said faintly. Qin Feng's face was filled with shock. He had heard about this Jiang Chen from his granddaughter Qin. If it wasn't for him, his granddaughter Qin would have been dead by now. This fella is a righteous and compassionate person. He's still willing to help the Qin family despite their current situation. Not simple. Especially the sword in Jiang Chen's hand. It gave off a grand and domineering feeling. Even he felt suffocated. This sword was too terrifying. No wonder Li Kuofu, the elder of the Quafu clan who never liked to use weapons, was so fond of Jiang Chen's sword. I like this sword too. How about Brother Quafu, give it to me? You can pick anything you want in Dongchen Mountain. Xing Yuanchao smiled in contempt. Your eyes sure are sharp. This is definitely an unparalleled divine weapon. Even cosmic cloud states wouldn't be able to take a step forward if they saw it. Where did this guy get it? He's so lucky. A gentleman is innocent, but treasures are a crime. You shouldn't have come. Unfortunately, you've lost your life. Not only did you lose your life, you've also lost your treasure. Of course, since you've lost your life, you don't care about worldly possessions anymore. Star level 8, hee interesting. Xing Yuanchao faced Jiang Chen, his killing intent surging. This brat sword strike was indeed extraordinary, but it was all because of this divine sword that he was able to have such deterrence. Without this divine sword, how could Jiang Chen be so arrogant? Brother Jiang Chen, they're too strong. You should leave. Qin heart was filled with worry. She didn't expect that big brother Jiang Chen would be involved in the Qin family's matter again after coming out from the heavenly pit. The current Qin family was in a precarious situation. Qin knew that she had no other choice but to stay with the Qin family. However, Jiang Chen was different. He wasn't a member of the Qin family and he wasn't even from Tianqin Star. He didn't need to be involved in this. Since you came, don't think about leaving. If you want to leave, you have to leave behind your treasures. However, only a corpse will leave. Xing Yuanchao said to Leng Leng. Yeah, he said that since you came, don't think about leaving. If I don't kill him, how can I leave? Jiang Chen said with a smile. If you want my sword, you have to be alive to take it. I'm indebted to the Qin family. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten such a great opportunity from the crater. I, Jiang Chen, definitely won't retreat from today's battle. I'm definitely going to take care of the Qin family's matters. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead, looking down upon the crowd. What? You actually came out of the crater? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. It was the same for Li Kuofu and Xinyuan dynasty. That was a place that even they didn't dare to enter. Someone had already explored the terror of the heavenly pit. Even ninth heavenly layer star realm experts couldn't return from that place. But how did Xianxia return alive? This sword should have been obtained from the sinkhole, right? Fortune really favors fools. Since that's the case, I want to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves since you were able to come out of the sinkhole. Otherwise, how could you ignore the sinkhole? Xing Yuanchao smiled faintly. He was already prepared. He wanted this sword. Since Xianxia wanted to stand up for the Qin family, then he would kill him first. It wouldn't be too late to annihilate the Qin family after that. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with seriousness. Xianxia was supposed to be a prodigy of the generation, but he was involved in the rise and fall of the Qin family. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Qin family owed Xianxia. Little friend, remember to be careful. Xing Yuanchao isn't easy to deal with. Qin Feng warned. Don't worry, old senior. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Leave these two fellows to me. Chapter 5104. Boasting shamelessly. Who do you think you are? Xing Yuanchao's face was cold. A mere star level 8 kid dared to challenge him? He really didn't know what was good for him. This time he definitely wouldn't give the Qin family any chance. He definitely wouldn't be satisfied until he got rid of them. To Xing Yuanchao, this Xianxia was just here to make up the numbers. However, to be able to bring him a peerless sword, he didn't come for nothing. Xianxia swore with a cold face. The battle with Xing Yuanchao was imminent. Damn it, I haven't even said anything. Who the hell do you think you are? Today I will fight you. De Huang stood out at this moment and wagged his tail, standing side by side with Xianxia. De Huang didn't care about anyone. Not to mention Xing Yuanchao, even if it was the emperor, it was the same. Both of you come at me together. Otherwise, don't say that I'm bullying you. Xing Yuanchao said coldly. Little Qinzi, can't you handle this trash yourself? De Huang said with a doubtful face. I should be able to handle it. Xianxia smiled. Alright, I'm talking about you, big guy. What's your name? Come, Master Dog will fight with you today. You think I'm afraid of you just because you're big? You're shameless. De Huang curled his lips and said. No one would have thought that this De Huang dog that followed beside Xianxia was actually the most arrogant one. Stupid dog, I will definitely tear you into pieces today. You actually want to fight with me? An ant like you, I can slap you to death with one hand. Li Kuafu Leng Leng said. A dog like this actually didn't know what was good for him and even wanted to fight with him. It was simply too ridiculous. Acting cool? Little Qinzi, I'll leave that idiot to you. This big guy is mine. Don't you dare snatch him from me. If Lord Dog doesn't teach them a lesson, they won't know how many eyes Lord Ma has. De Huang shook his head in disdain. Even a peak star level 9 like Li Kuafu, De Huang still dared to fight him. In the eyes of the Qin family, weren't these two idiots? At this moment, Qin Feng was curious as well. It was one thing for this Xianxia to claim that he was the savior of his granddaughter. But who the hell was this dog? Could he really defeat Li Kuafu? Isn't that bullsh*t? From the looks of it, he was very confident. At this moment, the entire Qin clan was panicking. The outcome of the battle would directly affect the relationship between the Qin clan and the two major forces. Xianxia and this De Huang dog, the strongest, was only a star level 8. Yet they were so arrogant and domineering. How could people not feel uneasy? The Qin clan entrusted their fate to this man and dog. Wasn't this a joke? What do we do now? Our Qin clan has fallen to the point where we have to rely on a man and a dog to save us? That's right. This man and dog don't seem very reliable. That's right. If we lose, not only will our Qin clan be wiped out, but we'll also lose all our face. The Qin clan members all spoke up, sighing. So what if it's a man and dog? If you guys have the ability, go ahead and fight. Why let others risk their lives for our Qin clan while you guys talk behind our backs? Qin Lu said solemnly. Even though there were a few elders among them, she still didn't give them any face. Now that the Qin clan was in deep trouble, they didn't have the courage to challenge them. Now that others had come to help them, they still had a look of disdain on their faces. Such people disgusted Qin Lu. They were here to help you and they might even be in trouble. Yet you guys were still making sarcastic remarks? Do you have any conscience at all? Qin Lu's words made all of them blush with shame. He was right. They didn't dare to fight the peak star level experts of the Xingtian Manor and the Kuafu clan. Now they could only stand at the side and talk behind their backs. It wasn't something to be proud of. No matter what, our Qin clan won't back down. We will advance and retreat together with our young friend Jiang Qin. Qin Feng's voice was like a great bell that shook the world. The entire Qin clan said it in unison. No one had any objections. Jiang Qin and De Huang were already prepared. Li Kuafu took a step forward and his voice shook the world. The surrounding mountains seemed to be trembling as if they could be crushed by his palm. Damn dog, take this. Li Kuafu was like a mountain as he threw a heavy punch. At this moment Xingyuan Chao also began to attack crazily. His spear was like a dragon, shaking the world as it approached Jiang Qin. It was extremely powerful. They were facing an 8th heavenly layer star level expert. If they couldn't end the battle quickly, wouldn't they become a laughing stock? At that time their morale would definitely plummet. The Xingtian clan and the Kuafu clan had been waiting for a long time. It was not difficult for them to defeat the Qin clan. As long as the experts of the two clans gave the order, the Qin clan would definitely cease to exist. They would not give the Qin clan any chance to catch their breath. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His aura was powerful. He used the dragon transformation and fought with Xingyuan Chao. The spear radiance and the sword intertwined and instantly covered the sky. The limitless sword swept across the sky. Xingyuan Chao was furious. He flew up and fought with Jiang Qin. The intense battle made everyone feel suffocated. They did not expect that Jiang Qin, an 8th heavenly layer star realm expert, was not any weaker than his opponent. One should know that Xingyuan dynasty was the leader of the entire Xingtian prefecture. Even Qin Feng, the great ancestor of Qin family who had not regressed in the past 10 years, might not be a match for him. This battle could be said to have shocked the entire Dongqin mountain. Now the battle between Jiang Qin and Xingyuan Chao had shocked everyone. The limitless sword, the unparalleled sword intent, swept across the sky. The domineering sword aura formed an unparalleled pressure. Jiang Qin only knew how terrifying the new heavenly dragon sword was when he fought with his full strength. Especially after his current strength kept increasing, his combat power rushed to the peak in one fell swoop. No one dared to be careless. This battle concerned everyone's life and death. How could they be careless? The people of Dongqin Mountain were looking forward to it. Jiang Qin was their last hope. Whether he won or lost, whether they believed in Jiang Qin's strength, they had no choice. The limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword worked together perfectly. In addition to the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin's strength was almost equal to Xingyuan Chao's. Their battle became more and more intense. Xingyuan Chao became more and more anxious. Just how strong is this guy? Chapter 5105. Fuck. Pangxi was shocked. He quickly retreated and his expression changed. The spear landed on his shoulder, but Pangxi dodged it as soon as it pierced into his shoulder. Fortunately, it was just a superficial wound which was not a big deal to him. However, it was too dangerous just now. If it were not for his quick reflexes, he would have been dead by now. Get out of my way. Pangxi roared and punched with both fists, forcing the two stone statues to retreat. However, after a layer of stone skin fell off the surface of the stone statues, they looked even more ferocious. Their platinum armor shone brightly and they wore masks under the armor. It was impossible to see whether they were humans or ghosts. However, their strength was very terrifying. Most importantly, although Pangxi had forced them to retreat, he had also gained a lot of pressure. The two stone puppets weren't afraid of death. Their punches were like tickles to them. Although the strength of the stone puppets wasn't as good as Pangxi's, their bodies weren't afraid at all. That was the scariest part of it all. The two stone statues entangled Pangxi. Pangxi was furious and kept punching them. However, the bodies of the stone statues had been punched more than a dozen times, and some cracks had appeared on them, but they still did not give up. You old thing, I've already warned you, but you're still so confident. You're awesome, aren't you? Hurry up and hit me. I can't wait. Wang Dachui waved her hands and said, let's swing together, ha. Seeing Pangxi entangled with the two stone statues, Wang Dachui was in a very good mood. This old thing had been plotting behind their backs, but he was entangled with the stone statues as soon as he attacked. At this time Pangxi was miserable. Seeing this, Long Yang was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Wang Dachui looked like a funny girl. Not only was her name so exaggerated, but she was also so unconventional. Long Yang really did not dare to compliment her. However, she was indeed very capable. Long Yang had to admit that. What should we do? Should we hurry up and leave? Long Yang frowned. His strength was too weak. He had no advantage over Wang Dachui or Pang Shi. The two living stone statues frightened Long Yang even more. It was not that he was a coward but that he had no chance of winning at all. If he stayed he would only be cannon fodder. If he did not leave he would really be out of his mind. I won't go. In any case, the two stone statues have already trapped the old ghost. We can continue to look for treasures. Look at your worthless appearance. Are you that afraid of death? A real man's death can be as light as a goose feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. You have to stand up. You can't be so weak. If you are so weak, will that girl fall for you? Wang Dachui curled his lips and said disdainfully. I don't care. You said you'll be responsible for me. Long Yang said in a low voice. You're lucky to have run into your big sister Sledgehammer. Otherwise you would have died somewhere long ago. Wang Dachui said angrily and turned to walk toward the 9-dragon hanging coffin. At that moment, Wang Dachui noticed that there was a white jade box on another layer of coffin inside the 9-dragon hanging coffin. The white jade box was not big. It was only the size of a palm, but it was extremely exquisite. There were unknown patterns carved on it, which looked like colorful clouds or the shadows of dragons. This is a treasure. It's definitely a treasure. Wang Dachui said excitedly. However, when she grabbed the white jade box with both hands, the entire 9-dragon hanging coffin began to shake violently and let out a series of hissing sounds. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping endlessly. What's going on? Wang Dachui's expression changed. Long Yang hurried over and pulled Wang Dachui back. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. What if those stone statues come to life? Long Yang said. His eyes fell on the white jade box. He was sure that the treasure in the white jade box was extraordinary. His nose had already smelled it, but at the same time he smelled danger. In other words, the white jade box was undoubtedly a treasure, but it was destined to be filled with great danger. Even Long Yang didn't want to take that risk. He could smell treasure and danger. At that moment, Wang Dachui wanted to take the white jade box, which caused the 9-dragon hanging coffin to shake. However, she didn't care. Don't bother me, you jinx. Can't you see that this is a treasure? Go my ass. You're as timid as a mouse. I think you'll only amount to this much in your life. I, Wang Dachui, am a man of my word. When we get out of here, don't follow me anymore. People like you are more suited to find a small pond and live like a salted fish for the rest of your life. Wang Dachui frowned and her face was gloomy. I don't believe it. Wang Dachui was sweating profusely from exhaustion, but she still couldn't take the white jade box down. At the same time, the 9-dragon hanging coffin did not stop shaking. Long Yang felt that the cave was full of danger. It seemed that a crisis could come at any time. Long Yang was very cautious. When he turned around, he found that under the vibration of the 9-dragon hanging coffin, all the stone statues were peeling off. More than 20 of them were moving at that moment. Long Yang pulled Wang Dachui and said with a dull look, Look, they're all alive. Can you stop talking nonsense? Wang Dachui rebuked him angrily. However, when she turned her head to look at Pang Shi and the stone statues, she found that there were more than 20 stone statues under the stone steps. All of them had come to life, peeling off their stone skins. The armor on their bodies was shining brightly, and they were holding long spears in their hands. At that moment, Pang Shi was also having a headache. These stone statues were all alive, which made his scalp numb. It was already difficult for him to get away from 2 of them. With so many stone statues, he was afraid that his situation would be even more difficult. Bastard! Pang Shi was furious. Before he could act tough, he was trapped by the stone statues. How could he not be angry? He thought that he would definitely make a fortune after finding the tomb of the mysterious Moon King, but now it seemed that his plan was ruined. It was hard to say whether he would be able to leave alive or not. It's all your fault. If you hadn't talked nonsense, would these stone statues have come to life? Wang Dachui glared at him and pushed all the blame to Long Yang. Long Yang also looked innocent. What does this have to do with me? You must have touched the white jade box and caused the 9-dragon hanging coffin to shake continuously. That's why the stone statues moved. Damn it, I'll fight whoever dares to touch my treasure. A bunch of dead things. I don't think you can be that fierce. Wang Dachui did not believe it. However, it was Pang Shi who suffered. Pang Shi was shocked by the sudden appearance of the stone statues again. Long Yang had to passively join in. All of a sudden, the stone statues came one after another. Whether it was Long Yang, Wang Dachui, or Pang Shi, they were all trapped. Long Yang was the most miserable. Both of them were not weak, but he was alone. An early-stage human immortal was really not enough. With the help of the iron head art, Long Yang did manage to repel the stone statues a few times, but there were too many of them. He could only run away. It's up to you now. Long Yang held the bone spear in his hand. His eyes were cold. He had no way out now. He could only fight with his life on the line. The bone spear was very easy to use. Although it was his first time using it, Long Yang still liked it very much. After all, the longer a weapon was, the stronger it was. The bone spear was just right for him. Although it looked a little tattered, it was still a good weapon. Long Yang's nose couldn't smell whether the bone spear was a treasure or not. However, his nose couldn't be wrong. This bone spear should be a broken weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the hands of the black-robed man. It was undeniable that this bone spear was a peerless divine weapon. However, it was different now. It had been corroded by time. Or perhaps it had lost its sharpness. The broken bone spear seemed to be alive in Long Yang's hands. It advanced and retreated orderly. The 9 steps consecutive spear technique that his foster father passed on to him was considered a good spear technique. It was at least a high-grade yellow-class cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were divided into heaven, earth, black and yellow. Each level was further divided into high, middle and low. Long Yang's 9 steps consecutive spear technique was very explosive. Every step he took could emit a strong aura. Each step was stronger than the previous one. At its strongest, the 9 steps consecutive spear technique was comparable to an earth-class cultivation technique. Long Yang held the bone spear in his hand and approached step by step. He had already mastered the 9 steps consecutive spear technique for 5 steps. With each step, the spear radiance would be released from his body. Wang Daqi was also surprised. He didn't expect Long Yang to be so powerful. His 9 steps consecutive spear technique was not weak. Although he was in the initial stage of the human celestial stage, he was comparable to an expert in the medium stage. His spear technique was extraordinary. Although the bone spear looked rubbish, it had an indescribable aura. Wang Daqi didn't dare to be careless. She swung her blunt saber up and down. She and Pang Shi were besieged by 7 or 8 stone statues. Long Yang was surrounded by 5 or 6 stone statues. The battle was very fierce. Long Yang's heart was filled with bitterness. Wang Daqi had indeed saved his life, but he was too much of a scam. He insisted on opening the 9-dragon hanging coffin and taking away the white jade box, which caused the 9-dragon hanging coffin to shake. It was probably because of this that the stone statue kept waking up. Find a chance to close the coffin. Otherwise we will all die here. Long Yang said in a low voice. His face was gloomy. He had a hunch from the bottom of his heart. He was sure that as long as the coffin was closed, those stone statues would stop attacking them. Wang Daqi looked solemn. At this time she had to believe Long Yang's words. This guy's mouth was like it was blessed. Whatever he said was true. At this time Wang Daqi realized that if they continued to be so stubborn, they would really die here. Those stone statues couldn't be killed at all. But they were getting weaker and weaker. After a long time their physical strength would be exhausted. Then it was only a matter of time before they died. You block them. I will close the coffin. Wang Daqi looked at Pang Shi. Bolsh *T. I will do it. You do it. Pang Shi's eyes were gloomy. At this time he definitely wouldn't give way. What if this guy took the treasure and ran away? Then we will wait for death here. Wang Daqi shouted angrily. Neither he nor Pang Shi would give way. Pang Shi was extremely depressed. If they didn't give way at this time they might all die here. Let him go. Pang Shi pointed at Long Yang. Wang Daqi nodded. Long Yang, go close the coffin. Alright. Long Yang swept his spear across. Although it was extremely strenuous and he couldn't breathe under the pressure of several stone statues, he still resolutely rushed toward the 9-dragon hanging coffin. Pang Shi and Wang Daqi's eyes lit up. They pinned their hopes on Long Yang. The two of them quickly joined forces and blocked the stone statues behind Long Yang, giving Long Yang a chance to breathe. Long Yang flew up and landed in front of the 9-dragon hanging coffin. When he pulled up the coffin and was about to close it, he took a closer look and found that the patterns on the white jade box looked somewhat familiar. In an instant Long Yang's eyes focused and images appeared in his mind. Almost all of them were the patterns on the white jade box. They kept floating in his mind. Long Yang stood rooted to the ground, his thoughts flying. He saw that inside the white jade box, there was an ink-colored pearl, emitting a faint light. Long Yang, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Wang Dachui urged. He couldn't breathe under the pressure. However, Long Yang didn't respond. Long Yang reached out and placed his hand on the white jade box. At that moment he didn't expect the white jade box to be opened. Long Yang was shocked when he opened the white jade box. As expected, the white jade box was exactly the same as the one in his mind. It was an ink-colored bead. Wang Dachui was also stunned. He didn't expect Long Yang to open the white jade box that he couldn't open even after using all his skills. While Wang Dachui was shocked, his heart was also in turmoil. How was he supposed to reason with this? Why did he have to work so hard to help Long Yang avoid danger only to be given to someone else? Wang Dachui felt bitter, unspeakably bitter. Long Yang didn't know why he opened the white jade box, but in the next moment he swallowed the bead. No. My treasure. Wang Dachui's wails echoed in the cave. She didn't cry when she was forced into a corner by her parents. She didn't cry when she was chased by the cloud sea heavenly whale for 30,000 miles. But at this moment, the treasure that she had painstakingly found was taken by Long Yang and swallowed. Wang Dachui cried. This bastard, why did I bring him in? It was too late for Wang Dachui to regret. After Long Yang swallowed the ink-colored bead, he was in extreme pain. It felt like his flesh and blood were being torn apart. Long Yang had a splitting headache and his face was livid. After he swallowed the ink-colored bead, his heart was filled with worry. Even he didn't know why he swallowed it. By the time Long Yang reacted, it was already too late. Long Yang's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He felt like his body was about to explode. Long Yang stared at the 9-dragon hanging coffin. The 9 dragons galloped and the coffin trembled. He didn't know what to do next. Before he could do anything, the 9-dragon hanging coffin closed itself. Long Yang's heart was full of curiosity, and his eyes were filled with shock. What else was hidden in the 9-dragon hanging coffin? Long Yang didn't know, but his nose couldn't smell it. Was there really a treasure inside? Even if there was a treasure, it was probably not something that they could open. Long Yang was curious, but he was also afraid because the 9-dragon hanging coffin was too suspicious. There must be a divine object inside. This was Long Yang's guess, but his greatest pain now was that his body was about to explode. The terrifying power was not something that he could control at all. I've searched far and wide for it and it's finally here. A cold laugh sounded in everyone's ears. This time Pangxi was also dumbfounded. Could it be that there was someone behind him? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Impossible. This was impossible. Pangxi's eyes were burning. But now the more than 20 stone statues finally stopped. It seems that Long Yang was right, Wang Dachui murmured. Wang Dachui murmured. Although the 9-dragon hanging coffin was closed and the stone statue had stopped moving, what about his treasures? My treasure was snatched away by that stinking brat Long Yang? But what really made his heart palpitate was the cold laugh, which seemed to echo in everyone's heart. Pangxi and Wang Dachui exchanged a glance. Obviously Wang Dachui felt the same. Even an Earth Immortal expert could not hide his shock. Who are you? Long Yang asked in a deep voice. Am I not the mysterious darkness lord that you have been searching for? Behind the bronze throne, an old man with a cane walked out with a smile. His eyes were extremely sharp and his steps were extremely light. At this time his eyes were fixed on Long Yang. As for Wang Dachui and Pangxi, they were not in his eyes at all. Mysterious darkness lord? Long Yang was stunned. His face turned pale. He covered his head and retreated with his spear. This is impossible. Mysterious darkness lord has been dead for thousands of years. Wang Dachui said in a deep voice. You little girl, you're really interesting. Do I need you to judge whether I'm dead or not? The hunched figure of the mysterious Dark King said with a smile. Wang Dachui's heart was in turmoil. The news of the mysterious Moon Monarch's death had spread in the Endless Sea realm for thousands of years. Everyone thought that the mysterious Moon Monarch was dead, but he was still alive. Then what is this place? Pangxi asked. This is a real tomb. But even I don't know who the owner of this tomb is, so I have regarded this place as my own tomb. The mysterious Yin King's voice was incomparably feminine. His gaze was extremely cold as he swept his gaze across everyone's body. Only Long Yang's body made him drool the most. Everyone knows that I have obtained a treasure. If I don't die, then there will definitely be a lot of people eyeing me covetously. So I might as well just die and fulfill those people's wishes. From now on, I won't be the target of those people's attention. Even if there are people who want to find me, there will definitely be less of them. Moreover, this is the treasure that I have found. The 9-dragon hanging coffin must be the place where the ancient powerful people died. I will definitely gain something by waiting here, Mysterious Darkness Lord said with a smile. The mysterious Yin King said with a chuckle. All of this was just a scheme to fake his death. What a good Mysterious Darkness Lord. He is indeed cunning. Wang Dachui did not expect that after so many years of scheming, what he had found was only the decoy tomb of Mysterious Darkness Lord. He was not really dead. This place just happens to be an exceptional formation. I found a dragon soul here. It's a pity that I can't devour it at all. Therefore I've been waiting for a person with the dragon clan's bloodline. Finally you have come. Boy, although you are still very weak, you have the real bloodline of the dragon clan. Only with the power of your bloodline can I devour the dragon soul. Mysterious Darkness Lord stared at Long Yang with a faint smile, as if he was treating him as a delicious lunch. Long Yang was also stunned. I have the bloodline of the real dragon clan? How is this possible? I am just a De Huang dog. How can I have the bloodline of the dragon clan? We have all been tricked. Wang Dachui's face turned pale. He looked at Long Yang but he did not believe it. How could such a coward have the bloodline of the dragon clan? Although the Endless Sea realm was very big, as long as one had the bloodline of the dragon clan, he would be a true powerhouse. How could a disciple of the dragon clan be as useless as Long Yang? You want to devour me? Long Yang's heart trembled and he subconsciously retreated. The dragon soul was still flowing in his body. Long Yang could feel it. It was like a bead was running around in his body, causing him to have a splitting headache. I have waited for thousands of years. Finally you are here and I can see the light of day again. As long as I get the dragon soul with my cultivation, I will definitely be able to soar to the 9 heavens. The day of my transformation into a dragon will be today. Chapter 5106. Bang. 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 Terrifying fist after fist smashed towards Xingyuan Chao, who was holding the divine spear. His might was unparalleled and domineering. Streaks of spear radiance destroyed the heavens and earth. Xingyuan Chao sneered in his heart. How are you going to fight me after losing that peerless sword? Qin Feng and the others at the side also cursed inwardly. Qin Fen was too young to underestimate his enemy. He was looking down on Xingyuan Chao. At this moment only De Huang was on Mount Dongchen. He was full of confidence in Jiang Chen. Even Qin Lu was not sure that Jiang Chen could fight Xingyuan Chao to the death. Logically speaking, big brother Jiang Chen wasn't an arrogant person, but how could he be fooled by Xingyuan Chao's provocation? Moreover, the two of them were evenly matched. Without the heavenly dragon sword, could he still defeat Xingyuan Chao? Everyone could see that brother Jiang Chen was invincible with the heavenly dragon sword. His battle power was shocking. However, the suspense of his battle with Xingyuan Chao was even more unknown. This day next year will be your death anniversary. I hope you can remember today's lesson. The might of the prosperous Yuan dynasty was shocking. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen was only an 8th heavenly layer star realm. How could he withstand it? However, Jiang Chen was still fearless. To defeat him he had to crush him in all aspects. Only then could he be convinced. Xingyuan Chao's attack was strong, but Jiang Chen's 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was also unparalleled. Single sun finger. Double dragon finger. 3-fold finger. 4-directional finger. Jiang Chen's finger attacks were stronger than the previous. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was ferocious. Facing the spear shadows that filled the sky, it was full of momentum. 5 elements finger. Jiang Chen let out a roar and struck with all his might with his 5 fingers. It was an earth-shattering attack. This was the first time Jiang Chen used the 5 elements finger. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. 1 finger gave birth to another. As for the 5 elemental fingers, each finger represented a different attribute. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements converged and became one. This was the strength of the 5 elemental fingers. 1 finger could crush heaven and earth, 2 could pierce through the void, and 3 could change the color of the starry sky. At that moment everyone was shocked. Even the Xingyuan dynasty looked panicked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. 9 primordial heavens. The spear radiance changed once again. Xing Yuanchao was extremely annoyed, but he couldn't afford to be careless. He had originally thought that he had to kill Jiang Chen, but it seemed like Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Every fingerprint exerted immense pressure on the Xingyuan dynasty. The terrifying deterrence was something he had never experienced before. As the finger seals cycled, the 5 elements gathered together without any flaws. The 5 elemental fingers pressed down on Xing Yuanchao's head like a huge mountain. 9 beams of divine spear light shot out and clashed with Jiang Chen's 5 elemental finger. At that moment, heaven and earth changed colors. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. More than half of Mount Dongchen shook continuously. Qin Feng and his son Qin Batian exchanged glances. They couldn't calm down for a long time. What a great Jiang Chen. What a great 8th level star state. Even at his peak he might not be able to beat Jiang Chen. Qin Feng was extremely shocked. No wonder Jiang Chen was so confident. Even after putting away the unparalleled heavenly dragon sword, he was still full of confidence. Strength was the hard truth. Without strength, everything was useless. The 9 primordial heavens of the Xingyuan dynasty couldn't be underestimated either. However, compared to Jiang Chen's 9 tribulation imprisoning heavenly finger, it seemed to pale in comparison. Pfft! Xing Yuanchao spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment he kept retreating. He drew a perfect arc in the sky and fell. He had completely lost his initial arrogance. At this moment, there was only fear in his eyes. It seems that the power of the 5 elemental finger is not bad. Jiang Chen murmured. It was his first time using the 5 elemental finger, but it gave him a huge shock. With just the power of the fingerprint he overturned the Xingyuan dynasty. This was the most domineering. The difference between the two wasn't small. Xing Yuanchao's power was close to the half-step cosmic cloud state. In this battle Jiang Chen was also very satisfied. Xing Yuanchao used all his means, but he was still one step behind. At this moment he had lost his initial advantage. He didn't dare to covet the unparalleled sword in Jiang Chen's hands anymore. Brother Jiang Chen, good job. Chen Lu was so excited that she danced with joy. Her eyes were burning with joy and adoration. Jiang Chen's power made the entire Mount Dongchen excited. Their hope was here. This was their only chance. We don't have to die, huh? Great. Such powerful power. Is this the helper that young mistress brought back? He's amazing. Yeah, even Xing Yuanchao isn't a match for him. Who says that a level 8 star state is no match for a level 9 star state? Qianbei Jiangchen is our role model. If it wasn't for Qianbei Jiangchen, our Mount Dongchen would be in danger. The people of Mount Dongchen were all talking about it. They could finally relax now. However, De Huang's situation didn't seem too good. He was being entangled by Li Kuofu. De Huang saw that Jiang Chen defeated Xing Yuanchao and felt even more annoyed. Little Qinzi was still stronger. Sai. Let me lend you a hand. Li Kuofu said. Big guy, your opponent is me. Don't go. How could De Huang let Li Kuofu leave? That way little Qinzi's situation would become very difficult. At this moment, 7 giants from the Kuofu race appeared and blocked De Huang. They were all level 8 star states, no different from De Huang. Elders, I'll leave this damn dog to you, Li Kuofu said and quickly retreated. He had to join forces with Xing Yuanchao to fight against Jiang Chen. De Huang was extremely annoyed, but he was entangled by this giant from the Kuofu race. They were no weaker than him, giving De Huang a headache. Damn it, little Qinzi would be in danger. Formation Big Dipper. Li Lianqing let out a furious roar. As the great elder of the Kuofu clan at this critical moment of life and death, they had to be at the forefront. Right now this tied to dead dog was their target. Since he could entangle the clan leader, his strength must not be underestimated. Thus they could only set up the Big Dipper formation to trap Big Yellow. Big Yellow was enraged and it was boiling with anger. Playing with formations in front of me? You really think too highly of yourselves. Today this Lord Dog will definitely trap you here until you die. De Huang licked his lips. His eyes were dark. Since your patriarch sent you, you can be scapegoats. Chapter 5107. Jiang Chen saw the flaws of the Big Dipper formation with a single glance. Did these guys really think their formations were invincible? Jiang Chen smiled but did not say anything. Trying to show off in front of Big Yellow was simply courting death. If he could see it, so could De Huang. The so-called Big Dipper formation was full of flaws in their hands. As soon as the formation appeared, Jiang Qin knew that De Huang was definitely going to start a massacre. "You bunch of trash, if I don't feed you all to the dogs today, my name isn't Long Yang." De Huang swore. "This dog is also so confident?" Qin Batian said with a bitter smile. Big Yellow's strength had been fully acknowledged by them. He was able to fight against Li Kuofu, the patriarch of the Kuofu clan, for hundreds of rounds without falling into a disadvantageous position. For Qin Batian, this strength was far beyond his reach. Although the 7 from the Kuofu clan were all at the 8th heavenly layer of the star realm, De Huang was the same. He set up the Big Dipper formation, so couldn't he at least show some respect? They were the true 7 elders of the Kuofu clan, the cornerstones of the entire clan. However, De Huang did not seem to care about them at all. "This De Huang dog looks very ferocious." Qin Feng had a solemn expression. They were constantly on tenterhooks, afraid that Jiang Qin would send them into the abyss. This was because Jiang Qin was their only hope. As long as Jiang Qin was still around, they might be able to continue living. However, once Jiang Qin left, they might not be able to do anything. The collusion between the Kuofu clan and the Xingtian manor had completely forced them into the abyss. That was why Qin Feng was so cautious. His strength had fallen and he could no longer protect the Qin clan. Fortunately, his granddaughter Qin Lu had formed a good relationship with the Qin clan. Jiang Chen's appearance had helped them resolve their urgent situation. However, the 2 major forces had come out in full force. It was not so easy to deal with them. It was very difficult for the Qin clan to fight 1 against 2. Now Jiang Qin was also facing the same predicament. The 7 elders of the Kuofu clan formed a formation to fight De Huang, while Li Kuofu left to fight Jiang Qin. Coupled with the Xingyuan dynasty, Jiang Qin immediately lost his chance of winning. Although he was powerful, he was only at the 8th heavenly layer of the star level after all. The strength that Jiang Qin displayed was astonishing, but there was a limit to one's strength. Li Kuofu and the Xingyuan dynasty joined hands to fight Jiang Qin. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 against Jiang Qin. However, it seemed that De Huang was not worried at all. Fighting the 7 elders at this time was actually the most worrying thing. Once De Huang was defeated, the core force of the Qin clan would be even more helpless against the 7 elders of the Kuofu clan. Therefore, they did not dare to believe that De Huang would lose this battle and be trapped in the formation. How tragic would that be? "Does our Qin clan have any formation masters who can help Senior De Huang?" Qin Batian asked gravely. However, no one answered him at this time. There was almost no one in the Qin clan who was proficient in formations. In their eyes, the Big Dipper formation was filled with majesty. No one could break it. "Isn't this formation a little too powerful? We can't do anything." "Yeah, the Kuofu clan actually has such a shocking formation. Patriarch, forgive us for being powerless. Sigh, it's rare for Senior De Huang to fight such an intense opponent, but we can't help it all. What an exquisite and peerless formation. It looks like our Qin clan is destined to decline this time." Countless people sighed. The strength of this formation was unstoppable. Everyone in the Qin clan fell into fear. Qin Lu's pretty face was filled with anxiety. However, if this continued, there was nothing wrong with it. De Huang would definitely not be able to resist the opponent's formation. They had to think of a countermeasure. "I don't feel any pressure dealing with these guys. Just watch, I can destroy trash like them in minutes," Big Yellow said solemnly. For a moment, everyone in the Qin clan had different expressions. Wasn't this boasting a little too big? It was obviously impossible to destroy the experts of the Kuofu clan in minutes. Not a single one of them believed in De Huang. Although De Huang had indeed displayed his absolute strength before, now that there were 7 experts who were on par with him and they had joined forces with an exquisite formation, it was already good enough that De Huang didn't flee. How could he be so powerful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Qin didn't mind. Only he knew De Huang's strength the best. This broken formation could really destroy them in minutes. If De Huang wanted them dead by midnight, they would definitely not be able to live until midnight. In the Dao of formation, the layman would just watch for fun while the expert would see the technique. In their eyes, this was a broken formation that wasn't worth mentioning. "Little Qinzi, it's up to you now." De Huang looked at Jiang Qin. He didn't need to worry about him at all. The biggest worry should be Jiang Qin. because now that Li Kuofu had left and joined forces with Xingyuan dynasty, Jiangchen would probably have to face the confrontation of two peak star-level experts. This was the real battle of life and death. You'd better worry about yourself, stupid dog. Die. Kill. The 7 giants of the Kuofu clan stood in the north, south, east, west and center. They went all out and the formation instantly met them, giving De Huang a merciless attack. De Huang strolled leisurely, looking very relaxed. The encirclement of the 7 was almost flawless, but he could always find a flaw and break out from it. Each time it seemed ordinary, but the formation of the 7 was getting more and more chaotic. It seemed that De Huang was already familiar with the Big Dipper formation. The 7 of them gritted their teeth. They were all real experts, star level 8. They were powerful and famous. Who wouldn't call them seniors of the Kuofu clan? But when the 7 of them joined forces, they still couldn't trap De Huang dog. This was simply a great humiliation. This was intolerable. Moreover, their mission was to trap and kill De Huang, to prevent his appearance from affecting the clan leader's battle. But now it seemed that De Huang didn't care about them at all. The attack of the 7 was not weak, but De Huang was able to overcome 1,000 caddies with little effort. The formation was useless in front of him. Wandering in the void, De Huang toyed with the 7 experts of the Kuofu clan. At this time the Qin family finally knew who the real boss was. This senior De Huang was the real expert, unparalleled in the world. Such an exquisite formation was like a child's play in his hands. The Qin family was dumbfounded, shocked to the extreme. On the contrary, the 7 experts of the Kuofu clan were also stunned. Their faces were completely ruined. A few kids want to play with Master Dog's formation? Practice for another 10,000 years. Chapter 5108. Haha. Awesome. Senior De Huang is unparalleled in the world and his longevity is as long as the heavens. Senior De Huang is mighty. Kill. 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 Countless members of the Qin clan cheered. De Huang undoubtedly became the object of everyone's worship. In the eyes of the Qin clan he was already a high and mighty god. He broke the array with a finger and the 7 great experts of the Kuofu clan were dumbfounded. The peerless array that they were so proud of was actually useless in the hands of this De Huang dog. He broke the array in an instant, leisurely. You guys are too weak. That's all? De Huang said with a laugh. The 7 experts of the Kuofu clan were even more furious. In the past, who didn't respect them as seniors? On the entire Tianqian star they were also one of the few, but in front of a dog they actually lost all their face. They had to fight to the death. If I don't kill this dog, I Li Xuanzong am not a human. Kill this damn dog and show the divine might of the Kuofu clan. The elders of the Kuofu clan were full of anger. Although they broke the array, their strength couldn't be underestimated. The 7 of them desperately chased after De Huang, determined to fight to the death. Good. Master Dog is going to start a massacre today. De Huang shook his head happily. In the eyes of the Qin clan he was already a supreme existence. This time he must show them his strength again. Otherwise, do they really think that Master Dog is easy to bully? Do they really think that I only know arrays? De Huang rushed left and right, fighting fiercely against the 7 great elders of the Kuofu clan. The scene became tense again and everyone was looking forward to it. However, the one who affected Qinfeng the most was still Jiangchen. Facing the leaders of the 2 great forces, no one knew whether Jiangchen could withstand the pressure. Even he wasn't sure. Although he defeated Xingyuan dynasty, Jiangchen didn't have it easy either. Now that the 2 of them were fighting, it was even more difficult to predict who would win. Brother Kuofu, this time around the 2 of us must properly join forces. This fellow is no pushover. Haha. Xing Yuanchao's eyes turned cold as he confronted Jiangchen. Jiangchen was also indifferent, ready to fight at any time. Even if it was 2 peak star states he wasn't afraid. Just how much potential did he have? Jiangchen had to display it. Now that his power had broken through again, he was confident he could take on any cosmic cloud state unless they were up against him. That's easy. He doesn't know what's good for him, so we'll send him on his way. For the sake of the Qin clan he should have known that he was going to die. Li Kuofu took a step forward. His towering figure formed a sharp contrast with Jiangchen. The 2 experts stared at Jiangchen and the tension between them was high. It's still too early to say all this. Are the 2 of you really that confident? Jiangchen smiled. He didn't dare to be careless in this battle, but he couldn't lose in terms of momentum. The two peak star states were infinitely close to the half-step cosmic cloud state. Jiang Qin used 80% of his power to defeat Xing Yuanchao. It wouldn't be easy to kill Xing Yuanchao in a battle of life and death. Now that both of them had locked onto him, this battle was no longer as simple as winning or losing. You're very strong, but if you want to dominate the Tianqin planet, it's probably not enough. I know you're not from the planet. I can give you a chance now. Put down the peerless sword in your hand and piss off the planet. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to you. You're fighting alone here. Do you think you can be the savior of the Qin clan? To me, you're just a piece of trash who only knows how to act tough. You'll eventually pay the price for your arrogance. Xing Yuanchao's expression gradually converged as he spoke in a domineering voice. Jiang Qin laughed instead of getting angry. He didn't expect Xing Yuanchao to be this confident. A defeated general dares to talk big? You're too naive. Xing Yuanchao, do you really think you can lead everyone fearlessly? You too sure are confident in yourselves, a big idiot. Jiang Qin shook his head and said with a smile. You underestimate Brother Quafu too much. With his help you'll die for sure. This is your last chance. If you don't give up, then don't blame us for being merciless. You're just an outsider. I really don't know why you're fighting for the Qin clan. If you're willing to give up, then you can still leave the planet. But if you want to fight to the death with us, the outcome isn't something you can handle. Xing Yuanchao was full of confidence, but their gazes were sharp. No one took a step back. You could have been glorious for the rest of your life, but you chose to destroy yourself. Your strength and talent are indeed the best I've seen in my life. Unfortunately, you're too conceited. On the eastern Qin mountain, the two of us could easily take your life. Li Quafu stood with his arms crossed as he spoke with fervor and assurance. His terrifying and oppressive voice reverberated throughout the mountains. At this moment, Qin Feng and Qin Batian were both anxious. They were afraid that Jiang Qin would choose to flee at this moment. A wise man submits to circumstances. Let alone himself, even Qin Feng did not think that Jiang Qin could win against the two of them. Jiang Qin's chance of winning was at most 20 to 30%. Of course, if Jiang Qin really left, it would be understandable. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Survival was the most important thing. If it was just the Xing Yuanchao, then Jiang Qin would definitely be the savior of the Qin clan. But now, against two experts, Jiang Qin had no chance of winning at all. Not to mention that he was only an 8th level star level. Such a battle might very well be one-sided. Success or failure would be gone in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Jiang Qin's appearance had already given the Qin family a lot of face. He wouldn't blame Jiang Qin for leaving at this time. Young friend Jiang Qin, if you leave, I won't stop you. Every man for himself, and the heavens will destroy him. Being able to survive is the greatest fortune. Since you have no chance of winning in a battle against the two of them, you can leave. My Qin clan is definitely not people who don't know right from wrong. If I were to be defeated and lose my young friend Jiang Qin's life, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in the underworld. Qin Feng said solemnly. His words made the people of the Qin family admire him, and so did Jiang Qin. The great-grandfather of the Qin family wasn't someone with an undeserved reputation. To be able to see through a situation like this in a life-and-death situation was not something an ordinary person could do. Jiang Qin smiled indifferently and looked at Qin Lu and the others. Even if it's a heaven pit, I would still dare to enter it. What are these two fellows? I, Jiang Qin, have lived for countless years. The only thing I don't know is what retreat is. Chapter 5109. Good. My young friend Jiang Qin is truly righteous. I, Qin Feng, thank you on behalf of everyone in the Qin family, Jiang Qin. Whether you win or lose, we will forever be grateful. Qin Feng's eyes were solemn and meticulous. His admiration for Jiang Qin was also very great. Disregarding life and death, he was a true hero. Qin Lu's eyes were filled with worry. Jiang Qin's life and death had always affected her heart. That was why she was so nervous. It was hard to describe the feeling of regaining something that she had lost. But now they were trapped in a dangerous situation again. This was what made her feel the most anxious. Although Jiang Qin was very strong, his opponent was not an ordinary person either. This concerned the life and death of the entire Mount Dongqin and the distribution of the three major forces. This battle could very well determine the general trend of the entire Tianqin planet. Since you doubt me, I, Li Quafu, will fight you to the end today. Li Quafu leapt up and down like a lofty mountain. He clenched his fist and pressed it down. It was as if he had teleported between heaven and earth. Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless as he was facing a formidable enemy. Li Kuafu was as majestic as a mountain. His arm strength was extremely strong. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. A pinnacle star level. This was definitely an unimaginable existence. 10,000 tons of pressure. Li Kuafu punched out, causing the void to explode and the sky to change color. Jiang Qin was as unmoving as a mountain. His dragon transformation roared like a real dragon in the sky. He directly blocked Li Kuafu's heavy punch with his palms. It seemed simple, but it was actually extremely difficult to predict. This punch also shocked Jiang Qin, and his eyes were filled with seriousness. Countless people exclaimed. Even in his dragon transformation, Jiang Qin was only a few meters tall. But Li Kuafu's mountain-like body crushed him like an ant. But who would have thought that Jiang Qin's dragon transformation would be as firm as a boulder? With a roar, he soared into the sky and directly pushed Li Kuafu back. That heavy punch that could destroy heaven and earth actually failed to suppress Jiang Qin. What terrifying power! Yes, this Jiang Qin must be terrifying to be able to make Li Kuafu take a few steps back. You can't judge a book by its cover. That's unbelievable. He's definitely the strongest overlord of Mount Dongqin. His talent is unparalleled. The millions of people on Mount Dongqin were in awe. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was a supreme god. You really do have some skill. Li Kuafu Ling said. That punch, an ordinary star level 9 would have died a horrible death. But Jiang Qin could still walk so leisurely, it was enough to foresee that his power was no weaker than his, maybe even stronger. Ha ha ha. Brother Kuafu, you should now know how powerful this fellow is, right? The two of us have no choice but to join forces. Xing Yuanchao said with a laugh. He flew up and stood in the void facing Jiang Qin. Stop talking. Hurry up and attack. The two glanced at each other without hesitation. They had to end the battle quickly and kill Jiang Qin. Only then could they control the entire Mount Dongqin. Qin Feng was already an arrow at the end of its flight. This Jiang Qin who appeared out of nowhere was the most troublesome. Then let the storm come even more violently. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand into the sky. Ancient Dragon Sword Technique. After using the Dragon Sword Technique, Jiang Qin's power rose to the 9th level of the star state. The difference in power was getting bigger and bigger. The Ancient Dragon Sword Technique could only help Jiang Qin increase his power by 1 level. Once he reached the Cosmic Cloud state, the Ancient Dragon Sword Technique would probably bring even fewer benefits to Jiang Qin. Even so, Jiang Qin's strength had improved tremendously. Now that he was a 9th Heavenly Layer Star Realm expert, it would be easier for him to fight 2 more opponents. Jiang Qin's punches were extremely terrifying too. Even Li Kuafu didn't dare to say he could completely block it. Xing Yuanchao didn't dare to clash with Jiang Qin at all. Li Kuafu was very cautious too. After all, Jiang Qin's fist force was truly destructive. The perfect combination of power and force allowed Jiang Qin to fight 2 at once. He didn't retreat at all, but the difference in power was real. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Jiang Qin felt immense pressure. After all, they were 2 peak star states. Xing Yuanchao was faster and more agile while Li Kuafu was more powerful. One focused on power while the other focused on speed. It was almost a perfect combination. Jiang Qin relied on his dragon transformation and could only take 1 step at a time. But as time went on, he began to go downhill. The two were almost at the same time. Even a half-step cosmic cloud state would be able to fight them. Jiang Qin's situation was very worrisome. The Qin family was very worried because Jiang Qin wasn't fighting alone. If he lost, too many things would be involved. Let's see how long you can last. Xing Yuanchao laughed. 9 essences returned to 1. The sky was filled with spear shadows that turned into 9 giant dragons made of yuan qi. They roared and rushed towards Jiang Qin. The rumbling sound was deafening, causing countless people below the star realm to be shaken to death. It was a tragic scene. Tianshan shield armor. Li Kuafu extended his arms and 2 sets of armor rose into the air, shining with a golden light. The shield armor rose into the air, resonating with the 9 elements of the flourishing Essence dynasty and pressing forward together. Jiang Qin's face was serious. He wouldn't budge no matter what. Starlight, enter body. Jiang Qin looked straight ahead. Countless energy of the stars surged up along with his dragon form. Layers of blue light lingered around his body. Jiang Chen's strength continued to rise and reached its peak. Thud, thud, thud. Dragon shadows of Yuan Qi pounced on Jiang Chen's body, causing a terrifying tremor. Li Kuofu's Tianshan shield armor also followed suit. Jiang Chen withdrew his overbearing aura and the power of the stars was displayed once again. Jiang Chen's physique was already invincible due to the perfect fusion of his dragon transformation and the power of the stars. It was not a problem for him to withstand the two's strength. What a terrifying physical strength! Li Kuofu's heart sank. The two of them had used their full strength, but they still couldn't push Jiang Chen back. Now both of them had retreated several hundred meters. Seemed like they were evenly matched. This isn't just physical strength anymore. Xing Yuanchao said while gritting his teeth. Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Jiang Chen actually had a trump card. The strength of his body could no longer be described as terrifying. The two of them had experienced it firsthand. However, they had no other choice at this moment. There's no time. Brother Kuofu, it's time to give this guy a fatal blow. Otherwise, our Xingtian clan will lose face and your Kuofu clan will become a laughing stock. Xing Yuanchao said with a deep voice. Chapter 51:10. Great. Father, our Qin family is finally saved. This Jiang Chen is too powerful. Two peak star realm experts are nothing to him. He has really widened our horizons. That's right. Qin Batian laughed heartily, filled with gratification. Yes, Grandpa, we're saved this time. A smile also appeared on Qin Lu's face. The Xing Yuan dynasty and Li Kuofu had been attacking for a long time, and they were even more anxious at this moment. Moreover, both sides were evenly matched. For the two great forces, this was the most unsettling thing. At that time, their momentum would definitely be greatly affected. It's not that simple. Qin Feng shook his head. You underestimate peak star states too much. You underestimate the Xingyuan dynasty and Li Kuofu too much. Qin Batian was taken aback. He looked at his father in confusion. Could it be that both sides were evenly matched? Was it not enough to make them retreat? At the very least, the flourishing Yuanchao and Li Kuofu no longer had any confidence in winning. As time passed, they would not be able to win for a long time, and they would be exhausted from running for their lives. They would definitely reveal their weaknesses, and that would be the time for Mount Dongchen to rise. They have reached the peak star state for tens of thousands of years. They're almost at the same time as me. Although they didn't attempt to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state, their power is unimaginable. My father suffered a backlash when he tried to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state and died. The half-step cosmic cloud state isn't as simple as you think. Peak star states are infinitely close to the cosmic cloud state. One can only imagine how strong they are. Although you reach the 9-level star state, you probably need at least 50,000 years of cultivation to reach the power of the Xingyuan dynasty and the others. As long as Jiang Chen can't take him down, he will be the one suffering. Qin Feng said worriedly. Moreover, they haven't even used their trump cards yet. It will be as difficult as ascending the heavens for little friend Jiang Chen to defeat them. Qin Feng said in a sincere tone. It wasn't wrong to speculate on the worst possible outcome. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't foresee any chance of victory. Let's wait and see first. Li Kuofu is an existence known as the descendant of God. His means are not limited to this. Qin Feng's heart was filled with sorrow. Until things reached the final step, there was no way for him to make a final conclusion. Right now, even though Jiang Chen was having a great time fighting against the two of them, the result was something that no one could predict. Jiang Chen, you've already crossed my bottom line. Today I definitely won't give you any more chances. Only by killing you will Mount Dongchen bow its head. It's your good fortune to die by my hands today. Transcendence golden body penetrating heaven and earth. Taking a step forward, Li Kuofu's body continued to grow larger. His mountainous body once again grew to a shocking height of over 1,000 zhang. With a wave of his hand, a strong gust of wind blew and thunder rumbled, causing the sky to change color. What a terrifying aura. Not only has Li Kuofu's body grown bigger, but his strength also seems to have increased significantly. Qin Batian said solemnly. That's right, this is his strongest technique, the Transcendence Golden Body inherited from the ancient god realm, the all-seeing golden body. Qin Feng said in a low voice. Li Kuofu's eyes widened in anger. The world was spinning, causing Jiang Chen to become more and more solemn. He did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. As the leader of the Kuafu clan and a descendant of God, Li Kuafu's strength was well-deserved. Li Kuafu was like an unparalleled god of war, mighty and domineering. Countless people could not help but bow down in worship. This kind of unparalleled pressure was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Within 100 miles of Mount Dongchen, all the birds and beasts were trembling in fear. No one was an exception. What a transcendence golden body, penetrating heaven and earth. Jiang Qin was incomparably shocked. This time he couldn't let his guard down. 100 refined stars. Jiang Qin flew up, pointing angrily at Li Kuafu. He pulled out his sword and shot it in all directions. The sword's shadow was dazzling, covering the entire sky. A rainbow shadow flew into the sky. It was Jiang Qin. Countless sword chi kept slashing at Li Kuafu's body, but Li Kuafu did not move an inch. Facing Jiang Qin's attack, he did not hold back at all. Heavy punches broke through the void. His transcendence golden body was invincible. It was like an unstoppable god. Jiang Qin had no way to defend against the barrage of heavy blows. Limitless sword. Sword 30. Sword 31. This time, Jiang Qin used the limitless sword again and barely blocked Li Kuafu's transcendence golden body. However, Li Kuafu's power kept increasing. Although it did not reach the half-step nebula state, it was infinitely close and infinitely growing. This exhausted Jiang Qin. The heavenly dragon sword's cooperation with him was already flawless. The limitless sword was like a flying dragon in the sky, but it still couldn't directly force back Li Kuafu's transcendence golden body. This was enough to show how terrifying this guy was. Jiang Qin knew that he had underestimated his enemy before. This Xingyuan dynasty seemed to be eager to make a move. Brother Kuafu's transcendence golden body is indeed powerful. I admire you. Xingyuan dynasty followed closely behind and pushed Jiang Qin's figure closer to Li Kuafu. The battle between the three was also getting more and more intense. Jiang Qin was constantly being suppressed by Li Kuafu's transcendence golden body. He was already struggling. In addition to the pressure from Xingyuan dynasty, his situation was very worrying. Qin Feng's gaze was extremely accurate. What he was worried about had finally happened. Jiang Qin was still alone and weak, and Li Kuafu's transcendence golden body was something that Jiang Qin had no way of breaking. The limitless sword could only resist him, but it was not that easy to break his transcendence golden body. Today, let's see how you are going to stand up for others. Let's see if you can withstand this last bit of power. Li Kuafu stood proudly, confident and mighty. Although Jiang Qin's limitless sword was terrifying and had the aura of the heavenly dragon sword, it was still unable to break his transcendence golden body. He was already in an invincible position. In addition to the Xingyuan dynasty's pressure, Jiang Qin was now in a dilemma and his life was hanging by a thread. You are indeed very strong, but you chose the wrong side. You are an enemy, not a friend. I can only kill you. Mount Dongchen is not worth risking your life for. But now it's too late to say anything. Once my transcendence golden body appears, it must be sacrificed with fresh blood. Li Kuafu leaped up and shook the heavens and earth. Jiang Qin's sword pierced through the air and rushed to the top of the nebula. Chapter 51:11. No one can escape from my Dharma golden body. Li Kuafu was full of confidence. He was the leader of the alliance with Xingyuan dynasty. Xingyuan dynasty kept creating trouble for Jiang Qin, but the one who truly crushed Jiang Qin was Li Kuafu. Li Kuafu's method was different from the past. It was extremely rare for him to be able to suppress Jiang Qin in terms of absolute strength and momentum. This had infuriated Jiang Qin. He must get back at him today. This time, I'm afraid Jiang Qin really can't hold on. Li Kuafu's Dharma golden body alone is enough to overwhelm him, said Qin Batian. He was worried. This time, I'm afraid Jiang Qin really can't hold on anymore. After all, Jiang Qin's life and death were related to the rise and fall of the Qin family. We've underestimated them in the end, especially young friend Jiang Qin. After all, I haven't fought them for many years. Back then their power was on par with mine. I was close to the half-step cosmic cloud state. They were also this powerful. It's all my fault for being too greedy. If I didn't want to break through to the half-step cosmic cloud state, perhaps the Qin family wouldn't have to face this disaster. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with guilt. If he didn't do this, how could the Qin family end up like this? All of this was because he had been too competitive and had brought it upon himself. How could he have ever imagined that he would end up harming all of Mount Qin? Millions of commoners would suffer along with him. Qin Feng's heart was filled with guilt. However, it was already too late to say anything now. After all, things had already come to this. There were countless casualties among the citizens of Mount Dongqin, and more than half of the Qin clan had fallen. Father, you don't need to blame yourself too much. We will always be by your side. This isn't your fault at all. Your goal was to strengthen Mount Dongqin. You just didn't expect that the news of you failing to advance to the half-step star level would be spread by traitors. That's why the two great factions are eyeing you covetously. Qin Batian quickly said. He knew his father's thoughts better than anyone. His father had been working to strengthen the Qin family his entire life. How could he be disloyal? His failure to break through was more painful than anyone else's, but he couldn't say it out loud. Tens of thousands of years of hard work had been destroyed in an instant. Who wouldn't sigh at this? The pain in his father's heart was something no one could understand. He had done enough for the Qin family. How could the Qin family blame him? I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. More than half of the living beings on Mount Qin died because of me. That's something I can't clear even if I jump into the Yellow River. You don't need to try to persuade me. But now that things have come to this, even if I want to redeem myself, it's already too late. Qin Feng was in incomparable pain. Even his final hope, Jiang Qin, was in a difficult position. It was very likely that this battle would implicate Jiang Qin as well. Grandpa, this isn't your fault. It's just that those two major powers have been getting restless for a long time. This is the calamity of our Mount Qin, and we can't avoid it even if we want to. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a way to do so. They've been secretly gathering information about Mount Dongqin all this time. That's something that no one can change. We've been harmed by scoundrels, and Mount Dongqin will never forget this deep enmity. You're the pillar of Mount Dongqin, grandfather. Regardless of when, regardless of life or death, I'll always be proud of you. Qin Lu's eyes shone brightly, filled with reverence for her grandpa. Ever since she was young, although she was a girl, she worshipped her grandpa greatly. She hoped that one day she could also become an existence that protected Mount Qin and take over her grandpa's position. But she didn't expect things to turn out contrary to her wishes. Before she could grow up and become strong enough, Mount Qin had been harmed by those scoundrels. Child, your grandpa's pride too. Qin Feng couldn't help but cry. There was no longer any chance. Mount Qin had fallen to such a state. It was a nightmare. Father, we're proud of you. Qin Batian said solemnly. Patriarch. We're proud of you. Behind Qin Feng, none of the members of the Qin clan had any expressions of fear on their faces. Their hearts were filled with fighting spirit. Even though they knew that they would lose, they didn't retreat even half a step. Qin Feng was their ancestor and even more so their spiritual pillar. Mount Qin had flourished for 100,000 years. Wasn't this all thanks to Qin Feng? But who could guarantee eternal glory? Big brother Jiang Qin, quickly leave. No matter what, our Qin clan won't retreat even half a step. This matter has nothing to do with you. I don't want to implicate you. Qin Lu loudly spoke, her eyes were slightly red. Even if she couldn't leave this place, she still hoped that big brother Jiang Qin would be able to leave Mount Qin. After all, elder sister Luo Ying was still waiting for him. If elder sister Luo Ying knew that big brother Jiang Qin was still alive, she would definitely be extremely happy. Jiang Qin stared at Qin Lu's complicated and resolute expression. How could he leave just like that? Even though he was constantly being pushed back, it was far from the point where he had to admit defeat. This time he had to take down these two fellows. Otherwise, the millions of living beings on Mount Qin would all die at their hands. How tragic would it be if the entire mountain was massacred? It wasn't just for Qin Lu, but for the millions of living beings on Mount Qin. Jiang Qin hadn't reached the point where he would kill people like flies, nor was he a deity. However, if the millions of living beings were killed by the Quafu clan in Xingtian Manor, it would be a great sin. This time I won't give you any chances, nor will I hold back. Only by killing you can I restore peace to Mount Qin. Jiang Qin stared straight at Li Quafu and Xing Yuanchao. His voice was stern and filled with killing intent. There was still a difference between killing one person and killing millions. Therefore he had to kill these two to save the millions of people on Mount Qin. Haha. How ridiculous. You can't even protect yourself now, yet you still want to save people? You still want to create peace for others? What a joke. Xing Yuanchao burst out laughing. His eyes were filled with disdain. Let's make a deal. Don't disappoint me. Brother Quafu alone has forced you into this state. Are you sure you still have a chance to turn the tables? Xing Yuanchao said coldly. You'll never know who's the one with the best smile until the very last moment. Jiang Qin smiled confidently and calmly. Little Qinzi, fuck them up. De Huang cheered him on. Only he thought that he could defeat Xing Yuanchao and Li Quafu. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and activated the astral divine sword. He was going to fight till his last breath. Chapter 51:12. Transcendence golden body, indestructible body. Li Quafu bellowed angrily. A dragon soared in the sky, its massive body blocking out the sun and the sky. The invincible Vajra body was unstoppable. The Transcendence golden body was incomparably dignified, like an unparalleled god. It came crashing down mercilessly against Jiang Qin, its killing intent soaring. Good move. Jiang Qin's eyes were like fire as he shouted. Against Li Quafu's indestructible golden body he did not hold back at all. The tempered body of the stars, the exploding stars and the power of the astral pole completely enveloped Jiang Qin's body. A ghostly blue light circled him, full of mystery and depth. This power was something that even Li Quafu could not have predicted. You know nothing about the power of the stars. Jiang Qin murmured. As he turned around he threw a punch with an indomitable spirit. It looked small but it was filled with shocking power. One big and one small, completely incomparable fists exploded out and instantly collided with each other. Boom! A sound that shook the mountains and rivers reverberated throughout Mount Dongqin. The sky was shaking, the ground was cracking, the rocks were pulverized and the rivers flowed in reverse. What a terrifying punch. Is my Mount Dongqin going to collapse? Hard to say. This punch is really enough to change the sky and earth and make ghosts wail and wolves howl. The Quafu tribe's leader is too strong. No one can match him in this battle. Countless people were indescribably panicked and scattered in all directions. The mountain collapsed, the earthquake struck and magma erupted from within the mountain. This punch practically turned most of the mountain rocks and ancient trees within a radius of 100 miles into powder. Qin Feng's face was full of seriousness. The world spun, sand and pebbles flew. After this punch, young friend Jiang Qin would probably no longer exist? Qin Feng knew that even if he was at his peak he might not be able to take this punch. This Li Quafu was too terrifying. The might of a single punch could shatter mountains and rivers. The body of the Quafu clan had a huge advantage. They were blessed by the heavens and could utilize the body of the Quafu clan to the extreme. This punch could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was omnipotent. Jiang Qin's body could not withstand this punch. Brother Jiang Qin. Qin Lu roared at the top of her lungs. Her eyes flickered and her heart was filled with incomparable sorrow. This punch should be the end, right? Even Xing Yuanchao was pleased. Li Quafu's power was the most terrifying. He was the closest to a half-step cosmic cloud state. Jiang Qin, a level 8 star state, dared to say that? Even if he had many tricks up his sleeves, it was impossible for him to survive such a blow. In fact, he didn't even need to do anything. Dust flew everywhere and the wind and clouds surged. At this moment time seemed to have stopped. However, only Li Quafu himself knew how terrifying his strength was in this punch. His body had suffered great damage because Jiang Qin's punch was also not to be underestimated. He could barely withstand the recoil of the punch. He was forced to take a few steps back and almost fell down from the mountain peak. He was in a rather sorry state. Li Quafu was not the only one who knew how terrifying his strength was. Jiang Qin's punch was not to be underestimated. He took a few steps back and almost fell down from the peak. Everyone's eyes were filled with terror. This battle, Jiang Qin was probably finished, right? Haha. Can water fight me? Li Quafu looked at the sky and roared. Although he'd received a great deal of damage from this punch, Jiang Qin would have been dead from the impact of the punch. Little brat, this time, you should know who the real overlord is. Brother Quafu is indeed worthy of being our pride, huh? Xing Yuanchao nodded confidently. The entire Dongqin mountain fell silent. Everyone's eyes were blank. Qin Lu was not the only one. Brother Jiang Qin had died for the sake of the Qin clan. It was such a tragedy. He could have left alive, but he decided to stay and sacrifice everything for the Qin clan. Qin Feng lowered his head in silence. He was neither happy nor sad. Although things had progressed in the direction he did not want to see, he had to admit that Jiang Qin was the eternal hero of the Dongqin Mountain. Now you should know what to do. Qin Feng, kneel down and beg for mercy. I'll leave your corpse intact. Xing Yuanchao's eyes were sharp as his lips curled upward. He suddenly felt like the blue sea had turned into mulberry fields as he faced his old rival. You've wreaked havoc on Dongqin Mountain all these years. It's enough. Qin Feng, since you can't lead Dongqin Mountain to glory, go to the abyss. Useless people will only be eliminated. Xing Yuanchao said. Pitiful, pitiful. If I broke through to the half-step cosmic cloud state, how could I let you wreak havoc here? Do you still dare to provoke the Qin clan? Qin Feng was furious. Pity you don't. Xing Yuanchao's eyes were cold. Yes, pity I don't. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Perhaps this was his fate. His hard work was all for naught. He even became a laughing stock in the eyes of others. The winner takes all. There's no doubt about this. You can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. This world is one where the strong preys on the weak. Xing Yuanchao said confidently. Only the strong have the absolute right to speak. Xing Yuanchao was like an emperor. His tone was stern and domineering. You're right. Only the strong have the absolute right to speak. When the dust settled, a figure slowly walked out, looking calm and composed. If it wasn't Jiang Qin, who could it be? Jiang Qin didn't fail that punch. His dragon transformation body had already surpassed that. The addition of the 3 astral pole was unparalleled. Jiang Qin's power wasn't something people like Li Kuofu could handle. However, this punch was too ferocious. The sky changed color and all the mountains within 100 kilometers were shattered. Li Kuofu's body was terrifying enough. Did Jiang Qin die in the dust? Not only so, but Jiang Qin was also unscathed. That was why he could stand there fearlessly. You're still alive? Li Kuofu couldn't believe it. That punch was on par with a half-step cosmic cloud state. How could he still be alive? How could he be so confident? You're not dead. Why can't I be alive? Do you think your indestructible golden body can really beat me? Wishful thinking. Jiang Qin stood on the peak of the mountain with his blade in front of him. Excited roars once again rang through Mount East Qin, and Qin Lu was crying tears of joy. He'd thought that big brother Jiang Qin was dead, but now he was still alive. Take another punch from me. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold as they met again. This punch made Li Kuofu's heart palpitate as if he was facing a great enemy. Chapter 51:13. Jiang Qin's appearance gave the people of Mount Dongqin another shot in the arm. They had thought that the matter was over, but they hadn't expected Jiang Qin to still be alive. This meant that they still had a glimmer of hope, even if it was only a sliver. After all, this was the reason for their survival. Li Kuofu was too strong and had left a huge impression in everyone's heart. Such an expert was in existence that they could not match. Who could fight against him? Only Jiang Qin. At this moment, Li Kuofu's eyes were filled with fear. Only he knew how ruthless that punch had been. It was already a great fortune for Jiang Qin to have survived. However, not only had he survived, but his body hadn't been injured in the slightest. At this moment, Li Kuofu already knew that Jiang Qin was definitely more terrifying than him. Even the golden body Dharma idol hadn't been able to deter him, so it would be difficult for him next. He would be utterly defeated. Although Jiang Qin looked tiny, the power of his punch was multiplied by several folds. Even Li Kuofu, the man of the mountain, could not help but take a deep breath. The heavy punch, which carried the light of the stars, landed on Li Kuofu's body without hesitation. Li Kuofu's eyes were filled with extreme fear. If he were to take that punch, he would be half-crippled even if he didn't die. "Brother Yuanchao, save me!" Li Kuofu exclaimed. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. This time he didn't have the courage to fight Jiang Qin head-on. "Save you? Who's going to save me then?" Xing Yuanchao sneered in his heart. "If even you can't withstand his strongest attack, why should I fight Jiang Qin? This is the perfect time to weaken the two of you, so I'll be the final winner. Brother Kuofu, watch out." Although Xing Yuanchao pretended to rush over to Li Kuofu's rescue, his speed was extremely slow. Li Kuofu established his stance and threw out a furious punch. He had no choice but to meet Jiang Qin head-on. However, Jiang Qin's fist had sent him flying 10 li away, and the mountains under his feet were all razed to the ground. At that moment, Li Kuofu slowly came to a stop. His eyes were filled with despair. A mouthful of blood spurted out, forming a rain of blood that splashed into the air. Li Kuafu was severely injured and his life was hanging by a thread. Brother Kuafu AI. In the end I was one step too late. Xing Yuanchao's expression was unsightly, but he was extremely excited in his heart. This was because Jiang Chen's expression was also unsightly. Obviously, after 2 punches, Jiang Chen was gasping for breath. He had seriously injured Li Kuafu, but he had also reached the point of exhaustion. This was the time for him to turn the situation around. You dare to injure my brother Kuafu? Jiang Chen, I will fight you to the bitter end. At this moment, Xing Yuanchao rushed out and met Jiang Chen's eyes. He could see that Jiang Chen's strength was already at the brink of collapse. One could imagine the impact of the 2 punches. Jiang Chen's strength was already at the brink of collapse. Don't worry, brother Kuafu. I will definitely avenge you. Xing Yuanchao pointed his spear at Jiang Chen, his fighting spirit rising again. What a good plan, Xing Yuanchao. I didn't expect you to be so smart. You've tricked Li Kuafu and now you're finally going to make a move yourself. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. Jiang Chen sneered. Don't talk nonsense. You're trying to sow discord between me and brother Kuafu. Today I will definitely kill you to avenge brother Kuafu. Xing Yuanchao did not say much and went straight to Jiang Chen. This time he would not hold back at all. Li Kuafu had fought Jiang Chen to this point, so he had to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how could he show his strength? Xing Yuanchao sneered and still put on a righteous look. 9 yuan battling heaven. Xing Yuanchao brandished his spear, covering the sky. Countless spear shadows filled the sky. Xing Yuanchao waved his spear, drawing on the power of the 9 dragons. The dragons soared in the sky and the 9 elements became one, fighting against the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and he was meticulous. At this time there was no need for him to hold back. In this battle he had to give his opponent a fatal blow. Only then could he solve the current problem of Mount Dongchen. Otherwise they would fall into a great battle and there would be countless casualties. The 9 yuan combat heavens could change the color of the heavens and earth. This was also the strongest technique of Xinyuan dynasty. He also had to show Jiang Chen the utmost respect. It wasn't an ordinary person who could push Li Kuafu to such a state. Although Li Kuafu had already fallen, he still had to give it his all. In order to prevent any accidents from happening again, Xing Yuanchao wanted to kill Yi Futian with a single blow. Only then could he ensure that he could sit on the fence. Once again Jiang Chen was faced with an earth-shattering attack. Facing the overwhelming spear shadows, a storm was brewing and dark clouds were gathering. Everyone's heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. Brother Jiang Chen, you have to hold on, Chen Lu prayed silently. Brother Jiang Chen could defeat Li Kuafu, and he would definitely be able to fight Xing Yuanchao to the end. Little friend Jiang Chen might not be in a good situation. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. Originally, his battle strength might be able to compete with Xing Yuanchao. However, in order to defeat Li Kuafu, little friend Jiang Chen is already an arrow at the end of its flight. In the battle between the 2 of them he will most likely lose. Unless he still has a trump card. Chen Batian looked at his father and the 2 of them had the same look in their eyes. One should know that Xing Yuanchao's strength was not weaker than Li Kuafu's at all. At this time Xing Yuanchao clearly felt like he was bullying the weak. Kill him. You must kill him. Li Kuafu roared at the top of his voice, but at this time he no longer had any strength to fight back. Fuck you, you still dare to be so arrogant at this time. Let this lord dog serve you well. At this time, De Huang had already killed all the experts of the Kuafu clan. All the elders had died without a burial place. Li Kuafu was furious, but De Huang had already approached him. Although De Huang had also suffered a very serious internal injury, he was still very confident in dealing with a person who had no strength to truss a chicken. This guy was still arrogant at this time. If he did not teach him a lesson he would not know why the flowers were so red. Seeing that little Qinzi was in a dangerous battle with Xing Yuanchao, De Huang had to collect some interest from Li Kuafu. What do you want? Li Kuafu roared. He was already powerless to fight but this guy still wanted to bully him. What do I want? What do you think? I like to pick on pushovers. Just now you were very arrogant. What goes around comes around. Now it's my turn to teach you a good lesson. Little bastard, I'm going to beat you up until you're unrecognizable. De Huang smiled sinisterly and began to torture Li Kuafu. After a series of crazy attacks and sharp claws, Li Kuafu felt extremely desperate. Chapter 51:14. Little Chinzi, I'll beat this bastard up for you first. I'll leave the rest to you. Big Yellow cackled and began to attack with all its might, beating the dog while it was down. This was his favorite thing to do, especially at such a time. He had to make sure that little Chinzi didn't have to worry about him. That's right. He wanted to beat the bastard up until he couldn't take care of himself. On the other side, Jiang Qin did not panic in the face of Xingyuan Chao's attack. Even though he knew that every step would be difficult, he had to fight his opponent to the end. Jian battling heaven was like the reincarnation of 9 dragons. It was invincible. Limitless sword, 31 swords. Jiang Qin raised his sword and faced the 9 vitality golden dragons. He slashed through the wind and waves and kept charging forward. However, Xingyuan Chao's strength was obviously stronger. A terrifying force swept over as though the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. 9 dragons in the sky, 9 elements returned to 1. Xingyuan Chao used 120% of his strength and charged forward. He was determined to kill Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin's limitless sword was not that easy to defeat. In addition to the rebirth of the heavenly dragon sword, Xingyuan Chao was still able to hold his ground against Xingyuan Chao. Moreover, Jiang Qin's sword momentum changed again and again. With the support of the heavenly dragon sword, the power of limitless sword was getting stronger and stronger. The sword momentum was frightening and had thousands of changes. Limitless sword should be able to change again. Jiang Qin was incomparably shocked, because he had already found the changes in his moves. The limitless sword was limitless. It was something that no one could predict. Jiang Qin's strongest technique should be the limitless sword, because his changes were too strong. Every strike of his sword was like the heavens and earth changing the style of the previous strike. This was the reason why the limitless sword was so powerful. Jiang Qin was neither happy nor sad. He fought and retreated at the same time. Although it looked like he was fleeing in a panic, Jiang Qin was actually looking for the changes in limitless sword. When the sword was unleashed, 10,000 swords would be broken. When 10,000 swords rose, 1 sword would end. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Step by step he changed the ultimate form of the limitless sword. Under the 31st blade he had to constantly break through and innovate in order to find a better sword momentum. 32nd blade. It was the extension of the limitless sword, and also the heavenly dragon sword's domineering aura. The two complemented each other to become stronger and stronger. 32nd blade. Changing the sky, true dragon soars to the heavens. Jiang Qin was suddenly enlightened. 32 swords was not only about sword momentum, but also the changes of the sword. Thousands of sword momentum could steal the sky and change the sun. This sword 32 was the limitless sword and also the heavenly dragon sword. 32 swords, I am this piece, the sword is me, the sword is the 32 swords. Jiang Qin's gaze was like a sword, and the aura of a flying dragon swept across the sky. The heavenly dragon sword rose and the limitless sword fell. He had mastered the 32 swords. In an instant Jiang Qin pulled out his sword and rose into the air. Facing Xingyuan Chao's 9 primordial divine spear, his expression did not change at all. The determination of the 32 swords changed the sky and the earth, and as long as the sword existed, the person existed. Sword shadows filled the sky. Xingyuan Chao felt a huge pressure that shrouded his heart. At this moment he was facing a formidable enemy. Jiang Qin's 32 swords had completely surpassed his understanding. Even his trump card was useless now. Sword shadows covered the sky. Not only was his attack broken, but the remaining power of the 32 swords was still there. Xingyuan Chao's face turned pale and he was completely destroyed. Sword marks passed through his body and Xingyuan Chao spurted out blood. His body trembled and he staggered backward. The spear in his hand had already been cut off and it was riddled with wounds. It was not only him but also the divine spear in his hand. Jiang Qin's sword shadows filled the sky. The 32 swords showed its magnificence again, and it opened everyone's eyes and made them tremble. At that moment, a tsunami-like sound was heard in Mount Dongchen. Everyone knew that Jiang Qin had won this battle. At this moment Xingyuan Chao no longer had the strength to fight. The 32 swords had pushed Jiang Qin's sword momentum to its peak. Even the heavenly dragon sword had shown its magnificence. At this moment, Jiang Qin knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. But there was no doubt that he was the final winner. No one knew how much Zhou Xian had sacrificed and how serious his injuries were. Only he knew. He was able to defeat Xing Yuanchao because he had comprehended the true meaning of the 32 swords during the battle. The limitless sword had indeed filled Zhou Qian's heart with fighting spirit. This sword had also brought hope to the entire Mount Dongchen. It was because of Zhou Qian's existence that they could see hope. Xing Yuanchao and Li Kuofu had both lost and fallen. Now Mount Dongchen was invincible. Zhou Qian was standing at the top of the mountain, a supreme existence. Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian. His roars shook the mountain range and the birds and beasts were frightened. This was the embodiment of strength and this was domineering. Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled and there was a touch of relief at the corner of his mouth. He had finally completed the final redemption. The 32 swords deserved the greatest credit. The heavenly dragon sword finally showed its magnificence. Xing Yuanchao's facial expression became uglier and uglier. He and Li Kuofu had become brothers in the same boat. He thought that he would be able to take down Zhou Qian after Li Kuofu was defeated, but he had still underestimated Zhou Qian. The shock that Zhou Qian brought to them was unbelievable. Little friend Zhou Qian is indeed unparalleled in the world. I've seen a true sword Dao Grandmaster today. One sword, 10,000 swords were broken. The limitless sword is at its peak. This is a true master. Qin Feng laughed. He learned a lot from this battle. He was ready. 100 years later he could continue to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state. He was the one who had benefited the most from Zhou Qian's battle with them. Not only had he benefited from Mount Dongchen, but he had also gained a deeper understanding of his own strength. That was something to be thankful for. Big brother Zhou Qian. Qin Lu was overjoyed. Now Zhou Qian was the hero of the entire Mount Dongchen. No one dared to underestimate them anymore. From this moment on, Mount Dongchen didn't need to listen to Xingtian Mansion and the Kuofu race anymore. It was too late for Xing Yuanchao to regret. When Li Kuofu fought Zhou Qian he shouldn't have intervened. Otherwise how could he have lost? Everything was dictated by fate. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Xing Yuanchao's heart was filled with despair. However, at the last moment they didn't completely lose. Let's see where you two can run to this time. Weren't you very cocky just now? Xing Yuanchao, you belong to Master Dog now, Chapter 51:15. Mr. Yi. He was Xing Yuanchao's last hope. If Mr. Yi still did not make a move, then their attack this time would be a complete failure. If Mr. Yi had not passed on the biggest news to him, he would not have trained with the Kuofu clan to attack the Qin family. After all, Mount Dongchen had 100,000 years of heritage. It was not a place that ordinary people could fight. Up until now he had no chance of winning at all. Zhou Qian's sudden appearance had disrupted all his plans. De Huang beat him up violently. Xing Yuanchao was in great pain. Just like Li Kuofu, he was beaten up by De Huang. How could a grandmaster endure this? However, he could not. Li Kuofu had already been beaten up by De Huang to the point that he could not fight back. Now it was finally Xing Yuanchao's turn. Let's see if you can still be arrogant. Not to mention Mr. Yi, even Mr. Pig can't save you today. De Huang's fist smashed down, causing Xing Yuanchao's expression to change. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. This guy was really ruthless. Get lost. Accompanied by a loud shout, a ray of light flickered above Xing Yuanchao's head and landed in front of him. At this moment De Huang met it. The ray of light instantly attacked and directly hit De Huang. Be careful, De Huang. Zhou Qian's expression suddenly changed. This person did not come with good intentions. This person's strength was probably 3 times stronger than Li Kuofu and Xing Yuanchao. Moreover, this time he did not seem to show any mercy. He even wanted to kill De Huang in one blow. Fuck. Who the fuck are you? De Huang retreated quickly, but the ray of light was faster than De Huang and was about to hit him. Zhou Qian held the Buddha prison palace in his hand and directly pressed it on top of De Huang's head, blocking the attack. Clang. The light receded. De Huang was scared shitless. This guy was too ruthless. He didn't give him any face at all. Did he want to eat his dog meat? If it wasn't for little Qinzi's timely intervention, he might have really died here today. De Huang still had a lingering fear. That person was wearing a green robe and standing beside Xing Yuanchao. His long hair was tied behind his back. Although his face was skinny, no one could see his eyes clearly. It was black, blue and deep purple. In short, it made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. This fellow is actually even stronger than Li Kuofu of the Xinyuan dynasty. Who exactly is he? Mr. Yi? It wasn't just Jiang Chen, even Qin Feng had never heard of this fellow before. Just who on earth was he? Who are you? Qin Feng asked in a deep voice. His expression was extremely unsightly. Because of his appearance, Mount Dongchen would once again face a crisis of life and death. Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. After defeating Li Kuofu and Xing Yuanchao, he had already used up 90% of his strength. Now that this fellow had appeared, it would undoubtedly cause Mount Dongchen to completely collapse. Although Qin Feng didn't want to believe it, he knew very well that this person was not simple. Very, very complicated. That innate nobility and dominance was displayed incisively and vividly. Most importantly, his strength was actually above Xing Yuanchao's. It seemed that the battle at Mount Dongchen was planned by him. If it wasn't for this Mr. Yi, perhaps their Mount Dongchen wouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation. Qin Batian also frowned. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He felt that this person was very familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen him before. However, his aura was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe at all. It wasn't just Qin Batian. Everyone felt the same. The appearance of the green-robed man made everyone feel as if a haze had descended. It was as if the sky and earth had changed color, as if all things were sinking. His appearance was like the end of the world. This feeling didn't appear when they were facing Xing Yuanchao. Who is this person? Xing Yuanchao's mind was racing. However, he didn't know who on Tianqin Star had such great ability and power. Moreover, he was watching from the shadows and didn't actually make a move. Everything was a conspiracy and it sent chills down one's spine. Don't you know who I am, old thing? The green-robed man's eyes turned cold. The green veil in front of him disappeared. At that moment, Qin Baishan's expression was extremely unsightly. It's you. Qin Batian roared angrily. This person was none other than the murderer who killed his sister. Bastard! You damned bastard, how dare you come back? Qin Baishan's roar shook the mountains and rivers. Qin Lu was also shocked. She didn't know why her father would have such a huge reaction. Qin Feng's eyes also trembled slightly. Back then you were seriously injured by me, but you still had the guts to come back. You've really impressed me. Qin Feng murmured. Now you don't have the courage to do so, do you, old man? My power has reached the half-step cosmic cloud state. Ah. How is it? Isn't it shocking? This is all thanks to your daughter. If it wasn't for her, I might not have been able to break through now. I was indeed no match for you back then, but your daughter is my good friend. She sacrificed herself. I feel sorry for her. Pity, what a pity. Yitionan laughed. That sinister smile on his face caused the members of the Qin clan to be incomparably enraged. Qin Baishan's veins were bulging on his forehead. This bastard, not only did he kill his sister, he even dared to come to the Qin clan to show off his strength. At this moment, Qin Lu finally knew that this person was the one who caused her aunt's death. Why? Qin Lu's face was full of tears, but no one answered her. Half-step cosmic cloud state. Qin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. His hands were shaking. This guy was indeed out of everyone's expectations. He was also a peak level 9, but he beat him away. He didn't expect this guy to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state. This was too shocking. They didn't believe it, but the truth was right before their eyes. This was the best proof. Half-step cosmic cloud state shocked everyone here. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed this guy had planned this all along. He wanted to defeat the Qin family and make the Xingtian prefecture and Kuofu race work for him. This was something that Qin Feng had never expected at all. He had thought that he would flee 100,000 miles away, but he had actually returned to Mount Dongchen so quickly. Furthermore, he had even plotted such a world-shaking scheme. He was the mastermind behind everything. You're indeed strong, but it's not worth it for the Qin family. The Qin family isn't easy to deal with. Yi Tianan glanced at Jiang Qin and smiled. Chapter 51:16. Qin Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. This fellow was clearly here for the treasure of their Qin clan. Earlier he had colluded with his daughter to trick her. His motive was clear as day. Qin Feng saw that Yi Batian wasn't a good person, so he rejected the marriage with his daughter. In the end, Yi Batian finally showed his fangs and was kicked out of Mount Dongchen. However, when he returned, he was already a half-step cosmic cloud state. This was something Qin Feng didn't expect. A half-cosmic cloud state was enough to dominate Dongqin Mountain. Even though Yi Tianan had lost to Qin Feng in an extremely miserable manner earlier on, at this very moment he could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as he was in the past. His appearance was not only the straw that broke the camel's back, but it also extinguished all hope of Mount Dongqin. Even the Quafu race and Xingtian manor were instigated by him. That's why they came to challenge Mount Dongqin. Yi Tianan was the main culprit in this battle of life and death. But now, even if he knew Yi Tianan's goal, what use would it be? They were no longer a match for Yi Tianan. A half-step cosmic cloud state was unreachable to them. Qin Feng sighed. The Qin family couldn't escape the fate of annihilation. That bastard had long since made all the arrangements and everything was under his control. To Mount Dongqin the grievous news had finally arrived. It's him who killed my sister. Qin Batian gnashed his teeth, but he was powerless. Not to mention Yi Tianan, even Xing Yuanchao could crush him to death. If Yi Tianan wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. You will receive retribution sooner or later. Qin Batian roared. Retribution? Ha, since when did you start cultivating? You actually believe in retribution? In this world, in this eternal world, we cultivators are the eternal gods. We are the true controllers of fate. Things like retribution are just used to deceive children. Yi Tianan looked at Qin Batian disdainfully. If you want to blame someone, blame your Qin clan for being so thick-headed. If you had handed over the item earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Your sister wouldn't have died and neither would Mount Dongqin. Therefore you brought this war upon yourselves and the main culprit is you. Yi Tianan pointed at Qin Batian, Qin Feng, and the others as he laughed maniacally. At this time Mount Dongqin had already turned into a river of blood. This was an irreversible fact. However, Qin Feng did not cower in the slightest. There were some things that he had to protect even if he had to die. This Yi Tianan was not a good person. The Qin family's treasure must not fall into his hands. Even if I die, I won't let you get my Qin family's treasure. Qin Feng said with a dark expression. Old fart, let's see how long you can be cocky. I will kill everyone in your Qin family and search through your memory. I don't believe I can't find the treasure. Yi Tianan's eyes were cold and disdainful, looking at everyone with disdain. That kind of cold and domineering aura caused countless people to suffocate. The people of Mount Dongqin didn't expect that even Jiangqin wouldn't be able to pull them back from the brink of death. Jiangqin had tried his best. 2 peak star states were defeated by him, but this Yi Tianan came out of nowhere and crushed everyone with his half-step cosmic cloud state power. This wasn't a realm Jiangqin could reach. Ani, why did you fall in love with such a scum? Our people are going to die in his hands. Soon I will come to see you too. Qin Lu murmured. Now that things had come to this point and Jiangqin was severely injured, no one could change anything. The Qin family was destined to be destroyed. Die. All of you will become wandering ghosts. All members of the Qin family must die. Yi Tianan's roar was like thunder, shocking the world. It spread to every corner of Mount East Qin, and there were even people who died from the shock. Qin Feng closed his eyes. Death was coming. Any futile struggle would be useless. However, he was prepared. He would rather die than tell anyone about the Qin family's treasure. Die fearlessly. Die fearlessly. The people of the Qin clan continued to roar in anger. Tens of thousands of them were in high spirits. They were fearless in the face of death. That was their glory and glory. The Qin family would never back down. Okay, I will fulfill your wish. Yi Tianan said Lung Lung. Then you will have to get through me first. Jiang Chen's voice appeared behind Yi Tianan. Yi Tianan tilted his head and smiled. At this time, Jiang Chen still dared to rush forward. Wasn't he courting death? I could have killed you last, but I didn't expect you to stick your neck out first. I really don't know if I should say you're smart or stupid. You're willing to risk your life for the Qin family. It's a pity that you don't have the ability to do so. Yi Tianan said disdainfully. It's important to know one's own limits. However, it's obvious that you're someone who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. What a joke. In Yi Tianan's eyes, Jiang Qin was a fool. For the sake of Qin family, Jiang Qin was willing to pay any price and send himself into the abyss. He was supposed to be a hero of the generation, where not even 2 peak star realm experts were a match for him. But this time he met Yi Tianan. Although I, Jiang Qin, am not a great hero, I will not back down since the final battle has come to this. There must be a result regardless of victory or defeat. The people of the Qin family are innocent. You are a merciless executioner who slaughters innocent people. People like you don't deserve to live in this world. Jiang Qin said coldly. Jiang Chen's face was filled with hatred. Jiang Qin smiled calmly. Even in the face of a half-step cosmic cloud state, he could still act like he was taking a stroll in the park. He wouldn't admit defeat until the very last moment. This was Jiang Qin. He had been through countless battles, but he never had the slightest thought of retreating. No matter the time, faith was the most important. Faith could change the world and reshape the stars. Jiang Qin had no obligation, but he had the responsibility to protect this world. Qin Lu was secondary. He couldn't watch the millions of lives on Mount Dongqin get slaughtered by this guy. Such righteousness. I like it. Pity you're only fit to be a lonely ghost. No one can stop me. Those who do will die. Chapter 51:17. Swords were drawn, the battle was imminent. Jiang Qin also drew his sword again, fusing with the heavenly dragon sword and pointing it at Yi Tianan. This battle, there must be a victor. Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp, staring straight at Yi Tianan. Both sides' auras were surging, waiting for the final battle. Little friend Jiang Qin, I know you are broad-minded, but why do you have to do this? Qin Feng sighed. He no longer had any hope. Even if Jiang Qin struggled, his fate would be the same in the end. Jiang Qin, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, actually wanted to fight Yi Tianan. Even he felt that Jiang Qin was an ant trying to shake a tree. It was an unimaginable battle and he might die miserably. Little friend Jiang Qin, our Qin clan owes you. Qin Batian also covered his face and cried. This was the most dangerous moment, no one could stay out of it. Qin Lu stared at the broad figure, her heart intoxicated. Once upon a time she dreamed of him day and night. Once upon a time she thought she'd never see big brother Jiang Qin again. But today his figure was as imposing as a mountain, standing at the peak of Mount East Qin, shielding the Qin family from the wind and rain. At that moment, Qin Lu knew that even if she died she would have no regrets. To be able to die together with big brother Jiang Qin, it was her honor and her glory. Although she did not know big brother Jiang Qin's feelings, she would not let him down. Even if death was in front of her, so what? As long as you are here, the sky is clear. Since you insist, I will fulfill your wish. I will let you know what a true expert is. Star level 8. Ha, you are really making me feel more and more amused. Yi Tianan laughed loudly. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was like an ant. Not to mention his current state, even if he was at his peak he could kill Jiang Qin easily. At this time it could only be said that he was digging his own grave. Kill. He pulled out his sword and soared into the sky. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and soared into the sky, cutting through the blue dome of heaven. The shadow of the sword was like frost, crisscrossing. Heaven and earth seemed to be spinning. The sky dragon sword once again rose to the sky and battled with Yi Tianan. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Scram. Yi Tianan struck out with his palm, sending lightning bolts flying in all directions. He didn't use any fancy techniques, but rather a single palm strike caused the lightning clouds in the 9 heavens to tremble, and the entire Mount East Qin to rumble with deafening thunder. The palm wind was sharp, and it brought with it the power to destroy heaven and earth as it smashed down from the sky. Jiang Chen's sword broke through the palm print, but he was also knocked back by the remaining force. His face turned pale and blood spurted out from his mouth. So powerful. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with waves of shock. It was truly difficult to resist. Yi Tianan's palm strike just now was nothing more than a casual strike, but he never expected it to be so destructive. The pressure it brought to him was indescribable. A single palm strike could destroy the world. A single palm strike could shake the 9 heavens. This was the power of a cosmic cloud state. Jiang Qin felt his blood boiling. On one hand he was shocked by Yi Tianan's power, but on the other hand he was shocked by the power of a cosmic cloud state. Although he had just reached the half-step cosmic cloud state, the difference between him and the star state was like heaven and earth. This kind of strength made Jiang Qin feel like he was about to shrink back. The pressure was unimaginable. However, Jiang Qin wasn't someone who would give up easily. As long as he still had one breath left, he wouldn't have the slightest thought of giving up. This was Jiang Qin. Facing the domineering Yi Tianan, Jiang Qin could only give up everything and fight with his life on the line. Die. Yi Tiannan approached again and Jiang Chen could only passively take the beating. Bang. Bang. The continuous heavy punches made Jiang Chen feel extremely shaken, as if there was a huge mountain on top of his head, making it hard for him to breathe. Each punch was enough to shatter the void. The heavenly dragon sword was crackling. Jiang Chen kept retreating. His situation was very worrying. Everyone watched this scene. Jiang Chen was too passive. He couldn't fight back at all. The power of the heavenly dragon sword barely blocked Yi Tiannan's heavy punches, but in the long run, Jiang Chen would be exhausted. His situation would only get worse. No one knew better than Jiang Chen what it felt like to face the suppression of a half-step cosmic cloud state. Each move, each stance, he didn't want to make the slightest mistake. With each sword, Jiang Chen gave it his all, fearing that he would fail and be killed by Yi Tiannan's punch. The dragon transformation was extremely powerful, but it still couldn't block the pressure of the punches. If it wasn't for the dragon transformation, he would have been defeated long ago. It was because of the dragon transformation that he was so confident. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into meat paste by Yi Tiannan. Jiang Chen kept retreating. He was deeply trapped and couldn't continue. Now he finally understood that a half-step cosmic cloud state was still a cosmic cloud state. No matter how strong a star state was, it was still a star state. The difference in power was vividly displayed at this moment. Damn it, I'll fight. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. At this moment he could only use the Shura sword formation. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the sky, and the world changed colors. The 36 peerless swords followed closely behind, forming the heavenly dipper formation. Jiang Chen could easily set up the Shura sword formation now. He didn't need any preparation at all. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, the 36 grade 8 combat weapons were even more earth-shattering. This scene shocked countless people. So many peerless swords. Yeah, don't tell me all of them are grade 7 combat weapons? Grade 7? Open your eyes and take a good look. These are fucking grade 8 combat weapons. Oh my god. Are you for real? Grade 8 combat weapons? How is that possible? A sword formation formed by so many grade 8 combat weapons. How powerful is that? The entire Mount Dongchen was in a state of shock. So many grade 8 combat weapons were dazzling. Even Li Kuofu, Xing Yuanchao and the others' eyes were shining. Grade 8 combat weapons, and there were so many of them. Wasn't this guy too extravagant? So many grade 8 combat weapons. How is this guy so rich? Damn it. Xing Yuanchao's eyes were burning with passion. If he gave them to Jiang Chen, it would definitely increase the strength of him and the entire Xingtian prefecture. These were treasures that could only be encountered by luck. A single divine weapon was priceless, and Jiang Chen actually had so many. This was too unbelievable. I'm afraid these treasures are not simple. Being able to defeat you and me is enough to prove that this guy is powerful enough. However, if he wants to arm wrestle with Mr. Yi, I think he should just forget about it. Cough cough. Chapter 51:18. I can't wait to see Jiang Chen get beaten up. This guy is too arrogant and self-opinionated. Mr. Yi will not let him off. Xing Yuanchao gnashed his teeth, his face darkening with anger. He and Li Kuofu had lost all face on Mount Dongchen. If Jiang Chen did not die, how could they continue to live in this world? Do you really think that a mere formation can trap me? Yi Tiannan smiled faintly. Even though he was sealed in the Azura sword formation, he was still full of confidence. These divine weapons are not bad, but it's a pity that they're in the hands of someone like you. How ridiculous. Yi Tiannan frowned. It had to be said that even he was wary of the divine weapons in Jiang Chen's hands. He would definitely make a fortune this time. If he killed Jiang Chen, wouldn't those divine weapons all belong to him? Then let's give it a try. Jiang Chen said through gritted teeth. His face was very ugly. He had only recovered a little after eating a pile of little rejuvenation pills. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the Azura sword formation. You're courting death. Your sword formation is useless against me. Yi Tiannan roared. He wanted to break through the sword formation, but Jiang Chen was very cautious and had already made preparations. Azura sword formation activate. Jiang Chen roared and activated the Azura sword formation. This time it was much more difficult than before. The grade of the heavenly dragon sword and the 36 divine swords had all been raised to an unprecedented level. A 9th grade battle weapon was driving 36 8th grade battle weapons. How crazy and powerful was that? Even with the Genesis Qi in Jiang Chen's body, it would be difficult for him to support such a huge sword formation. The grade and power of the Azura sword formation were closely related to its foundation, and the divine swords were its foundation. Therefore, to strengthen the Azura shock absorption formation, it needed to strengthen the divine swords. Once the divine swords became stronger, Jiang Chen's strength would not be enough to fully control them. If it wasn't for the qualitative transformation of his star spirits, if it wasn't for the abundant Genesis Qi in his body, if it wasn't for his strong body, the backlash from the Azura sword formation would have devoured Jiang Chen himself, let alone his opponents. Originally, he did not intend to activate the Shura sword formation because he knew that the Shura sword formation would not be able to hold on for too long. However, at this moment he had no other choice. He had exhausted his limited abilities and had to activate the Shura sword formation. As for whether he could trap Yi Tianan, it would depend on his luck. Jiang Chen's face was solemn. The Azura shock absorption formation continued to rotate and the world changed. At this moment, Dong Qinshan was also incomparably shocked. With Jiang Chen's strength, he originally thought that Yi Tianan would easily crush him, but they were still in a stalemate. Moreover, Yi Tianan's strength was really beyond everyone's expectations. Little friend Jiang Chen, how many trump cards does he have? This sword formation is too terrifying, isn't it? It's hard to imagine how terrifying a sword formation composed of so many peerless divine weapons is. Qin Feng shook his head. There was only shock and horror left in his eyes. Jiang Chen's strength had shown them what it meant to be a real big shot. Jiang Chen did not fear a half-step nebula expert because he had a trump card. But this formation alone was worrying. Once the sword formation was formed, could it really control Yi Tianan? Father, little friend Jiang Chen's sword formation is too powerful. We all underestimated him. Qin Batian said excitedly. Hope reignited in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Chen was fearless. He charged to the peak of the sky and set up the formation. A star state at the 8th level fighting a half-step cosmic cloud state. There had never been such a battle in history. As soon as the sword formation was activated, Yi Tiannan's expression became serious. Terrifying sword rays brushed past him, especially the heavenly dragon sword rays. Even a half-step nebula state like him didn't dare to underestimate it. This Jiang Chen is too insane. Luckily we didn't risk our lives against him before. Li Kuofu said. If we did, we wouldn't need this Azura sword formation to kill you. Xing Yuanchao smiled. Li Kuofu was speechless. He glared at Xing Yuanchao, but what he said was the truth. Jiang Chen really didn't need the Azura sword formation to kill the two of them. This sword formation caused them to tremble in fear. Made them feel the threat of death. This fellow had truly concealed his strength too deeply. Most importantly, he was only a star state at the 8th level, but his combat power was on par with a half-step cosmic cloud state. Who could handle this? Yi Tianan was also very careful against the Azura sword formation. He kept punching and crushing the incoming sword shadows. The scene was very explosive. Both sides were evenly matched. For a moment no one could do anything to the other. However, only Jiang Chen knew that he didn't have any means to maintain the Ashura sword formation any longer. There was a limit to how long the Ashura sword formation could last. No matter how hard he struggled, he could only last for 50 breaths of time. After that, the Ashura sword formation would collapse by itself. Jiang Chen knew this, but he had no other choice. The stronger the Azura sword formation was, the more energy it consumed. It was almost impossible for him to completely control the Azura sword formation. It was impossible to control it freely and last for so long. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, trying his best to hold on. Yi Tianan was doing the same as well. The pressure he was facing was the Ashura sword formation's afterimages. However, he still tried to break through the formation but failed a few times. Hence he was being extremely cautious. The Azura sword formation automatically formed a powerful net of attacks. There were countless sword shadows. He couldn't break through it all. This guy has such a powerful means. Damn it. Yi Tianan gritted his teeth, but he didn't show his emotions. He continued to resist the Azura sword formation. But at this moment, Jiang Chen was the first to show signs of fatigue. 50 seconds wasn't enough to completely seal Yi Tianan. His Azura sword formation collapsed on its own. Piss off. Piss off. Piss off. Yi Tianan punched again and again. The world kept shaking. The Azura sword formation gradually lost its initial sharpness. Bang! In an instant the world spun around him. A terrifying pressure came crashing down on him. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. All of his divine swords were defeated in an instant. He was also sent flying backwards by the shockwave that Yi Tianan had created. The Azura sword formation was broken. Another round of exclamations sounded on Mount Dongqin. He broke the formation. A half-step cosmic cloud state is indeed stronger. Yeah, it seems Jiang Chen still can't seal Yi Tianan. What a pity. In the end, we're still going to be controlled by fate. The world is going to change and Mount Dongqin is going to fall. Chapter 51:19. Jiang Chen spat blood again. His face was extremely yellow. This time his body had reached its limit. He didn't have the power to hold on anymore. The Shura sword formation was defeated. Yi Tianan, who was a half-step cosmic cloud state, was like an insurmountable chasm. You're still too weak. Yi Tianan pointed straight at Jiang Chen, the ridicule in his eyes overflowing. Jiang Chen struggled to get up. His eyes were extremely cold and firm. He was like a mountain that no one could push down. What? You still don't want to admit defeat? Your sword has already fallen and your body is already at the end of its tether. Do you still want to engage in a fearless struggle? Yi Tianan smiled. His eyes were cold and contemptuous. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a clown, a piece of trash who wanted to change his fate. Unfortunately, he didn't have the power to do so. If you want to become a superhero who can save the world, your power isn't enough. In my eyes, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. There was a reason for Yi Tianan's coldness and contempt. He was powerful enough to ignore everyone. Now Dongqin Mountain is beneath my feet. Whoever I want to die will die. Ha! Yi Tianan laughed hysterically. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked down at all the weak. He was the one and only existence on the peak. The power of a powerful being shocked the world. Yi Tianan's existence was a nightmare for Dongqin Mountain. Qin Feng had completely lost his faith. He struggled again and again, but in the end he couldn't stop his fate. Perhaps the Qin family was really going to be annihilated. I haven't fallen yet. If you want to destroy Dongqin Mountain, you'll have to step over my body. Jiang Chen raised his head and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of playfulness. Stop joking. You're about to die. It seems I need to shut you up. Yi Tianan said with a cold smile, his eyes growing darker and darker. This Jiang Chen, did he really think he was someone to be trifled with? It would be too easy for him to kill him now. You can try. The corners of Jiang Chen's lips curled up. Their gazes intersected, and in an instant his innate astral soul was released from his sea of consciousness. Die, lowly bastard. Yi Tianan laughed coldly. With a flip of his hand he sent out a thunderous palm strike. The power of the universe only lasted for an instant. Heavenly raising hand. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as he stepped onto the heaven-ascending stairway, starting his final attempt. The speed of the sky-ascending stairway was incomparably fast. It helped Jiang Chen travel through the sky and completely evade the attack of the heavenly raising hand. However, Jiang Chen had underestimated Yi Tianan. The heavenly raising hand reversed and pressed down again. Exploding heavenly stars. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen roared in anger. He had no way to evade and could only take it head-on. However, this palm strike caused the sky and earth to spin. As it pressed down, Jiang Chen had no way to escape. Even the heaven-ascending stairway was restricted because his current strength was too weak. Explode for me, one thought to heaven. Jiang Chen roared as he rushed to the peak of the clouds, meeting the heavenly raising hand head-on. However, as expected, he was suppressed by Yi Tianan's palm strike. He had no way to retaliate and was sent flying, crashing into a mountain ridge. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's divine will art also erupted. The power of his fourth-grade astral soul was instantly unleashed, sweeping across the horizon. In an instant, Yi Tianan's expression changed. He was incomparably shocked. This terrifying innate astral soul. How was this possible? There was no need to doubt the strength of the divine will art. It directly enveloped Yi Tianan, causing him to have no way to retaliate. The pressure from the innate astral soul caused Yi Tianan's head to ache. His expression was extremely unsightly. Impossible. Yi Tianan roared, but he was still heavily injured by the divine will art. The terrifying power of the innate astral soul filled the sky. At this moment Yi Tiannan had suffered unprecedented injuries. Peef! Yi Tiannan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment Yi Tiannan's expression was incomparably solemn. He stood in the air, his mind racing. He was incomparably anxious. His eyes were filled with horror as he stared at Zhang Chen. Wasn't this fellow a little too monstrous? That terrifying astral soul almost sent him away. If it wasn't for the difference in strength between him and Zhang Chen, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was in a dangerous situation, he would have been dead by now. Yi Tiannan's eyes were filled with horror. This guy really taught him a lesson. He almost failed miserably. Not only Yi Tiannan but everyone was also shocked. Yi Tiannan, who was at the half-step cosmic cloud state, was actually repelled by Zhang Chen, and it seemed that his injuries weren't light either. How could this be? Qin Baishan's face was grim as he looked at his father in bewilderment. It's the power of the natal astral soul. I didn't expect that little friend Zhang Chen has already broken through his natal astral soul. This is truly rare. Qin Feng said. What? He broke through his natal astral soul? Qin Baishan's face was filled with shock. Even his father had yet to break through to the next level of his innate astral soul. Zhang Chen was simply too monstrous. He had given them too many surprises. There are too many secrets on him. Perhaps what we've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. This Zhang Chen isn't simple. Qin Feng murmured. Such an exciting battle caused even him to be overwhelmed with emotions. He had never seen such a thrilling battle in so many years. No matter who won or lost, Zhang Chen and Yi Tiannan were locked in battle, causing many to sigh with emotion. Now even a half-step cosmic cloud state was defeated by him. Who could have imagined this? There was a mountain higher than the one before it. However, Zhang Chen knew that his strength had reached its limit. Now everyone was waiting silently. No one dared to make a sound. Even Li Kuafu and Xing Yuanchao swallowed their saliva. Their faces were pale. They knew that it was the energy of the star soul that made Yi Tiannan suffer a loss. Your astral soul is indeed strong, but you want to kill me? Don't you think you're too naive? Even if you can heavily injure me, it's impossible for you to kill me. Yi Tiannan sneered. I have to admit that your power is indeed terrifying. You've given me too many surprises. But today you must die. No one can save you. I want to see what other trump cards you have. If you don't, then die. Chapter 51:20. Zhang Chen's heart was incomparably nervous. The limitless sword continuously slashed out with a resolute aura as it soared into the sky. On the other side, the power of his star spirits poured out in full force, sweeping across the sky and colliding with Yi Tiannan. Heaven in one thought. To me, killing you is heaven. Yi Tiannan roared, spear light piercing through the air. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he headed straight for Zhang Chen. In the face of the overwhelming power of his star spirits, Yi Tiannan's body trembled. He used his own star spirit power to resist, going all out in order to deal a fatal blow to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was also incomparably cautious. This was his only chance and he absolutely could not let it go. The power of the spirit will art was unstoppable, but after all, Zhang Chen was too weak. Moreover, Yi Tiannan's strength far surpassed his. The spirit will art spread out in all directions, enveloping Yi Tiannan's head and making it difficult for him to breathe. But the halberd still charged forward without any hesitation. Zhang Chen punched out to meet the halberd, but was forced back several hundred steps. Blood spurted out from his mouth. The situation was worrying. Countless people cried out in alarm as Mount Dongchen rose once again. At the same time, to everyone's surprise, Yi Tiannan's expression also changed slightly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. Although it was only a few steps, it was enough to affect everyone's heart. What a powerful star spirit power. Qin Feng mumbled. Yi Tiannan's eyes burned with excitement as he tightly clenched the halberd in his hand. The shock in his eyes was unimaginable. Although everyone present could feel the pressure that filled the sky, Yi Tiannan was the most directly affected. The pressure had almost completely shattered his spirit. If it were Li Kuafu and the others, they would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. Even if they did not die, they would be crippled and lose all battle strength. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, while the spectacle grew increasingly grand. A grave look filled Zhang Chen's eyes, while the Genesis chi in his body was almost completely exhausted. Although he had eaten a few more small rejuvenation pills, they were clearly no longer as effective as before. However, at this moment Yi Tiannan still hadn't been defeated. He walked forward step by step. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably heavy. This was a battle to the death. Yi Tiannan's strength was just too strong. If Jiang Chen was at his peak, he might be able to hold on for a long time, but he was already at the end of his rope. The deadly battle with Li Kuofu and Xing Yuanchao had consumed too much of his strength. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen's strength was, he didn't have the strength to fight back after going through a series of attacks. Everyone on Mount Dongchen understood that Jiang Chen had already done his best. If not for Yi Tiannan's sudden appearance, Mount Dongchen might have already been saved. But now Jiang Chen's chances of survival were very slim. There was no longer any hope for them. You should be proud of being able to force me to this extent. However, you won't have the chance this time. You're still too inexperienced to oppose me. I have to say that you're indeed very strong, but unfortunately I'm even stronger. Yi Tiannan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The divine halberd in his hand was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. At this moment no one could compete with him. He was the god that controlled the lives of everyone on Mount Dongchen. No one could disobey him and no one could change his will. Little Chenzi, mumbled De Huang. This time, Jiang Chen really couldn't stand up anymore. His face was so yellow and his eyes were so determined. De Huang knew that Jiang Chen had been fighting with his life. In my dictionary there's no such thing as surrender. Unless you can step over my dead body, no one can make me lower my head. Jiang Chen struggled to stand up with his sword. Stubborn fool, I wanted to leave you with an intact corpse. After all, you're a worthy opponent. Seems that I thought too much. You really don't deserve it. Yi Tiannan sneered. Remember, you're just a trash level 8 star state. I'm a half-step cosmic cloud state. Even half-step cosmic cloud state isn't something trash like you can shake. You're asking to die. In Yi Tiannan's eyes, Jiang Chen was just a fool. It was too easy for him to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen made him lose face today. He couldn't accept this. The prestige of a cosmic cloud state must make everyone tremble in fear. Today was supposed to be a grand feast of slaughter. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's appearance had turned the tables on Mount Dongchen. Even the Kuofu clan and Xingtian manor that he had supported with great efforts had fallen. It was all because of Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have needed to do anything and he wouldn't have been injured. This was his first battle after becoming a half-step cosmic cloud state. He didn't expect to encounter a tough opponent like Jiang Chen. With the divine halberd in his hand, Yi Tiannan soared into the sky and leapt towards Jiang Chen. This time he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Then I'll send you to heaven. No one can punish me, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen roared like a dragon, shaking the heavens and earth. The battle between the two of them became more and more intense. This was the final battle, a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen wouldn't retreat. There were millions of lives behind him. In his heart, justice existed forever. This was the final attack. His star-seizing hand could finally be used. This was Jiang Chen's final trump card. If even the star-seizing hand couldn't deal with Yi Tiannan, perhaps he would be finished in this battle. With his defeat, countless people would fall and turn to ashes. Jiang Chen's expression was gloomy. The star energy in his body was unleashed, covering his entire body. His terrifying aura overpowered the heavens and earth. At this moment, the entire Mount Dongchen was shaking. It was unbelievable. Divine halberd chaos, space vanish. Yi Tiannan waved the divine halberd in his hand, trying his best to kill Jiang Chen without leaving any trace. At this moment, the divine halberd fell down, causing the heavens and earth to change as if doomsday had arrived. The entire Mount Dongchen was shaking. Star-seizing hand. Jiang Chen's eyes were like arrows. All of his astral force surged out. This was the final attack. Victory or defeat depended on this. A blue palm descended from the sky, almost blocking all of Yi Tiannan's escape routes. At that moment, even the divine halberd in Yi Tiannan's hand grew heavier and heavier, to the point where it was difficult to move. The terrifying divine halberd was directly crushed by the blue palm in the sky, shattering into countless pieces. Chapter 51-21. Such a terrifying palm. What means is this? I've never heard of it before. Qin Baishan's face was filled with seriousness as he looked at his father. However, at this moment, even Qin Feng's heart was incomparably gloomy. Jiang Chen's technique was like a heavenly god, unstoppable. It was something that he had never seen before in his life. Even a half-step cosmic cloud state would have to avoid such power. The arrogant Yi Tiannan had a shocked expression on his face at this moment. He never thought that Jiang Chen, who was at the end of his rope, would still be able to unleash such a terrifying strength. There was no way he could dodge this attack. The star-picking palm streaked across the sky like a rainbow. The azure blue palm looked like it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Yi Tiannan was completely stunned when he saw the palm falling from the sky. Plus, his divine halberd was crushed by Jiang Chen. He couldn't believe what just happened. A person like this is destined to be a true dragon above the 9 heavens. He can control the sun and moon and pluck the stars. He's too powerful. Seems our Qin family can only look at his back. Qin Feng was terrified. Luckily, Jiang Chen fought Yi Tiannan at the last moment and won by half a point. That's how they managed to protect Mount Dongqin and the millions of lives. At this moment, Yi Tiannan's face was pale. He couldn't breathe under the pressure of Jiang Chen's huge palm. He was trembling and spitting out blood. His body felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head. He couldn't move at all. This was what made him feel the most despair. No matter how capable he was, he would not be able to hide from the invisible suppression of the palm. Although Yi Tiannan didn't believe it from the beginning, it was also because of this that he was completely defeated by Jiang Chen. Yi Tiannan retreated. There was only fear and despair left in his eyes. This scene changed the color of the world. No one made a sound. Li Kuafu and Xing Yuanchao glanced at each other. Even an idiot could tell that Mr. Yi lost miserably. Jiang Chen used half his body to defeat Mr. Yi, a half-step cosmic cloud state. This scene was shocking, but it was more unbelievable. The moment Jiang Chen crushed the divine halberd, he had already taught everyone a lesson. This fella must not be made an enemy of. Only when one reached Jiang Chen's level of strength could he truly be unparalleled. Most importantly, he was only a level 8 star state. This was the most terrifying thing. Fighting someone of a higher level, and on top of that they were on 2 completely different levels. This kind of disparity was not something that could be explained with just a few words. However, Jiang Chen had actually pushed Yi Tiannan back. Yi Tiannan's body was trembling. If that palm just now was just a little bit stronger, his body would have been crushed by it. Shock. Fear. These thoughts filled Yi Tiannan's mind. He stared at Jiang Chen with a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment he didn't dare attack anymore. To be exact, he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Jiang Chen had always looked weak, but he had made mistakes time and time again. If he failed again at this moment, he would die here. A half-step cosmic cloud state died in the hands of a star state level 8 star state. People would laugh their heads off if this got out. Hence Yi Tiannan wanted to run. If he didn't run now, when would he? Although he wasn't sure if Jiang Chen could release a second attack, Yi Tiannan didn't dare to take the risk. While he still had the ability to run, he had to preserve his power. Otherwise he would die miserably. Yi Tiannan clenched his fists tightly. His face was solemn and filled with unwillingness. Where there's life, there's hope. If he was really killed by Jiang Chen here, he would never be able to make a comeback. The mountains don't change. Let's wait and see. Yi Tiannan snorted coldly, gritted his teeth and quickly retreated, turning into a beam of light that disappeared into the horizon. Not many people could catch up to a half-step cosmic cloud state. Plus, Jiang Chen didn't have the power to fight anymore. Even the old and weak could defeat him with one punch. Before the people of Mount Dongqin could react, Li Kuafu and Xing Yuanchao were already prepared. If they didn't run now, were they going to wait to be beaten to death? How many trump cards did this Jiang Chen have? They didn't dare to bet. Even Mr. Yi had run away, so what were they doing here? Today's battle was caused by evil people. Brother Chen, goodbye. Xing Yuanchao quickly left Mount Dongqin with his men. They didn't plan to stay at all. When Li Kuafu summoned his elders, he found that all of them had died in the hands of De Huang. That guy was too despicable. Li Kuafu's heart was filled with sorrow. He could only retreat quickly by himself. Like a tide, he came quickly and left quickly. At this moment, the Qin clan members roared in excitement. Many of them were crying tears of joy. Even Qin Lu was crying. She thought that the Qin family was hopeless, but big brother Jiang Chen was this heaven-defying. He really chased away a half-step cosmic cloud state. The Xingtian prefecture and the Quafu family were like stray dogs. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly fled. This scene touched Mount Dongchen. A million beings knelt before Jiangchen. This scene made Jiangchen speechless. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Thank you, Savior. Qin Batian roared and led the people of Mount Dongchen to cheer for Jiangchen. Thank you, Savior, for saving our lives. Mount Dongchen will never be able to repay you. We will worship you for generations to come. A tsunami of voices appeared in the sky. Jiangchen was very happy. He risked his life to save a million people. His efforts didn't go to waste. Little Chenzi, good job. Pa, you worried me to death. I thought you were really going to die. De Huang smiled, but he was worried about Jiangchen. He just didn't want to say it out loud. Praise all of you. The hope of Mount Dongchen is also my hope. If I can see everyone living well, I'll be perfectly content. Jiangchen was speaking from the bottom of his heart. When he looked at Chenlu, she also smiled. Her eyes were filled with joy, nervousness, admiration, excitement, and anxiety. Jiangchen smiled, but his body couldn't hold on anymore. He fell to the ground. Brother Jiangchen. Chapter 51-22. When Jiangchen woke up, he found himself lying on a very beautiful embroidered bed, surrounded by wind chimes and paper kites. The room was filled with pink flowers, looking very cute. Jiangchen rubbed his head and smiled bitterly in his heart. How long have I been unconscious? You're awake? Big brother Jiangchen. Chenlu's face was filled with surprise. Holding a bowl of bird's nest porridge, she hurriedly trotted over. How long have I been asleep? Jiangchen asked. About 3 months. Chenlu said. Sigh, it seems that the consumption this time is too great. I almost died on the spot. Jiangchen smiled. Oh right, where's De Huang? Jiangchen was a little puzzled. De Huang didn't appear by his side at this time. This shouldn't be the case. Brother De Huang has already left. He waited for you for 7 days, but you still haven't woken up. So he left first, but before he left a letter for you. Chenlu handed the letter in her hand to Jiangchen. Jiangchen's heart was very solemn as he hurriedly took the letter. Brother Jiangchen, Longyang has been dreaming recently. He dreamt of the 9 heavens female empress of the immortal world. Suddenly hearing the news, I had no choice but to do it. I hope brother doesn't worry about it. Jiangchen clutched the letter tightly. De Huang had never been this serious. This meant that he must have encountered trouble. When he woke up, Jiangchen felt that De Huang was hiding something from him. Sure enough, De Huang always had something on his mind. After waiting for him for 7 days and 7 nights, he finally couldn't wait anymore and decided to search for his dream. No matter where De Huang was, Jiangchen knew that he wouldn't be at ease with him. This boundless, everlasting world was too vast. Their power was far from enough. Even a half-step cosmic cloud state master almost died. Hence Jiangchen must quickly increase his power. With De Huang's personality, he wouldn't be someone who would suffer losses no matter where he went. This was why Jiangchen was worried. This guy really has something on his mind. Jiangchen sighed. But since things had come to this point and Big Yellow had left, it was better for him to consider where he should go next. Big Yellow and Dragon Shersan were no longer by his side. Jiangchen felt that his heart was empty. Originally, he came here to look for his son Jiang Feng, but now that his 2 brothers had disappeared, the burden on his shoulders became heavier. Big Yellow, 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 and Big Yellow had always been a carefree man. The fact that he was able to leave this letter with such seriousness meant that he had a plan for his future. He didn't want to be a burden to Jiangchen. He must have some secrets that he couldn't tell Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen would never let him face this alone. These fellows are really troublesome. As your elder brother, why didn't you tell me about it? Jiangchen thought to himself. Jiangchen thought to himself. Jiangchen couldn't help but slander De Huang. Now that Luo Ying had left, there was no one around Jiangchen. Big brother Jiangchen, I'm sorry. I've implicated you because of our Dongshan mountain. Moreover, you almost lost your life. I've always been very apologetic. Chenlu bit her lips. Her face was full of guilt. It doesn't matter. This matter isn't your fault. They've gone too far. Moreover, even if someone else encountered this kind of thing, they definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. Moreover, we have a relationship. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, Big brother Jiang Chen then, are you going to leave too? To find brother De Huang or sister Luo Ying? Chen Lu asked. Since the people I'm looking for aren't here and they've all left me, it seems that I can't stay here any longer. Jiang Chen said. Chen Lu was a little disappointed. However, she knew that Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't stay in a corner. For a peerless genius like Big Brother Jiang Chen, the small Tianqian star couldn't trap him. A dragon swimming in the shallows was only temporary. Moreover, Big Brother Jiang Chen's dream was the entire eternal world. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer, Big Brother Jiang Chen. But I need to participate in the Qin clan's ancestral worship ceremony in 2 days. Grandpa said that he wants you to stay and watch the ceremony. Chen Lu said. Right, then I'll stay. It won't be too late to leave after the ceremony. This is the bird's nest porridge that I've cooked for several days. Hurry up and drink it, Big Brother Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and took Chen Lu's bird's nest porridge. After being unconscious for 3 months, his stomach was indeed rumbling with hunger. Chen Lu had mixed feelings. There was no one beside Big Brother Jiang Chen. She also wanted to roam the world with Big Brother Jiang Chen, but her strength was so weak that it was impossible for her to help Big Brother Jiang Chen. She would definitely become his burden, which made Chen Lu extremely depressed. In the Qin clan's main hall, Qin Feng sat on the main seat. Beside him were 9 great elders. They were all predecessors of the Qin clan. Some of them were even higher in seniority than him. It was just that their strength was slightly weaker. However, these people were the mainstay of the Qin clan. At this moment, Qin Batian and a dozen juniors could only stand far away at the entrance. There seems to be some unusual movements in the Qin clan's ancestral hall. The 9 ancestor Qin statues have also become restless. Could it be that the ancestor of the Qin clan has given us some instructions? An elder said suspiciously, voicing out the doubts in everyone's hearts. It's hard to say. However, the ancestor Qin statues are the ancestors that we have always worshipped. The ancestors definitely don't have any ill intentions towards us juniors. That's true. However, the ancestral worship ceremony that we hold once every 500 years will be held in 2 days. It seems like we have to make proper preparations this time. The ancestral worship ceremony is of the utmost importance. We can't be careless. Patriarch, I'm afraid we'll have to make some arrangements this time. It's all thanks to the blessings of the ancestors that our Dongqin mountain was able to survive. The elders spoke one after another. In my opinion, we should keep our ancestral worship ceremony simple. It's better if it doesn't attract too much attention. Isn't that Yi Tianen here for the treasure of our Qin clan? That's right. The treasure of our Qin clan's ancestral hall is one of a kind. We can't let anyone know about it. Now that Yi Tianen already knows about it, it's even harder to say for others. What do you think, Patriarch? Everyone's gazes looked towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was extremely cautious in his heart. The Qin family's treasure had always been a secret. Other than him and the 9 great elders, no one else knew about it. His daughter had unintentionally found out about the Qin family's treasure, and it had reached Yi Tiannan's ears, causing evil thoughts to grow in that fellow's heart. This had nearly caused a calamity to befall Mount Dongqin. Let's keep everything simple. The ancestral worship ceremony this time is no small matter. In order to prevent anyone from making a comeback, we must be prepared 120%. It's better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 51-23. 3 days later at the Qin family ancestral shrine. Jiang Qin followed Chen Lu and arrived at a secluded part of Mount Dongqin. There were a lot of guards in the surroundings. It seemed like this place wasn't as simple as it seemed. It seems there's an unspeakable secret in the Qin family ancestral shrine. That Yi Tianen probably came for your treasure. I'm curious, just what kind of treasure does the Qin family have that even a half-step cosmic cloud state would want? Jiang Qin said with a smile and looked at Chen Lu. I don't know either. Only my grandfather and the elders seem to know about it. Even my father just found out about it. Chen Lu said. Little friend Jiang Qin, don't tell me you're also coveting our Qin family's treasure? At this time, Qin Batian appeared beside Jiang Qin. You must be joking, senior. Jiang Qin shook his head and smiled. Then why don't you marry into our Qin family? Perhaps you'll have the right to our treasure too. Jiang Qin was stunned by Qin Baishan's words, but Qin Lu's face instantly turned red. Father, what are you talking about? I'm just joking. Little friend Jiang Qin, you're the great benefactor of my Qin family. Without you, Mount Dongqin would have been long gone. Furthermore, you're so powerful that I don't deserve the title of senior. Don't call me that anymore. Just call me Qin Batian. Qin Batian said. I'm of the same generation as Qin Lu. You can afford to call me senior. Jiang Qin smiled. Qin Batian was very fond of Jiang Qin. How could he not see his daughter's thoughts? If his daughter could be with Jiang Qin, it would be a match made in heaven. However, it seemed that Jiang Qin had ulterior motives. He didn't plan to do anything with Qin Lu at all. He even planned to leave planet Tianqin. This made Qin Batian a little disappointed. Scope. It's our honor to have Jiang Qin participate in our Qin family's ancestral worship ceremony. Everyone in Mount Dongqin is grateful to you. Qin Batian walked in front and quickly entered the mountain. Big brother Jiang Qin, don't think too much about it. My father just likes to joke around and he doesn't think twice about it. Qin Lu stuck out her tongue. Her pretty face was flushed red, making her look extremely cute. It's fine, I know. Jiang Qin nodded his head. However, Qin Lu didn't feel good in her heart. She was deeply in love with Jiang Qin, but their fates were shallow. Maybe in the future, after this ancestral worship ceremony, the two of them would be separated. It was unknown if they would meet again in the future. Jiang Qin followed the Qin clan. There were over 1,000 of them as they entered the mountain. The mountain was extremely spacious. The entire mountain seemed to have been hollowed out. The moment they entered, they saw 4 words. Qin clan's ancestral shrine. Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel bewildered. This Qin clan's ancestral shrine gave off an extremely terrifying pressure. This place seemed to be a terrifying place of refinement, extremely tyrannical. If only De Huang was here. He would definitely be able to see through this place. Jiang Qin tried to use his natal astral soul to cover it, wanting to find out more about it. However, his natal astral soul was blocked outside. There was no way for him to find out what the ancestral shrine looked like, and what kind of existences resided inside. There were a total of 9 ancestral shrines. This caused Jiang Qin to be surprised. In the Qin clan's ancestral shrine, there were 9 ancestors. The Qin clan's first ancestor, second ancestor, third ancestor, all the way to the 9th ancestor. Every ancestor had their own ancestral shrine. Logically speaking, if it was like this, the clan should have split up long ago. However, this was the first time he saw 9 ancestral shrines side by side. The surroundings were extremely spacious, able to accommodate over 10,000 people. Although 1,000 people wasn't a small number, it was nothing compared to this place. Qin Feng led the way. The 9 people around him had solemn expressions on their faces. At this moment, Jiang Qin was looking at this scene with interest. Ancestors of the Qin clan, Mount Dongqin has encountered a great calamity. Fortunately, little friend Jiang Qin is here to rescue our Mount Dongqin from danger. If not, the calamity of Mount Dongqin would definitely lead to our annihilation. Fortunately, we're still alive today. Hence, we're here to pay our respects to our ancestors. Qin Feng's expression was solemn as he stared at the 9 great halls. His heart was filled with reverence. First bow. Pay respects to our ancestors, may the weather be favorable. Second bow. Pay respects to our ancestors, may our ancestors protect us forever. Third bow. Pay respects to our ancestors, may our voices resound. Qin Feng was the first to kneel down. Following him, the rest of the Qin clan followed suit and kowtowed heavily. 3 bows, 3 kowtows. At this moment, Jiang Qin saw that all the ancestral statues in the Qin clan seemed to have become extremely lifelike. Some of them even opened their eyes. Jiang Qin shook his head. He initially thought that he had seen wrongly. However, he discovered that it was indeed true. All 9 ancestors of the Qin clan had opened their eyes. There seems to be something strange about this Qin clan's ancestral hall. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. When he looked at Qin Lu and the others, he found that their faces were filled with sincerity. When he looked at the 9 ancestors of the Qin family, he found that the statues were still the same as before. Jiang Qin was sure that these statues were alive and had their own spirits. His eyes couldn't be wrong. Jiang Qin's eyes couldn't be wrong. End of the ceremony. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, all the members of the Qin clan stood up. That's it. Jiang Qin looked at Qin Lu and asked in a low voice. Not yet. Later on, it will be the time for our Qin clan's ancestor to select the brightest. The ancestor's choice is to select a peerlessly talented and wise person to be the heaven's chosen son of the Qin clan. The heaven's chosen son of the Qin clan has the same bloodline as the ancestor. This is something that countless people would envy. If someone is chosen by the ancestor, he or she would have the chance to enter the Qin clan's ancestral ground in the eternal night star and receive true nurturing. At that time our Qin clan will truly rise. Qin Lu said with a little excitement. To her this was also a kind of yearning. Jiang Qin could see that Qin Lu's eyes were filled with pride. She also wanted to be chosen. The ancestor's selection was absolutely fair. Only the most talented person could enter the ancestral ground and become the elite of the Qin clan. I didn't expect that the Qin clan here is just a branch of the Qin clan in the ancestral ground. Seems like I'm too narrow-minded. Jiang Qin said with a bitter smile. The ancestor's selection is far from easy. First of all, it's a selection of talent. If you're strong enough, have enough potential and perseverance, you can also be chosen. However, the chances are very slim. In the past 100,000 years, I heard from my father that only a few people have entered the Qin clan's ancestral ground.